Chapter 147. True monarch Sun Quan stared at the sword in Sun Jialong's hand with an intense excitement, surprise, and hope, especially after he explained that it was actually the human destiny sword. As the name suggests, this sword holds the destiny, fortune or luck of the entire human race of the myriad emperor world. It was created by the human emperor back in ancient times as the luck condensation weapon of the Great Qin imperial dynasty. Anyone who holds it is the rightful heir of the Great Qin imperial dynasty, and has the right to recreate or re-establish the Great Qin imperial dynasty. Of course, no cultivators in current time will acknowledge this so-called heir, as no one would want some random person becoming their leader, just because a sword said so. In fact, there are many other benefits that Sun Jialong will have access to as the holder of the human destiny sword. For one, he will have access to the Myriad Emperor Dao scripture, which is a emperor-level technique created by the human emperor that cultivates the Dao of emperor, or the Dao of sovereign. Just this fact was enough to make retired Prince Sun Quan very excited, as their Great Wu imperial dynasty finally has a second emperor scripture. Besides the one created by their founder, the remaining 3 emperor scriptures were in fact quasi-emperor tier techniques, maybe just a little more powerful than that. However, they still did not reach the level of a true emperor art. Another benefit that Sun Jialong will receive is the increase in talent and strength. As a successor to the human emperor, Sun Jialong's talent must reach a certain level, and if he does not, the sword will make it up for him. A third benefit is the fact that he should have access to the Great Qin treasury. There are rumors that the Great Qin imperial dynasty as the only dynasty that ever conquered the entire world held countless wealth. Wealth enough to make a single man have more resources than both the Dao Opening Sect and the Emperor Enlightening Academy combined. There are also rumors that the human emperor discovered a method of longevity and left it in this treasury. The fourth benefit that Sun Jialong will receive is the fact that after reaching a certain level of cultivation, he will be able to activate the human preservation array through the sword. As such, being able to have the power of an emperor formation anywhere in the myriad emperor realm. This is one reason that Sun Jialong did not fear showing his sword to true monarch Sun Quan. Although with his current cultivation realm, he cannot yet activate the array, however, once someone tries to take the sword from him by force, the array will open up automatically to protect him. Despite this, Sun Jialong will still choose to remain low-key in the future as the significance of this sword is too great to the myriad emperor world. This sword represents the legitimacy to rule the entire myriad emperor world. Although the majority of cultivators would never accept or allow this, however, there are many of them that would. As long as Sun Jialong decided to reveal his status as the human emperor successor, countless people would still rally behind him, thus allowing him to form a powerful force very quickly. The myriad emperor world has been long divided by all the factions of the world. As such, no sect or dynasty would allow another powerful faction to rise up and take a piece of the pie that was already divided. If any faction wants to get more power, there is only one way, and that is to cultivate a great emperor. And even that may not be enough. The myriad emperor world has reached such a stable balance that not just any great emperor can decide the direction of the entire world. Said emperor must be extremely powerful in order to do so. This balance created by all the powerful factions of the world has both a positive and a negative. The positive is that the world is generally quite peaceful. There are few large-scale wars between factions as they usually use their heaven chosen to decide the outcomes of things. A perfect example of that is the fact that there has been no Emperor Dao war since the Middle Emperor era. In other words, no emperor lineage has fought each other until extermination since the last era. The negative part of this balance is the fact that the myriad emperor world has become stale or stagnant for countless millennia. Nothing new or unexpected has happened for millions of years. Many people believe that the reason that the glorious age arrived in this era was because Heavenly Dao wanted to shake the status quo of the world. So it set out to cultivate a powerful great emperor that could bring brand new and better changes to the entire world. In fact, Sun Jialong did not reveal the most terrifying part of the human destiny sword to anyone. The most heaven-defying ability this sword granted him was the fact that he became the son of destiny of the myriad emperor world. Sun Jialong knew that with this title or position, his life from now will be extremely smooth at the very least until the heaven will battle. No matter what troubles he encounters, No matter what powerful enemy he faces, he will always find a way to succeed or escape in one piece. More importantly, from now on, wherever he goes, he will discover countless fortunate opportunities that increase his strength, wealth, or power. He will encounter countless beauties that will be helpful to his rise to the top. As a matter of fact, this is not just Sun Jialong's wishful thinking. Throughout the myriad emperor world's billions of years of history, there has only been one son of destiny, and that was the Heavenly Sun Emperor. The entire life of the Heavenly Sun Emperor was smooth sailing. Anywhere he goes, he will discover rare spiritual medicine, plants, or techniques. If he ever encountered an enemy he could not defeat, this enemy would be filled with bad luck until he or she mysteriously died in a weird or strange accident. One time of his many concubines was dying after severing from a powerful curse. So, he wanted to find a rare elixir or pill to cure her. Just as the Heavenly Sun Emperor left his home, he heard an explosion not far from him, so he checked it out. It turns out that an alchemist blew itself out while refining a precious pill. When he arrived at the location, the Heavenly Sun Emperor discovered that the alchemist had died, but the pills in the furnace survived. And it turns out these pills were the very one he needed to treat his concubine. So, with a smile on his face, he immediately returned home, happy that he did not have to travel far. The worst thing is that this was not the most absurd thing that happened to the Heavenly Sun Emperor. During his Generation Heavenwell battle, he did not have to fight for even a second. A few minutes after arriving at the site of the battle, the Heavenwell appeared in front of the Heavenly Sun Emperor, who was inside a man-made cave deep in the mountain. Without any effort, he took the Heavenwell, proved the Tao, and became a great emperor. He then took the name of Heavenly Sun to show he was favored by heaven, that he was the son of heaven and earth itself. Of course, Sun Jialong will never believe that by being the son of destiny he will automatically become a great emperor. During the glorious age, luck is useless, as only by killing all participants will the Heavenwell appear before the final winner. Furthermore, the fate of the Heavenly Sun Emperor is the perfect example of why no real powerhouse should rely on luck all their lives. After the Heavenly Sun became emperor, no one was willing to accept losing just like that. So many doubts about the ability of the Heaven Sun Emperor aroused. People kept saying that it was only because of luck that he became an emperor, an act which actually infuriated him. So the Heavenly Sun Emperor used his powerful strength to suppress all these people. However, no one was convinced, as he was just using his higher cultivation level to bully people weaker than him. In fact, one of the most famous recorded incidents at that time was that a heaven chosen of that time spit directly in the face of the Heavenly Sun Emperor, refusing to bow to him even if it killed him. The heaven chosen directly called him a weak coward who relied entirely on luck to go through his whole life. After that incident, the Heavenly Sun Emperor did kill the heaven chosen. Instead, he set out to prove everybody wrong by attacking one of the most powerful forbidden land of the myriad emperor world, the Netherworld. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Sun Emperor's action just proved that the world was right about him. After entering the Netherworld, he never came out again, showing that even the Son of Destiny cannot rely on its heaven-defying luck for everything. Meanwhile, after checking the sword from Sun Jialong's hand, retired Prince Sun Quan immediately returned to the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty to discuss future plans with the sovereign and retired elders. Back to the trial. In the Feng Divine Dynasty, Long Outyin woke up after a few days in a coma. He looked around with difficulty before saying with a tired voice, "Where am I? Wait, I'm still alive." "You are indeed alive, thanks to your luck and this goddess' help," said a sweet and enchanting voice. Chapter 148. Long Outyin moved his head in the direction of the voice with great difficulty. Then he saw the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. She was wearing a white hanfu, fully displaying her divine and sacred bearing. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, making every man wanting to do everything to curry her favor, to elicit a simple smile from her, to see any kind of jubilance emanating from them. "Are you a fairy? No, maybe a goddess?" muttered Long Outyin subconsciously after seeing Feng Lijuan. "You can say that," she replied, still with a cold look on her face. However, Long Outyin did not care about this. The colder she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Of course, Feng Lijuan could see the possessive nature in Long Aotian's eyes, but she did not care about it. Most men that she meets have the same look, so she is used to it by now. You should not move so quickly, otherwise your wounds will open, warned Feng Lijuan when she saw Long Outyin trying to get out of the bed. However, he refused to listen to her. How could he allow his future wife to see him in such a weak state? As such, Long Outyin wanted to show that he was fine by getting. Unfortunately for him, he was still in a terrible state. Although the space he teleported through was somewhat stable, it was not enough for him to survive unarmed. As such, Long Outyin was almost grinded into tiny dust particles during a chaotic space teleportation. After trying to get up, all the bandages on Long Outyin suddenly started bleeding, signaling that his wounds were reopened. Feng Lijuan sighed after seeing this, then walked next to him to help him change his bandage, an act which placed a wide grin in the face of Long Outyin. However, Feng Lijuan did not say anything during the entire process. Afterwards, Long Outyin finally listened to her warning and rested properly instead of moving. Meanwhile, Feng Lijuan was sitting in her room looking at the bandages that she had just finished wrapping. Worthy of a son of destiny. Only a few seconds after meeting him, my IQ seemed to have been lowered. When would I, Feng Lijuan, help a man change his bandage? After saying this, a ruthless look appeared in her eyes, then she smiled cunningly. In the next few days, Feng Lijuan accompanied Long Outyin during his recovery. As such, the two got to know each other pretty well. Although Long Outyin was a little shocked when he discovered that she was an extraterrestrial demon, he convinced himself that only a person with such a background can be so beautiful and worthy of him, a future great emperor. Unfortunately, his recovery was going very slow. One day while conversing, Feng Lijuan suddenly sighed and said, "If only this goddess had a purple leaf cinnamon, your injuries could be healed in just a few days." "What's that?" "Oh, it's a very rare and precious herb used for healing. Unfortunately, I did not bring any with me from my world." Long Outyin frowned for a while before asking, "Can you describe this herb?" Feng Lijuan had a puzzled look on her face due to Long Aoshan's words, but she did not pay much attention to it before describing the purple leaf cinnamon. However, to the surprise of Feng Lijuan, Long Outyin took out a strange herb from his space ring and handed it to her. She looked at the spiritual herb, then at him for a few times before holding Long Aoshan's hand in excitement. "That's the purple leaf cinnamon? How come you have such a thing? With this medicine, your injuries can heal very quickly," said Feng Lijuan with a smile on her face. However, immediately afterwards, she realized how bold and audacious her behavior was, so she coughed in embarrassment, then removed her hand from his while blushing red. Meanwhile, Long Outyin was simply lost in Feng Lijuan's smile. To him, her smile was more exuberant than the brightest of suns, more beautiful than the most perfect of flowers created by heaven and earth, and more ethereal than a fairy dancing under the moonlight. Not to mention the smoothness and suppleness of her hands. For a brief moment, he felt that he was holding the entire world, and for these short seconds, nothing else in the vast universe truly mattered. After taking a few seconds to regain her bearing, Feng Lijuan pretended nothing had happened before saying, "With this spiritual herb, I can refine a pill for you that allows you to recover in just a few days." Without waiting for Long Aoshan's response, she left the medical room and entered her own private room. However, the shy and happy look on her face was gone, replaced by a cold and indifferent one. She looked at the purple leaf cinnamon on her hand before muttering to herself, "I can't believe that I have found this extinct herb in this tiny small thousand world. Worthy to be this world's son of destiny. I just gave it a try without expecting anything, but who knows that he actually had it." After saying that, Feng Lijuan swallowed the entire herb raw, then started cultivating in order to digest it properly. After a few hours, she opened her eyes with excitement. Suddenly, her eyes turned white, showing that she had activated her bloodline. Feng Lijuan immediately became excited as her bloodline backlash from the battle with Li Jun was finally cured. More importantly, she knew that this was the minimum effect of this herb. The main use of this herb is to purify her bloodline, further strengthen her talent and strength. This kind of herb has long been extinct in the myriad emperor world. The ancestors did not deceive me when they say that the endless void is full of miracles. Each world, no matter how small, has their own unique trait or characteristic, muttered Fong Lijuan. Then, she looked in the direction of the medical room with a smile on her face before continuing her cultivation. 3 days later, Fong Lijuan came to see Long Outyin again. An act which delighted him given how he missed her terribly the past few days. He noticed how Fong Lijuan was more vigorous and lively than before, so he thought that she was happy about the fact that he was going to recuperate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Fong Lijuan handed Long Outyin one of her remaining middle-grade earth pill that she brought to this trial with her. After taking it, he felt a powerful energy rushing throughout his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Long Outyin was surprised by the efficacy of this pill. He did not expect a random herb that he picked from the forest would be so precious. He thought maybe Fong Lijuan would know what to do with all the herbs he had in his space ring that he could not identify. As such, he took out a pile of spiritual herbs and showed it to her. With a surprised look on her face, Fong Lijuan began to identify some of the herbs she knew, while putting aside the unrecognizable ones to be tested later. After finishing her task, she sighed and told Long Outyin that she did not have the time to refine pills for him as she was in the middle of a war. As such, in order to show his trust in her, he told her she could keep all the materials. An act which made Fong Lijuan further blushed in front of Long Outyin before running out of the medical room with all the materials. Long Outyin looked at this with a smile on his face. He could tell that she was one step closer to subduing the goddess of his dream. In the meantime that Long Outyin was playing lovey-dovey with another woman, his wife Princess Ling Hua had a worried look on her face back at the Savior Coalition. Due to the fact that her husband left her and her family a special talisman, they managed to survive the assassination from the Fate Shadow Guards. However, the same could not be said for the other royal families that rule the Savior Coalition. As such, Princess Ling Hua was forced to take control over the coalition. Unfortunately, news of the fact that the coalition leader had entered the secret realm and is now dead spread throughout the nation, resulting in massive panic and chaos. Ling Hua acted swiftly by saying that the coalition was in fact not dead, just severely injured and recuperating. This act somehow calmed down the people a little. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a bigger problem occurred. The monarch of Huang Divine Dynasty started attacking their territory instead of focusing on rebuilding. Ling Hua thought that just because Huang Min had also lost the majority of his elite soldiers and officials, he would take some time to recover, but she was wrong. On the contrary, Huang Min became more vicious and cutthroat. He recruited countless ordinary people into his army and sent them to battle with little to no training. He seemed determined to use a large number of casualties in order to quickly conquer as much territory as possible. In just a few weeks, more than 5 million people have been killed, with more than 70% coming from the Huang Divine Dynasty. Unfortunately, this method seemed to be working as more and more territories of the Savior Coalition kept falling into the Huang Divine Dynasty's hand. Chapter 149. On the border of the Huang Divine Dynasty and the Savior Coalition, Huang Min was having a meeting with the few capable generals left. He had an ugly look on his face, while the other people in the room had their heads down while trembling. In the entire room, only one person did not have his head down. Instead, he looked directly in Huang Min's eyes and said without a hint of fear, "Your Majesty, we have lost too much of our people. We cannot continue to sacrifice so many of our people. Are you the monarch of this dynasty or am I?" responded Huang Min with a face full of killing intent in his eyes. "Of course it is your Majesty who rules this land. However, I stand by my decision. If things keep going on like this, it is only a matter of time before our territory becomes unstable, resulting in countless rebellions all over." "It doesn't matter," replied Huang Min with ruthless eyes. "As long as I conquer the territory of the Savior Coalition as soon as possible. So, go execute my orders and recruit more people into the army." The minister who previously spoke sighed after hearing this, then bowed before saying, "In that case, Your Majesty, I refuse to listen to this order." After hearing this, Huang Min instantly appeared in front of this minister and held him in the air by the throat. "What did you say?" I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I refuse to let the blood of countless ordinary people be stained in my hands." Do you want to die? Do you want all 9 generations of your family to follow you into samsara? If the king wants the minister to die, then the minister has to die, replied the suffocating minister. However, despite Huang Min's threat, he had both a calm look in his face and a strong determination. However, his look greatly angered Huang Min as it reminded him of people who defied him, people who dared to disregard his noble and divine bloodline. So, with a burst of anger, he used all of his origin chi to directly pinch this minister's head like an exploding balloon. As a result, blood and brain matter scattered everywhere in the meeting room. All the other officials looked at their clothes drenched in the blood of their comrade, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. The realization that the same fate could happen to them and their families at any given moment brought extreme dread to all of them in the room. So they lowered their heads even more. Meanwhile, Huang Min could feel the intense fear emanating from his officials. He licked his lips with intense pleasure as he enjoyed placing the fear of God to these natives, making them realize that compared to them, he was truly a god that can determine life and death. He looked down at them before saying, "Any of you still want to disobey this emperor's order?" No one answered him as the room instantly became quiet. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. So, Huang Min nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, an official went to execute his order. Countless common people were forcibly recruited into the army, then separated from their loved one and sent to the war in the frontier. Using countless lives as sacrifice, the Huang divine dynasty's border continued to grow rapidly. Meanwhile, Huang Min was overseeing the entire war at the borders. The reason that he was in such a hurry was because he had an intuition that something would happen to him. He figured out that it was only a matter of time before either the Great Xia people reached his border after conquering Fang Lijuan's territory, or the Great Zhou people will come after him once they have settled the territory of the Great Wu. So Huang Min's plan was to increase his dynasty's luck solely based on the territory size, then absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold before immediately leaving this trial. Huang Min knows perfectly well that his plan is actually quite flawed as he would be backlashed by karma if he did such a thing. However, he was desperate and he did not have much time to plan anything better. As for the repercussions of his actions, he believed that his Huang divine clan would find a way to help him deal with it. Meanwhile, in the Savior Coalition, Princess Ling Hua had just made a plan to respond to the emergency situation of the coalition. Her plan was simple. She used a technique to turn into Long Outyin, then started making inspirational speeches to all the people in her remaining territory. She told them of the cruel methods that the people of the Huang divine dynasty had to suffer under their ruler's hand, and motivated all the capable men and women to take arms and defend their home. Of course, Ling Huan made her appearance look sick and weak to explain the reason that the coalition leader did not take action personally. And her plan worked wonderfully. All the people were banded together under the idea of defending the country and fighting foreigners. Whether it was men, women, and even children, they took anything that can be used as weapons and headed to the border to fight these invading barbarians. Unlike the people of the Fang divine dynasty that were forced to enter the army, the Savior Coalition volunteered of their own free will to join the army in order to defend their dynasty. While the people of the Savior Coalition were sacrificing their lives for a noble cause, their leader was drinking wine and chatting with a beautiful goddess. Due to his powerful body, Long Outyin only took 3 days to heal his injury after taking the Earth Tear pill. Now he was having a romantic dinner with Fang Lijuan. "Wanner, this wine from your home world is truly the finest delicacy that I have tasted in my life. How many times has this goddess told you not to call me Wanner? It is already your honor to allow you to call this goddess by her real name. I know I keep forgetting. So Wanner, how is the war going?" Fang Lijuan sighed, before ignoring the rude behavior of this audacious man. "Of course it's going terrible. It is only a matter of time before the Great Xia reaches the capital, thus completely destroying this goddess dynasty. Is there anything I can do to help? If we team up together, we can definitely stop Li Jun. It's not that this goddess refuses your help, but with your strength, it will be useless for you to intervene. Not to mention that Li Jun has a female companion that is not far in strength with him. On top of that, the true big boss of the Great Xia Wang Wei has not even shown up yet." Long Outyin secretly formed a fist with his right hand. In the past few days, he watched a terrible battle between Li Jun and Feng Lijuan. It was then that he realized how weak he truly was. Even his so-called battle with Huang Min was nothing but a joke, and he was truly lucky to survive. What's worse, Long Outyin learned that there was even a more terrible heaven chosen behind the great Xia dynasty. Long Outyin sighed before taking a big sip from his wine. He realized that his path to become a great emperor still has a long way to go. Feng Lijuan realized that her words might have hurt Long Outyin. So she immediately said, "Well, thanks to the special formation you provided, our army has been able to greatly slow down the advancement of Great Xia." Long Outyin just smiled wryly after hearing this. Afterwards, the two of them just drank and chatted about other topics. After they finished drinking, the two of them stood on top of an ancient wooden building gazing at the stars. The moonlight illuminated them, making both of them look like an immortal couple descending from heaven. Suddenly, Long Outyin turned to face Feng Lijuan, held her hands and said, "Wanner, I know you have a high background and status, but if you can overlook my humble background, I want to spend my entire life with you." Feng Lijuan was shocked by the sudden declaration, so she blushed shyly. Then a happy smile appeared on her face, so he opened her mouth to say something, but she immediately stopped before frowning. "Is there something wrong? Do you not feel the same way as I do?" asked Long Outyin with a worried look on his face. "That's not it," replied Feng Lijuan after sighing. "The truth of the matter is I am actually already engaged." "What? With whom?" asked Long Outyin with a flustered look on his face. "To Huang Min him?" asked Long Outyin with fury in his face. "In that case, I'll just kill him to annul the engagement." Chapter 150. Feng Lijuan immediately stopped Long Outyin from doing anything stupid. Then she said coldly, "How are you going to kill him? With your feeble strength?" Long Outyin gritted his teeth to calm himself down. Then he started walking back and forth thinking about this situation. He was ready for Feng Lijuan to reject him, but he believed it was because she feared that her powerful family would not allow their union. As such, Long Outyin was prepared to show his worth to her family. And if that did not work, wait until his strength is enough to use force to suppress her family, until they allow them to be together. But now, things seem a little complicated. After a few seconds, Long Outyin looked at Feng Lijuan and asked, "How come you are engaged to him? Do you have any feelings for that guy?" "Do not insult this goddess. How could I have any feelings for such a disgusting person?" replied Feng Lijuan with a look of disdain on her face. Words that were very comforting to Long Outyin. "As for the reason we are engaged, it is because of our divine clan." "Divine clan? How so?" "His Huang clan and my Feng clan are the two most powerful clans of the Divine Tao League, with each of us being the only clans with two great emperors. As such, for countless generations, when two heaven chosens or divine child appeared in these clans, the two families will betroth them to each other in an attempt to either support one another for the heavenward throne, or to cultivate a next generation with a very pure and powerful bloodline. As it turns out in this generation, this goddess and Huang Min are the divine child of our clans, so we were betrothed ever since we were born." Long Outyin looked pensive after hearing this. "How does your clan decide the status of Dao child?" Feng Lijuan was a little surprised by this sudden question, and she could guess Long Aoshan's thought, but she just shook her head and replied, "Our bloodlines were tested after we were born to determine our positions as divine child." "Bloodline this, bloodline that, everything is about bloodline," said Long Outyin with a raised tone, almost screaming. "I have heard that the other heaven chosen do not have bloodlines. Couldn't your family just accept a talented person without bloodlines?" Feng Lijuan just sighed after hearing this and said with a lowered head, "Our family has been preaching the concept of bloodline superiority for millions of years. Do you think that they would just change their mind just because of your words?" Long Aoshan's face became ugly after hearing this. Although he knew that these powerful and ancient clans had strict rules, he did not expect that they reached the point of being dogmatic. "In the end, I still have to kill this Huang Min," replied Long Outyin with a ferocious look on his face. This time, however, Feng Lijuan did not say anything. Nonetheless, Long Outyin soon reined in his anger. He also acknowledged the fact that his goddess was right. He was in no way a match for Huang Min, at least for now. Long Outyin has seen the battle between Li Jun and Feng Lijuan, and he knew how powerful she actually was. And according to her, this Huang Min is not too far off from her strength. On top of that, Long Outyin knew that his injuries were not completely healed. At best, he could only use about 70 to 80% of his strength. After thinking about it for a few seconds, an idea suddenly appeared in Long Aoshan's mind, so he said excitedly, "Since I do not have the strength to kill him personally, I can still use poison." "Poison?" asked Feng Lijuan with a look of shock and doubt from her face before saying, "What gave such a strange idea? Since there are rare herbs that can heal my injuries so quickly, then there must be poison herbs powerful enough to kill Huang Min." However, Feng Lijuan quickly shook her head before saying, "Not to mention that with Huang Min's powerful cultivation, there are only a few herbs that are effective on him. How are you going to get him to take the poison?" "So, you are saying it is possible?" "Technically speaking, yes. However, the herb used has to be very powerful, specific and rare. You just have to tell me what kind of herb is needed," replied Long Outyin with a confident smile on his face. "As for how to make Huang Min take the poison, I have my method." Feng Lijuan still had a puzzled look on her face. However, she did not want to extinguish Long Aoshan's excitement, so she described the herbs that are strong enough to kill someone like Huang Min. After checking his space ring, Long Outyin discovered that he did not have any of these herbs. However, he was not discouraged. As a man chosen by heaven, all he needed to do was search and he would find what he desired. As such, he instantly caught Feng Lijuan by surprise and kissed her in the cheek, before running out in a direction, leaving only a blushing goddess and Long Aoshan's last words. "Wait for me, Wanner, when I come back. I promise that the bastard Huang Min will be more than dead." A few minutes after Long Aoshan's departure, Feng Lijuan's blushing instantly turned cold and indifferent. She took out silk handkerchief and wiped out her face with disgust. Then she muttered to herself. It seemed that the spiritual suggestion wine worked better than anticipated. I thought I would have to spend a lot more time hinting at him about the use of poison. After saying that, Feng Lijuan left the roof and returned to her room, waiting for the outcomes of things. Meanwhile, Long Outyin rushed to the nearest forest near him and started searching for the herb he needed. However, even after searching for a week, Long Outyin did not find anything, so he became a little discouraged. Just as he was about to give up his search and headed out to a different place, suddenly a powerful flying demonic attacked him. Long Outyin immediately fought back. However, he soon realized that this demonic beast was in fact a Tier 4 demonic beast. So he immediately ran away. With his injured body, it would be suicidal to fight with it. However, the demonic beast had different thoughts. It kept chasing Long Outyin and attacking him. After a few minutes of no success, the demonic beast seemed very angry, so it opened its mouth to gather a powerful lightning, then shot at Long Outyin. Boom! A powerful explosion resulted after this attack. Although Long Outyin jumped in time to evade the attack, the shockwave created by the blast still hit him. Unfortunately for him, he happened to be running close to a cliff, so he was sent over the cliff due to the attack. Long Outyin cursed the beast out loud before trying to use his origin chi to hang on the cliffside. However, his injuries suddenly acted up, forcing him to throw a big mouthful of blood and falling down the cliff. Knowing that this might be the end of him, Long Outyin used his origin chi to protect his body, then closed his eyes hoping for the best. However, Long Outyin was not splashed to death as he anticipated. Instead, he fell inside a river or water source of some kind. After swimming out the river, he praised his luck once again before navigating around looking for a place to exit. Soon an enticing scent attracted Long Outyin and he followed it. There he saw a very clear lake with rainbows emanating from it. He swallowed his saliva as a sudden thirst suddenly overcame him. Without hesitation, he drank a few mouthfuls of the clear water. Immediately afterwards, Long Outyin felt a very mysterious aura traveling all around his body, healing him of all his injuries including the hidden ones that he suffered from the past. Long Outyin groaned in pleasure for a few minutes before getting back to his senses. He looked around to check whether anyone heard the sound he previously made before sighing in relief. Then he checked his body thoroughly. To his surprise, Not only were all his injuries healed, but even his strength had greatly increased. Most noticeably was his fleshly body. After going through and surviving the power of chaotic space, his fleshly body seemed to have dramatically strengthened. This further increased his stamina and defensive ability. After smiling for a while, Long Outyin looked around him before noticing a strange thing floating in the middle of the pond he just drank from. After closer observation, Long Outyin suddenly started laughing out loud as he realized that this was the exact spiritual herb that he was searching for. "I'm truly the illegitimate child of the goddess of luck," smiled Long Outyin with a big grin on his face. Chapter 151. After coughing for a few minutes without stopping, Long Outyin proceeded to carefully remove the spiritual herb known Blood Yang Peony, based on the method described by Fengli Juan. After that, he took out a talisman with a grin on his face, as this was the method he planned to use that allows him to feed this spiritual herb to Huang Min. Then Long Outyin suddenly slapped himself in the face before muttering, "How stupid am I? Why didn't I use this invisible talisman to hide from that demonic beast?" After that, Long Outyin proceeded to climb the cliff he had just fallen off. There he saw the demonic beast not far from him. So he activated the talisman, turning him completely invisible before he secretly approached the Tier 4 demonic beast. However, as soon as he reached more than a few meters from the beast, it suddenly reacted and started looking around. However, the beast did not find anything around him. Meanwhile, Long Outyin frowned after seeing this. He realized that this talisman was not all-powerful, and some people will notice him if he gets close enough, for example Huang Min. However, he did not care since his plans can still be executed despite this flaw. Furthermore, he realized that this talisman was not as simple as it seemed. There seemed to be some kind of seal on him, preventing it from showing its full power. After thinking about this, Long Outyin then had a fierce battle with the Tier 4 demonic beast. Well, to be precise, he hid with the talisman then sneak attacked the beast. When the bird was in its last dying breath, Long Outyin promised to save it if it surrendered to him, becoming its slave. Although unwilling, the Tier 4 Thunder Eagle signed a beast contract with Long Outyin, becoming his pet. After that, Long Outyin rode the Thunder Eagle towards the direction of the Huang Divine Dynasty. It took him a while to learn about the current situation, which made him even more furious towards Huang Min, especially when he learned that his savior coalition was actually on the verge of destruction. Long Aotian's urge to kill Huang Min suddenly increased dramatically. After hearing this news, he rushed straight towards the border where Huang Min was located. With the use of the invisible talisman, he secretly infiltrated the barracks. Of course Long Outyin learned his lesson, and did not rush to confront Huang Min, nor did he meet with any powerful cultivator. He spent a few days observing all of Huang Min to determine his daily routine. Then he found the perfect opportunity. One night, Huang Min was drinking wine with one of his favorite concubines in his hand. He was in a very good mood as he will soon conquer the territories of the Savior Coalition, so he decided to reward himself. With one inside her blouse, he held his wine cup on the other. Once he finished a serving, his concubine would immediately refill the cup again for him. Huang Min was very happy with how submissive she was. After drinking a few dozen cups, Huang Min suddenly felt a little dizzy. At first he thought that he might have drunk a little too much, however. Things suddenly took a different turn when he spat a big mouthful of black blood. Realizing the severity of the situation, he immediately mobilized his origin chi to try to remove the poison in his body. However, it turned out to be useless. On the contrary, this poison seemed to spread throughout his body even quicker. Afterwards, Huang Min fell on the ground breathing heavily. Black blood started coming out his eyes and an intense pain suddenly assaulted him. He tried to scream for help, however, no sound seemed to be coming out of his throat. So he looked in the direction of his concubine, hoping that she would go quickly to ask for help. Unfortunately for him, when his eyes locked onto his concubine, all he saw were eyes full of hatred looking at him. Then, the concubine spit at Huang Min before starting to kick him in his private area. Huang Min tried to scream again, but it was of no avail. Meanwhile, the concubine had tears streaming down her eyes as she screamed while still kicking Huang Min. "You took everything from me, my body, my soul, and even my family. You defiled my purity by making me do these horrible things. I wish that your death was even more miserable than it is now." Meanwhile, Huang Min, who was struggling down in the floor, managed to gather some strength to activate his bloodline power. Then with a wave of his hand, a powerful shockwave hit the concubine, throwing her away. However, Huang Min's situation suddenly aggravated. The poison seemed to have discovered something very appealing to it. So it rushed straight inside his bloodline, destroying everything in its path. As such, Huang Min's face became even more ugly than it was. Without hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue to draw some of his blood essence, and used it to open his space ring. After taking out a talisman, he immediately crushed it, then a space crack appeared and swallowed him. Meanwhile, Long Outyin, who heard a thumping sound from the outside, immediately rushed in. He was just in time to see Huang Min disappearing into the space crack or passage. Without hesitation, he rushed to the concubine lying on the floor with blood all over her body. He injected his origin chi inside her body, noticing that most of her internal organs have been liquefied. Although he knew that it was impossible to save her, he still tried. He took out the clear water that helps his injuries and fed it to her. After a few sips, she regained consciousness. However, Long Outyin could tell that she would not last long. "Why did you have to confront him? If you had followed the plan and stayed close to the door, you could have just watched the bastard slowly die," said Long Outyin with a little guilt in his face. "I had to confront him for myself," replied the concubine after spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Watching this bastard dying was very satisfying." "Was it worth you dying in the process?" "Yes, it was," she responded with a smile on her face. Furthermore, to me, death is probably a relief." After that, she raised her feeble hand to caress Long Aotian's face, before saying, "Thank you for giving me a chance to avenge myself." Then her hand dropped to the floor, never moving again. Long Outyin looked at her in his arms. He looked at her smile before she died. Despite the fact that her mouth was still full of blood, her smile was still full of brilliance and vigor. More importantly, it was peaceful. He sighed. The original plan was for her to just wait for Huang Min's death after putting the poison in his drink. Long Outyin promised her that afterwards, he would take care of her as one of his wives. And if she did not want that, he would give her enough wealth to live a life of luxury, without worrying about anything. After finding a place to make a proper grave for her, Long Outyin sighed again. However, thinking about the fact that he could finally be with his goddess, he rushed straight back to the Feng divine dynasty. After getting back, he saw Feng Lijuan waiting for him, so he rushed to hug her, explaining to her in great detail how he killed Huang Min. Meanwhile, Feng Lijuan just smiled and nodded happily. Then Long Outyin suddenly said, "Wanner, now that no one can prevent us from being together, how about we consummate our marriage early?" Feng Lijuan blushed shyly before answering with her head down. "Now? Aren't we moving too fast?" "Of course not. You love me and I love you, that's all that matters." After heeding this, Feng Lijuan nodded shyly before she was led by Long Outyin to her room in the manor they live in. There, Long Outyin started kissing Feng Lijuan with great passion. However, when he was about to remove her clothes, she stopped him and said, "Wait, give me a few minutes to prepare." After that, she went to change her clothes, while Long Outyin removed all of his clothes. After a few minutes, Feng Lijuan came back wearing bright dark rouge in her lips with a very thin veil on her body that could be removed by the slight breeze of the wind. Afterwards, she slowly walked towards Long Outyin before removing her thin veil. She leaned on him in the bed and gave him a deep kiss, an act which greatly excited Long Outyin. After a long, deep and passionate kiss, Long Outyin wanted more. So he rushed out to touch her two peaks and forbidden zone. However, midway though, his head suddenly became dizzy, and before he could react, he passed out. Meanwhile, Feng Lijuan looked at this with cold eyes and without any surprise, she muttered, "You are the only man who saw this goddess' divine body. Unfortunately, you will take this knowledge to samsara." With a wave of her hand, numerous circles with strange writing or runes appeared all over the room. This was a formation. This array had only the purpose to absorb the chi luck of one person and transfer it to someone else. This array was designed solely for Sons of Destiny. Feng Lijuan had this idea or plan the moment she realized that Long Outyin was the son of destiny of this warring kingdom world. As for Huang Min's death, it was just because she wanted a reason to annul their marriage, thus gaining her freedom. After thinking for a brief moment, Feng Lijuan finished activating the array. A massive golden energy from Long Outyin suddenly entered her body. Then she looked at how her chi dragon changed from purple to the peak of purple gold. After her transformation was done, Feng Lijuan dressed herself before taking the space ring off of Long Aotian's mummified corpse. Since he was already dead, Long Aotian's connection to the ring was cut off, so Feng Lijuan easily managed to browse through it. In there she found many strange and rare things, but one thing in particular caught her attention. It was a talisman. After checking it out, she muttered, "Is that the—" However, before she could say anything, her Minister of War barged into the room bringing terrible news. Chapter 152. The Minister of War looked at the mummified corpse of Long Outyin on the bed, and she was not that surprised. Although many people were worried that their goddess had fallen in love with a native in a small thousand world, she never worried about this. Although she did not know the reason that the divine child was acting lovey-dovey with this Long Outyin, she did not believe even for a second that she had actually fallen in love with him. As the person who watched Feng Lijuan growing, the Minister of War knew how deep the pride and arrogance the divine child had inside her. In her opinion, Feng Lijuan is the kind of woman who looks down on all beings, both women and men. She also knows that the divine child is also very ambitious. So, unless there was a reason, she would never get close to someone without a reason. As such, after entering the room and seeing the dead Long Outyin, she just glanced at him before reporting to Feng Lijuan. "Goddess Empress, we just received an emergency news that the people of the Great Xia have long bypassed our blockade and have already taken over the capital. Now they have already infiltrated this city and are now headed to this manor." After hearing this, Feng Lijuan did not show any emotions in her face. Then she looked directly at the mummified Long Outyin and sighed. "Worthy of a son of destiny," she muttered under her breath. In fact, there is a reason that Feng Lijuan had to get intimate with Long Outyin, having to go as far as showing her naked body. Sons of destiny are very tricky individuals to kill. According to the research she read back home, there are 3 ways to kill a child of destiny of any world. One is to use overwhelming strength to instantly kill them, cut off their powerful luck or destiny, and lastly, use emotional manipulation. The first 2 methods are very straightforward, but very difficult to accomplish. As long as you give a son of destiny the slightest of breathing room, they will find a way to escape, as they are harder to kill than cockroaches. As for cutting off their luck, only a few special individuals or techniques can do such a thing. And often, one has to suffer from backlash after executing these techniques. The last method is more effective, but requires more planning. Another way to get rid of a son of destiny is to overwhelm his mind or spirit through emotions like anger or lust, just like Feng Lijuan did. During these intense emotions, the son of destiny's judgment are at all-time low, thus easy to fall into traps like poison, sudden attacks, or trapping formation. However, during these scenarios, the son of destiny has to be quickly executed, or some random event will occur that facilitates his escape. Just like this sudden attack on the city, Feng Lijuan knew that if she wasted a few more minutes, that maybe the attack of the Great Xia would be the catalyst that allowed Long Outyin to wake up and escape. After thinking about this, Feng Lijuan waved her hand. Then Long Aotian's body turned into a blue crystal, following which he dispersed into crystallized particles that scatter into the air. After that, she took out her conferred god list and imperial seal to check the chi luck of her dynasty. And as expected, her chi dragon was on its last breath and on the verge of dying. Normally speaking, as soon as the people of the Great Xia stepped into the capital, as the dynasty's ruler, she should have been notified. And yet she was not. Feng Lijuan guessed that the heavenly Tao of this world hid the movement of her dynasty's luck in an attempt to save Long Outyin. If she had known about the movement of the Great Xia army, she would have reinforced the city she was currently located in, thus preventing any chances that this son of destiny had to escape. Meanwhile, in the brief moment that Feng Lijuan took to do all these things, loud sounds could be heard coming near the manor she was in. She knew that time was running out, however. She did not care about such a thing given the fact that she had accomplished her task in this trial. So without hesitation, Feng Lijuan crushed a talisman that swallowed both her and the Minister of War. In the endless void, as soon as Feng Lijuan appeared, she saw the furious face of her Dao protector. "Are you happy now?" asked the true monarch Dao protector of the Divine Dao League. "I don't know what you mean," replied Feng Lijuan with a calm look on her cold and beautiful face. "Do you know how much impact your little scheme has on our family? And even the Divine Dao League?" Feng Lijuan frowned after hearing this. She noticed that there was only one true monarch of the Divine Dao League left floating around here. "Your poison did not kill Huang Min, however. You should have expected that given that your true objective was actually to ruin his bloodline. With us around, you probably guessed that he would not die, so you chose a herb that specifically targeted bloodline powers. Without a powerful bloodline, Huang Min can no longer hold the position of Dao Child. And of course, you do not have to marry him." Feng Lijuan did not say anything, however. She did not also apologize. She never regretted her actions. Now the Huang Min family has demanded that our Feng family give them an explanation. Worse, they have even threatened to go to war with us if necessary. "Our Feng clan does not fear their Huang clan," replied Feng Lijuan calmly. "That may be so. However, have you ever thought about the consequences of internal friction between the two most powerful families of the Divine Dao League? The status of our divine clans has always been precarious in the myriad emperor world. So, what do you think will happen to us if we start a civil war?" Feng Lijuan further frowned after hearing this. She did not think that fact. All she knew was that she did not want to marry Huang Min, so she found a way to get rid of him. She thought due to the fact that she did not personally do something to him that she could get away with it. But now, things seemed more complex than she imagined. If the situation escalated like her Dao protector said, the Huang family might ask that she be handed off as a peace offering between the two clans. Then she would still be forced to marry some random person. However, Feng Lijuan suddenly thought of the talisman she discovered in Long Outyin Space Ring. If this talisman is the one she believed it to be, then not only would her clan 100% support her from the pressure of the other divine clans, she will have a powerful boost for this generation's heaven will. As such, Feng Lijuan instantly removed the little regrets she had due to her actions, and remained firm by her decision. After seeing the stubborn look in her grandniece's face, the Dao protector sighed before taking out a void boat, placed her and her companion on it before opening a space channel, and leaving this world to head back home. Meanwhile, back in the Warring Kingdom world, the Great Xia dynasty had just finished conquering the Feng Divine dynasty when they received a sudden news. Both the leaders of the Savior Coalition and the Huang Divine dynasty have been killed, thus leaving these territories without a proper leader. Chancellor Yan Liling, who is the de facto ruler of the dynasty, while Wang Wei was in retreat, ordered all the dynasty's legions to try to occupy as much territory as possible as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the Great Xia was not the only dynasty that received this news. The Great Zhou, who had just started stabilizing the territories that they occupied from Great Wu, also sent their military to occupy these leaderless lands. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng was also having some troubles. After the assassination attempts of the Fate Shadow Guards, a few of his officials were killed. However, the impact was not enough to affect the entire dynasty. Unfortunately for Feng Heng, someone took the opportunity to create more chaos in his dynasty. Many more officials and generals were assassinated again, and with great success. After investigation, he realized that it was the spy of his competitors that did these things. He could guess that these people wanted to sabotage his trial. Despite all that happened with these spies, this was not Feng Heng's most urgent problem. After his teacher returned from the secret realm, he noticed that the disappearance of the incense power in the temple dramatically increased. So, he guessed that these spies must be stepping up their plan, so he needed to speed up the speed of catching them. However, weirdly enough, the Great Shu dynasty did not receive the information about the situation of the Savior Coalition, or the Huang Divine dynasty. Chapter 153. Snow Tiger Mountain. Inside the chaotic space left by the explosion of the secret realm, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes during his retreat. He exhaled out a long breath before checking the result of his seclusion. The biggest gain he accomplished during this retreat was the fact that his skin seemed to tempered to another level. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that on top of being very dense, his skin has an additional innate aura or magnetic field automatically protecting him. So if someone wanted to break through his defense, they first had to go through the aura or magnetic field, then pierced his skin and muscles. As for his actual skin, Wang Wei easily noticed that the density of it is heading in the direction of a neutron star, which was considered one of the densest materials in the universe in his previous life. Although Wang Wei knew that his skin did not reach that level yet, he was still rapidly approaching. In order to check his progress, he took out a high-grade Earth-tier sword and tried to pierce his skin. Before the origin artifact could even touch his skin, Wang Wei felt a powerful resistance preventing the sword from penetrating. Knowing this, he smiled and used more force. Then the sword pierced the innate aura surrounding him before hitting his skin. After a few seconds of resistance, the sword then went through his skin before cutting the muscles. After seeing this, Wang Wei smiled and removed the origin artifact. This test has proven that his defense has reached the bare minimum level of the primordial spirit realm. Of course, Wang Wei could tell that only his skin has reached that level and his strength has only increased a little, but he was still happy. As long as he does not die during a battle, everything is fine, as he can always find a way to victory. Of course, Wang Wei also knows that his defensive ability is not absolute. In this cultivator world where there are attacks that focus on the soul, or weird curses that ignore all defenses, or attacks on the conceptual level, his defensive ability can only buy him time to figure out countermeasures to these weird techniques. After checking his skin, Wang Wei started to check his bones. The next part of his body that needs to be tempered through the ancient desolate body refining scripture. With this retreat, all the early tempering has been done. So as soon as he returns to the sect, all he has to do is immediately enter the body refining secret realm for a few years, then inject the material necessary to complete the process. After checking all of his gains in this retreat, Wang Wei still kept the formation to isolate the chaotic space. Then he flew straight back to the Great Xia capital, where he called all his officials to come attend a meeting. While Wang Wei was sitting in his dragon throne waiting for the arrival of the other people, the first person to arrive was in fact Empress Dong Lifan, as she was the closest. After seeing her, Wang Wei's eyes lit up and he said, "It seemed that you have succeeded." Dong Lifan, who was now in the Divine Sea realm, bowed before taking her seat. "It was all thanks to His Majesty." Wang Wei just nodded while secretly sighing. Right before he entered seclusion, Dong Lifan discovered a way to use Qi luck to improve her foundation. The method was actually quite straightforward, as all she had to do was absorb the Qi luck of the dynasty, but instead of using it to increase her own luck, she used to acquire a Dao foundation instead. And with Dong Lifan's years of accumulation, she directly entered the River of Origin after entering the Divine Sea realm. The reason that Wang Wei sighed was due to the fact he had encountered a major problem in his study of Qi luck. Through Dong Lifan, he has managed to find a way for his black Qi dragon to turn into purple up to 99%. However, the remaining 0.1% seemed to be a terrible chasm that prevented Wang Wei's success. As a result, he was quite frustrated for a while, as he could feel that something important would happen to him once he succeeded. However, no matter what he did, he could fill in the last remaining percentage. As such, Wang Wei was forced to use the tactic of just slowly wearing it out through the passage of time. Otherwise he would have to wait until a plan came to him. After a few hours of waiting and chatting, all the high levels soon arrived. With the flying construct of Great Xia, these people can arrive in the capital in just a few hours at a moment's notice. In the meantime, Wang Wei also learned that his seclusion only took a little over 6 months. As a matter of fact, many of the native officials were very happy to see Wang Wei back. During his absence, Yan Liling as the chancellor was in charge of the dynasty, something which many people did not particularly back. So they were happy to have their majesty back. Of course, whether Yan Liling, Li Jun, or Wang Ju all knew about the crooked idea inside these officials' heads. However, none of them care about this. Although many of these officials were capable people, sometimes their visions were too low. They could not see beyond the petty court politics of this world. After everybody arrived, Wang Wei started the meeting with Wang Ju reporting from the moment he entered seclusion. Your Majesty, after you entered seclusion, we cleaned up all the noble clans in the dynasty, leaving no heirs. However, according to the information that the Fate Shadow Guards gathered, these nobles still have a few illegitimate children scattered throughout the world, but all of them seem to be people without leakless bodies, so we did not know whether to place them in the executing list. Wang Wei waved his hand as he did care about these people that could not even cultivate, let alone be a threat to him. Not to mention that he was soon leaving this world. Even if these people somehow managed to come back for revenge, he still had total confidence in himself. Wang Ju nodded and continued to explain the development of the Fate Shadow Guards during the past few months. Then it was Yan Liling's turn. A few weeks after your retreat, we managed to conquer the Feng Divine Dynasty. However, Feng Lijuan was gone right before we took over all her territory. I am assuming that she crushed her talisman and left the trial. Soon after we conquered the Feng Divine Dynasty, some random people suddenly sent us news that both the coalition leader and monarch Huang Min were dead, thus leaving their territory in chaos and for the taken. So I quickly rallied our army to conquer as much land as possible. Unfortunately, the same news was also sent to the Great Zhou Dynasty. Currently, we have managed to conquer 3/4 of the territory of the former Huang Divine Dynasty, while the Great Zhou got the entire Savior Alliance and the remaining quarter territory of Huang Min's territory. Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face after hearing this before asking, "So our borders finally touch with the Great Zhou?" "That is correct. Has there been any fighting between the two of us?" "No," replied Li Jun. "Currently, there is an unspoken truth between the two dynasties as we focus more on digesting the territory that we have occupied." Wang Wei nodded when he heard this before asking, "Do you know the people who sent the sudden information?" "According to our investigation," replied Wang Ju, "we discovered that the information came from a group of people from the Great Shu Dynasty." "Oh, how come?" "The Fate Shadow Guard discovered a special group of people determined to undermine the stability of the Great Shu Dynasty. More importantly, Feng Heng seemed to spend a great amount of time and resources hunting down these people. According to our analysis, these people are most likely sent by his competitors from the same sect to disturb his trial. It seems that Feng Heng's position in the Tai Profound Gate is not completely secured," replied Wang Wei with a pensive look on his face. After hearing the most important events that occurred during his absence, Wang Wei then began to take care of the little details in his dynasty. For example, due to the large area of the dynasty, the concept of city, county, and states was not enough to govern all the territory. So a new system of prefecture was added. A group of states was called a prefecture. Then a governor was chosen as the leader of said prefecture. The tenure of the governor position was only after a few years, then based on the person's performance, he will either be promoted or moved to another prefecture. This method was used to prevent one governor from amassing too much power and prestige due to being stationed in one place for a long period of time. Although Wang Wei did not care about this kind of thing, he began to plan for the future of his dynasty after he left this world. After everything was over, Wang Wei began to prepare with his clash against the Great Zhou Dynasty, or Ji Song to be precise. Unfortunately, before these two giants could clash, something happened that affected the entire world and all the heaven chosen still remaining. Chapter 154. A few days after Wang Wei left his seclusion, in a city far from the great Xia capital, this day was supposed to be an ordinary day like every other day. The people woke up, prayed for blessings for His Majesty, had breakfast, then went to work. The kids were sent to the free schools created by the great Xia. Some went on their own family's flying horse carriage, while others took a public one. As for the less wealthy one, the school designated a special flying horse carriage to take them from their home to school. This was supposed to be a normal or average day. Unfortunately, it was not. At around noon, the entire city suddenly started trembling. At first, people thought that it was a dragon moving to its back, or using modern terms, an earthquake. However, the trembling was different from that. Instead of shaking everything, The trembling seemed to be rhythmic. To be precise, it sounded like countless hoofs stampeding at the same time. Before the people of the city could react, the alarm of the city sounded, alarming the people that the city was under attack. Unfortunately, before anyone could react, the sky suddenly turned black. When the people raised their heads, all they saw was a black mass rapidly enveloping the entire city, obscuring the clouds above them. No, it seemed to be obscuring the heavens itself. After closer observation, some people realized with horror that this so-called black mass was actually a horde of flying demonic beasts. Before anyone could react, the flying beasts suddenly attacked all the citizens of this city. The sky then rained fire, ice, thunder, swords, and winds. Any derivations of the 5-element attacks were used by these flying beasts. As a result of that, countless people died instantly. In just a few breaths, the casualties of this city were 100,000. On top of that, some special beasts actually used poison with a large area of attack, further increasing the casualty of the people. The city lord acted swiftly and had the city guards attack these flying birds, but there were too many birds. What's even worse, another beast horde in the millions suddenly destroyed the city gate, then started to slaughter all the people of the city. The city lord sighed after seeing this as he realized that this city would not survive this attack. The city lord regretted that his city was not one of the cities equipped with formation. Otherwise the situation would not have reached such a dire strait. However, the city lord did not complain for long as he knew that the Great Xia could not place a city-covering array in all the cities of its territory. The amount of resources needed for something like that is simply not possible. So, with its last strength, the city lord decided to send the information of what happened in his city, hoping that His Majesty would send a legion to avenge him and the common people. Unfortunately for this city lord, he did not know that this beast tide was actually happening throughout all the territory of the Great Xia dynasty. No, to be precise, it was happening all over the world / whether it was Great Zhou, Great Xia, or even the desert kingdoms of the western region. They were all suddenly attacked by hordes of demonic beasts. Obviously, this was a premeditated attack. In the Great Xia capital, on top of the city wall, Wang Wei looked coldly at all the millions of demonic beasts lying in front of the capital. A few hours ago, he suddenly sensed countless soul fluctuations approaching the capital, so he rushed to the city gate to watch what happened. Then, to his surprise, he saw a horde, no, an endless army of demonic beasts rushing towards the capital. So, without hesitation, he used his true will ability to completely kill all these beasts. Unfortunately for him, the number was so large that it still took him a few hours to kill all of them even with the aid of the Royal Guard Legion. Meanwhile, while Wang Wei was thinking with a frown on his face, both Li Jun and Yan Liling, who had blood of different colors all over them, walked next to him. "It happened all over our territories, didn't it?" asked Wang Wei without even looking at the two of them. "Yes," replied Yan Liling with a look of sorrow in her face. "I have just received news from all over our territories that basically, the majority of cities were attacked." "How were the casualties?" After sighing, Yan Liling answered, "The cities that had protection arrays were relatively fine, however, the others were hit pretty hard. With the help of the flying constructs, we managed to reach certain places in time, but we still lost entire states of population. Not to mention the countless towns that did not even have proper city gates." Wang Wei did not say anything, but Li Jun sighed before saying, "I should have known something was wrong with the demonic beasts when they suddenly attacked our armies during my first fight with Feng Lijuan." "There is no need for you to blame yourself, as even I ignore the sign of the constant activity of the demonic beasts," replied Wang Wei, before continuing, "Go call Dong Lifen." A few minutes later, Dong Lifen and many other officials arrived on top of the city wall. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took out the conferred god list and his imperial seal before saying to her, "I need you to use the chi luck of the dynasty to activate all the arrays scattered in different cities in our territory." As soon as he finished saying that, many officials were shocked before hurrying to persuade him. "Your Majesty, you can't. If you do that, the luck of the dynasty will run out and disperse rapidly, thus creating instability everywhere." "Yes, Your Majesty, do not make such agitated decisions." Many people disagreed with Wang Wei's decision, and they were right to be worried. If a dynasty's luck is scattered, many problems could arise. For example, countless national disasters could happen, whether it was drought, rivers overflowing, insect tides, etc. On top of that, with scattered luck, the people are more easily prone to revolt, and government officials are more easily corrupt. In general, it is easy for a dynasty to have countless problems, then eventually reverse to a kingdom, before being permanently destroyed. After hearing these officials, Wang Wei looked at all of them with a terrifying killing intent before saying coldly, "Do you think the dynasty's luck is important or the people's safety? Do you think that without a vast population, the dynasty's qi luck would be so prosperous?" After finishing screaming at these officials, he ignored them and continued to talk to Dong Lifen. "After you activate all the arrays, you will discover that they can all fit together, so use the dynasty's luck as both an energy source and a catalyst to fit them together. Afterwards, do not attack the demonic beasts, but use spiritual suggestions to have all of them relocate there." Wang Wei then took out a map and showed her the place that she needs to move all the demonic beasts to. It was a vast and inhabited plains in the northern territory of Great Xia. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei knew that these officials were partially right, but as usual, they could not see the overall situation. If things remain the way they are, it is only a matter of time before the Great Xia dynasty falls. At the same time, Wang Wei also knew that he could not use all the qi luck of the dynasty. That is the reason that he did not use this opportunity to kill all these demonic beasts with these powerful arrays, as that would use too much luck. So his plan is to gather them all in one place, then gather his army to kill all them. Meanwhile, Dong Lifen was a little confused as for the reason that His Majesty asked to do such a task instead of doing it himself, but she did not ask during such an emergency. After connecting with the dynasty's Qi Dragon, in her mind, she suddenly saw a map of Great Xia with countless red dots. She gasped as he realized that these endless dots were actually the demonic beasts in the territory. After taking a deep breath to calm herself down, she also noticed many green dots in the map. She instantly knew that these green dots were actually the array in different cities. With a focus of her spirit, she activated all the green dots. Then they formed a strange pattern covering the entire map in Dong Lifen's mind. Afterwards, she started to influence the red dots that have suddenly become agitated. Dong Lifen suddenly realized the difficulty of her task. The difficulty did not lie in the activation of the formations. No, it was to slowly guide all these red spots in the designated place without allowing them to cause any more trouble like attacking the cities in their path. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the sweat coming on Dong Lifen's head and did not say anything. This is the reason that he did not ask either Li Jun or Yan Liling to do this task. He knew how difficult it was to control the dynasty's qi luck with such precise control. Only him and Dong Lifen, who have spent months studying luck in detail, could do such a thing. Meanwhile, all over the territory of Great Xia, a powerful dome of energy appeared covering all the remaining cities. Then, a golden dragon appeared traveling around the territory. Afterwards, millions upon millions of demonic beasts started a journey heading north. The sound of their hoof running at full speed echoed throughout the heavens. Countless people cuddled up in their homes with their loved one, praying that they can be the lucky few that see the dawn of the next day. Nevertheless, no matter the end result, tonight will be a sleepless night for many people of Great Xia, no, of the Warring Kingdom world. Chapter 155. Dong Lifen spent the entire night guiding all the demonic beasts to the hidden master plane in the north. Then, Wang Wei had many cultivators use earth spells to form a barricade around the entire plan to prevent these demonic beasts from escaping. As for the ones that were able to fly, he personally killed all of them to prevent them from causing more troubles. On top of a giant wall more than a few kilometers high, Wang Wei looked at all the demonic beasts inside the hidden master plane, which was the place chosen by him to place these beasts. He sighed as he could not see the end of these beasts. He wondered how many of them were. Billions? Trillions? Well, no matter the actual number, the answer would always be too much. On top of the wall, Dong Lifen was also looking at these endless amounts of beasts with a pale complexion in her face. The reason for that was due to all the work she did the previous night, and also because of intense fear. As the person who led this horde to this plane, she personally experienced their horrors. These beasts seem to have lost their mind, making them powerful killing machines that only know slaughter and destruction. Who would do this? And for what reason? Asked Dong Lifan with a frown on her pale face. It is easy to guess the person, replied Yan Liling. Only the people of the herd-raising valley can have the ability to raise so many demonic beasts. Herd-raising valley? Another sect from your home world? Yes. The herd-raising valley is an emperor lineage with only one great emperor, replied Yan Liling. However, they are famous in our world because more than 70% of business involving selling demonic beasts is in their hands. Of course, as a result, they have a terrible relationship with the demon race in the northern continent. Things are not as simple as it seemed, said Li Jun with a frown on his face. There is no way that the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley can control so many demonic beasts. More importantly, this world should not have so many demonic beasts. Otherwise the balance between them and human beings should have long been broken, leading to war. So, you are saying that this person used some secret method to increase the breeding rates of all many demonic beasts? Where would they find such a large number of them? More importantly, how could such heaven-defying techniques exist? Asked Dong Lifan. It is easy to find these beasts in the southern region, as this was their habitat to begin with, replied Li Jun. As for the excessive breeding, it only requires these beasts to sacrifice their lifespans in exchange for fast breeding. Then it should be possible. You may be right, but there are still many questions left unanswered. How can that person control so many demonic beasts? More importantly, what purpose does he or she have to do such a thing? Asked Yan Liling with a frown on her face. The answers to these two questions are in fact related to one another, suddenly said Wang Wei. Oh big brother, did you find the motive of this heaven chosen? Let me ask you, did any of you remember the other methods someone could actually increase their luck? After hearing this question, many of them started thinking to themselves. Then Wang Ju, who remained quiet during most of the conversation, suddenly thought of something before saying, saving a world in danger. Wang Wei looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. As a person trained as a shadow, her job also involves going through information that seemed useless and random, then extricating the important ones and putting the puzzle pieces together into a uniform whole. Afterwards, Wang Wei continued to explain to the still confused others. One of the ways to actually acquire chi luck is to actually save a world on the verge of dying or extinction. Whether it is due to external forces or internal struggles between the native inhabitants, as long as someone saves the world, Heavenly Tao will reward such a person with abundant luck. As such, many factions in the myriad emperor world will find these worlds to allow their heaven chosen to go and gather luck. Of course, these factions will also manufacture the situation in which a world needs to be saved in order to acquire luck. Wait, manufacture? Your Majesty, you're saying that? Yes, some factions will purposely bring these worlds on the verge of destruction, then send their own people in the name of saviors to help the inhabitants of these worlds. There is a high probability that the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley is using the same method. With this vast beast tide, they plan to bring this world on the verge of destruction by these out-of-control demonic beasts, then kill all of them to receive a blessing of luck from Heavenly Tao. As a matter of fact, this method was actually quite popular near the end of the Faith era. The Buddhist sects during that time placed many worlds in danger, then came in to rescue them in order to better gather incense power. In these moments of despair, ordinary people and cultivators are more susceptible to religion. Unfortunately, at this point of time, the Buddhist sects had detoured greatly from their beliefs and philosophy, which then eventually led to their complete destruction and the end of the incense or faith era. Meanwhile, the faces of these people instantly become ugly after hearing this, with the exception of Wang Ju, as he already deduced as much when Wang Wei asked her that question. With this method, this person does not need to control all the demonic beasts. All he needs is for the majority of them to just cause death and chaos, replied with an ugly look on his face. That also means that this person has also installed a method that allowed them to quickly kill all these demonic beasts, said Yan Liling. What's worse, if that person succeeds, all of us will fail this trial. Yan Liling took a glance at Wang Wei when she said that. As astute as she was, she could feel that something was wrong with Wang Wei's chi luck. Previously, she only guessed this possibility. However, yesterday, when Wang Wei asked Dong Lifan to use the dynasty's luck instead of doing it himself, Yan Liling knew that her conjecture was correct. At this point of time, the Great Xia dynasty's territory is vast enough that both her and Li Jun have already achieved a purple gold level of luck. However, it seemed that the same could not be said for their big brother. So this is the reason that she said that they would fail this trial if the heaven chosen from the herd-raising valley succeeded in this crazy plan. Is all you guys care about is this trial? My world is about to be destroyed? Roared Dong Lifan suddenly, an act which greatly embarrassed Yan Liling, making her lower her head. Your world will be fine as things have not reached this point yet, said Wang Wei. Of course Wang Wei did not just say this because his trial was not finished. He is the kind of person that likes to finish anything he starts, and he also likes to do it to the best of his ability. This is the reason that he spent so much time modernizing the lives of the citizens of Great Xia. Since his job as king is to make the lives of his subject better, then he will provide them with the best method possible. So, he went above and beyond with this trial. Not only did he provide the people with food, clothes, and lands, he also educated them. He provided them with free healthcare, enough wealth to not only meet their needs, but also to have a little over to spend on whatever they want. Once the citizens reached the standard where they would not have to worry about daily necessity for survival, Wang Wei invented all kinds of entertainment that met the spiritual needs of his people. Compared to the other dynasties, the Great Xia is like a modern country while the others still remained in the ancient era. After the brief awkwardness passed by, Li Jun asked a question that came to his mind. Big brother, if what you said is true, then how does that person plan to deal with the karmic backlash of creating the destruction of the world in the first place? Wang Wei shook his head when he heard this question before saying, You overestimate this world too much. In a small thousand world like this, the laws of karma are extremely weak to begin with, so it is not as much of a problem as you might think. Otherwise, how could we come here and steal luck from this world? On top of that, after that person saved the world, Heavenly Tao will bestow upon him both luck and countless merits. With the merits, that person can easily wash away the little karma they suffered from, and have plenty of merits left to accomplish many things. All the people around Wang Wei secretly sighed as they realized that this was in fact a brilliant and well-thought-out plan. Whoever came up with this plan is not only ruthless, but also has a very tactical mind. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Wei then said, Okay, let's end the chit-chat and start killing these demonic beasts. However, afterwards, found a way to preserve the corpses as I have a plan for them. Chapter 156. Under Wang Wei's order, Li Jun, General Taigang, the 5-number general, and Yan Liling started to kill all the demonic beasts with all their strength. Countless attacks flew from the high walls and headed for the beasts below. Archers got their bow ready, then shot in different volleys. Cultivators prepared their spells or origin abilities before using them. As for the weak one in the body refining realm, they used special methods to combine their blood chi in order to cast spells. On top of that, many ordinary people also helped. These people used talismans in order to fight. All they need to do is crush or tear up these talismans, then throw them to the demonic beasts and they would activate by themselves. Powerhouses like Li Jun and Taigang rushed into the horde of beasts below, then unleashed a slaughter on these demonic beasts. In fact, even Dong Lifan participated in this battle. She jumped high from the walls and landed inside the barricaded plain, then her eyes turned black. Following which, all the demonic beasts that looked at her started screaming. Then they threw a mouthful of blood before lying on the ground dead. This was her using her dream manifestation soul's innate talent to create a terrifying nightmare to these beasts, so when they died in the nightmare, they also died in real life. And just like that, Dong Lifan started her first real battle in her life. Of course, there are reasons that she was so bold. One of them is due to the fact that her master Wuxia came to support in the battle. Another reason was that Wang Wei was floating in the air, overseeing the entire situation. Every time someone was in trouble of being surrounded by the demonic beasts, He would intervene and rescue them, whether it was the soldiers or inexperienced people like Dong Lifan. Of all the people, besides Wang Wei that used his true will ability to kill the most demonic beasts, the person with the highest body counts was actually Yan Liling. The reason for that is because she used the bloodline enchanting pill that turned these demonic beasts against each other, forcing them to kill one another in a burst of madness. Adding to the fact that these beasts had already lost their minds, the efficacy of this pill was greatly increased. After this pill was used against the cavalry of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, Yan Liling thought this pill might come in handy in the future, so she refined more in her spare time. It turns out that she was right about that. While the Great Xia was dealing with this beast tied in their own way, the same problem actually plagued the people of Great Zhou. Inside the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face. So many cities and people have died due to this sudden disaster. Besides, unlike the Great Xia that has a powerful array that can surround the entire territory, the Great Zhou did not have this kind of method, as neither Ji Song nor Ji Su were actually proficient in runes and arrays like Wang Wei. Although many cities also had their own arrays, they could not fit perfectly into a hole like the ones in Great Xia. On top of that, the Great Zhou does not have flying constructs that allow them to send reinforcements throughout its territory. As such, the casualties were extremely high in just a single day. Inside the throne room, all the ministers and officials had an ugly look on their faces, as they could not come up with a better plan besides using soldiers to fight directly with the demonic beasts. In the end, Jisoo sighed and said, "Little Song, in this case it is better to abandon this trial and leave this word. After all, your chi luck has already reached the peak of purple gold." Many officials' faces became even more ugly after hearing this, but they did not dare say anything and just lowered their heads. Luckily for them, Ji Song shook his head in denial of his big brother's suggestion before saying, "You and I both know that absorbing the luck of the entire world can allow a heaven chosen to reach a rainbow-colored luck." Jisoo remained silent after hearing this. He knew that on top of the purple gold luck, there is still the multicolored level. However, this level of luck is only available to great emperors. As a result, there is a level between the purple gold and the multicolored luck, the rainbow level or seven-colored luck. The ultimate winner of this trial will be able to accomplish this level, depending on how prosperous the dynasty they created is. However, even the worst of them will still have a two-color rainbow luck. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "You can still achieve the rainbow chi luck through luck stones." However, Ji Song still shook his head as he knew what kind of thing the luck stones were. As the name implies, they are stones born between heaven and earth that contain absorbable luck. However, there are downsides to these stones. For one, they are very unstable and volatile. One stone can have a 99% chance of containing luck, with 1% chance of containing negative luck or misfortune, or 99% chance of containing misfortune, while 1% contain positive luck. So, what happens when someone absorbs a stone that contains misfortune? Well, all kinds of terrible things. You might be walking outside, then a meteor suddenly drops on top of you. An enemy you thought you had killed might suddenly pop up and become more powerful than you. Or a sudden accident that made you have chi deviation during cultivation. That's not even the worst parts of the luck stones. A lot of them actually contain powerful curses on them. After absorbing them, many terrible things like a cultivator's blood being instantly drained, the soul was tarnished, or unable to use one of their body parts. There are even weird curses like making a man impotent, turning people from one sex to another against their will, or constantly vomiting insects without stopping. In general, the luck stones are not a good thing. What's worse is that a person's luck or destiny has no effect on the luck stone. So even if a son of destiny were to choose a luck stone, he still has a high probability of being screwed over. Because of this, there has been a profession trained to identify the probability of acquiring good luck stones. However, Ji Song never believed in those people as he thinks that they are nothing but scammers. After a few seconds, Ji Su continued, "Even if you do not use the luck stones, our Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty can still find a luck-condensing artifact from an already destroyed dynasty for you to absorb. That way, you did not have to be affected by karma since these dynasties have long been gone in the annals of history. However, Ji-song still remains determined in his decision, so he said, "You and I both know that acquiring a rainbow level of luck through these methods are only temporary. After breaking through the supernatural realm, my luck would instantly return back to purple gold. But I accomplish it through this trial. The rainbow luck will be permanent, thus bringing me another advantage for my path of emperor." Jie-su sighed as he knew that his little brother was right, and he could guess the real reason that he did not want to leave the trial, so he did not continue to persuade him again. However, Ji-song looked deeply at his big brother before saying, "I know you must have a way out of this situation, so just say it." Ji-su nodded and said, "The only solution that I can think of is to use the dynasty's luck to directly kill the majority of the demonic beasts. But if we did that, the entire dynasty's luck would be consumed. Isn't that the same as letting the demonic beasts destroy it?" replied Ji-song with a puzzled look on his face. "Yes, however, we can take some unorthodox measures to quickly recuperate afterwards. What plan do you have?" "We can do this," explained Ji-su. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, the people there also faced the ravage of the demonic beasts. However, of all the remaining powers in this world, they faced the least casualty. The reason for that was due to all the temples located throughout the territory. When the demonic beasts attacked, the temples activated themselves and protected the territory. The reason for that is the fact that Taoist temples are the nemesis of both demonic beasts and the demon race. Their power naturally restrains these beasts, even if they are currently mindless. When these beasts reached near the temples, the Taoist sages that were enshrined in the temples suddenly manifested to either kill or seal all the demonic beasts. Fueled by the prayers of billions of people, the Taoist sages unleashed unimaginable powers. As such, although a few places were hit hard, but it was nothing compared to the casualties suffered by both the Great Xia and Great Zhou. Inside the main Taoist temple, Feng Heng was reviewing documents about the situation throughout the dynasty when someone came in and handed him a new piece of information. After reading it, he muttered, "The Western region, huh? It seems that I will have to borrow some power from my master." Chapter 157. In the Endless Void, the few remaining true monarchs looked at one person who had two demonic beasts beside him. One tiger and one lion. These demonic beasts exuded the pressure of supreme, meaning they were in fact Tier 9 demonic beasts. This person was the true monarch of the herd-raising valley. "Shouldn't you explain yourself?" said retired Prince Jihan, the current Dao protector of Ji-song. "I have nothing to explain as there were no rules that stated that this method could not be used during this trial," responded the Herd Valley true monarch, who then readied his demonic beasts for battle before continuing. "I will not let anyone intervene in this trial," he declared boldly. "As a matter of fact, the people that remain there are only here to see the result of this trial as their heaven-chosens have long been eliminated. They only stayed here just to spy on news or information about the final winner." Despite the fact that Wang Wei never actually met them, a few more heaven-chosens actually participated in this trial. However, the majority if not all of them were in fact eliminated by Feng Lijuan and Huang Min, as these heaven-chosens actually occupied territory near the two of them. As for the rest of them, they were so weak that they were in fact eliminated by the few supernatural realm cultivators in the Warring Kingdom world. As such, despite Jihan's argument, no one around him actually cared about the result of the trial since they no longer have any stakes in it. So after noticing this, Jihan looked at Yan Chun and the Dao protector of the Tai Profound Gate. However, both of them were not as worked up as Jihan. The reason that Feng Heng's Dao protector was unbothered by the whole thing was because he reached the ultimate state of inactiveness in Taoism, referred to as Taishuang indifference, which was named after the absolute beginning emperor. To this true monarch, which was named Wu Ming, very few things can actually bother him. Even if heaven and earth were to be destroyed, he would see it as a natural cycle of the Tao and accept it with peace of mind. So he did not care for the actions of the herd-raising valley's heaven-chosen. If his own Tao child found a way to survive this catastrophe, that would only prove that he was capable. If he failed, then his ability could only go so far. No matter the result, in the grand scheme of things, the result only matters to the individual. If Feng Heng succeeds, he will be granted a brief moment of joy and happiness. If he fails, he can either wallow in his sorrow, or he can learn from the experience. As for Yan Chen, the only reason he did not really care was because of his undying confidence in Wang Wei. During this entire trial, he watched how mature, intelligent, and far-sighted his young master was. Throughout the trial, he always used the right method exactly when necessary. When he needs to use his overwhelming strength, he does so. When he needs to use his wisdom to solve a problem, he does so. His young master always used the optimal and most efficient method for any given situation. What delighted Yan Chen the most was the fact his young master was not perfect. Acknowledge such a fact. His young master can always admit when he makes a mistake and learns from it. He is always willing to learn anything new from anyone in order to improve himself. A perfect example of that is the martial arts in this world. Many of the Heaven Chosen actually ignored or discarded its significance or importance to this trial, but Wang Wei used it to its utmost advantage in the army and the citizens. The only exception was the Great Zhou dynasty, and that was only because of Ji Su. Despite this, they did not place as much emphasis on it as they should. As a result of this, the Great Xia armies are way more powerful than other dynasties. The people are way more healthy and strong as they practice martial arts specially designed for them. In the end, Yan Chen also did not care about the current situation of the world. Although he did not like the methods of the herd-raising valley people, he will not intervene. To him, this was a great opportunity to temper Wang Wei. As this was one of the original purposes of the trial, so why would he intervene? Of course, Yan Chen was still worried about something. He also noticed that something was wrong with Wang Wei's luck. He knew that this was probably due to his action of breaking the 13th wall barrier. However, Yan Chen still believed that his young master will find a solution to this problem. After seeing that the remaining true monarchs were not siding with him, he snorted coldly without mentioning the topic again. Meanwhile, back in the Great Xia dynasty, in the hidden master plane, Wang Wei and his team were killing demonic beasts for days without stopping. Countless resources were used to sustain such a prolonged battle. However, something happened that quickly changed the tide of the battle. On top of the tall walls, Wang Wei looked in one particular direction of the wall. There, he saw the demonic beasts concentrated their attacks in a specific part of the wall. It seemed that they wanted to breach the walls there to escape. Finally caught you, thought Wang Wei secretly to himself. A few minutes afterwards, someone came to him and said, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." Wang Wei then nodded before saying, "Go ahead and begin." Immediately afterwards, a few holes appeared in the walls surrounding the plain. Then water started to fill the entire plain like a basin. Afterwards, all the cultivators received the order to use water or rain-based spells to fill the basin. Wang Wei had a reason that he chose this specific plain to lead all the demonic beasts. Not far from here, there was a deep and long river. So Wang Wei had many cultivators use earth-based spells to create many routes connecting the river to the plain. His plan was very simple. Barricade all the demonic beasts in one place, then flood the place, drowning all of them. After a few hours, the water level had actually risen to a very high level. As a result, many beasts were instantly drowned. As for the few that still had the ability to swim, they were killed by the army. Meanwhile, Li Jun, who was looking at the dying demonic beasts, started thinking to himself, "Is this the meaning of slaughter? Using or having the ability to kill large numbers of people with different methods. Since I cultivate the Tao of slaughter, I should have the ability to kill anything and everything between heaven and earth. But is this enough? Is this my path? The purest form of slaughter Tao should be one that kills only for the sake of killing, a slaughter without any purpose. Unfortunately, such a pure form of slaughter makes it easy for a person to become mad or a killing machine without emotions or desire. No, my slaughter Tao is different. To be precise, it should have a purpose, a guidance, some goals to guide it." After thinking about this, Li Jun looked at Yan Liling first, but shook his head before looking at Wang Wei. Then his eyes lit up. "I once made a vow that in this life, I would fight for Big Brother Wang Wei till my last dying breaths. So my slaughter Tao should be to eliminate all the enemies in my Big Brother's path of emperor. With my limited ability, I may not be able to accomplish such a task, But I can die trying. I will become the slaughter blade in Big Brother Wang Wei's hand. While Li Jun was thinking about these things, a giant red blade suddenly manifested between heaven and earth. The blade had countless souls wailing on it. Then the sky around a few hundred meters also turned red, and an intense killing intent was released from the blade. The many mortals that were around were forced to kneel on the ground. As a matter of fact, even a few weak-willed cultivators started having illusions. Enlightenment, muttered Wang Wei after seeing this. Then his eyes lit up and he took out a few formation flags to set up an array around Li Jun. He did not want anyone or anything to interrupt his little brother during this rare moment of enlightenment. A few seconds after Li Jun entered the state of enlightenment, someone suddenly appeared and whispered something in Wang Wei's ear. He nodded before motioning for both Yan Liling and Wang Ju to protect Li Jun. Then he flew straight into the sky without any explanations. Chapter 158. Wang Wei flew in one direction with all his strength. With his rapid movement, he almost reached the speed of sound. After a few minutes, he saw a forest not far from, so he activated his true vision without hesitation. There, he saw a purple Chi Luck dragon lazily lying there, happily swimming around as if this was its lair. "Caught you," muttered Wang Wei before rushing straight towards the person that this luck dragon belonged to. However, midway through, he was intercepted by a bunch of flying demonic beasts. With just a few punches, these demonic beasts exploded into millions of drops of blood, before scattering on the ground. However, there were just too many of them. No matter how many he killed, they kept on coming for him. What's worse was the fact that Wang Wei noticed that the person he was chasing suddenly started running away. So, without hesitation, he landed on the ground, then rushed after that person. In just a few seconds, a burst of clouds suddenly appeared. Boom! Wang Wei broke through the speed of sound, traveling at a speed of 343 meters per second. Despite his newfound speed, the demonic beasts kept coming at him. However, Wang Wei did not care nor stop to engage them in battle. He straight up just rammed his powerful fleshly body into these demonic beasts. When these beasts hit the innate aura that surrounds his skin, they just explode into countless flesh and blood, while Wang Wei just continues passing by them without even looking back at them. As such, he just left a path of carnage in his wake. After a few seconds, Wang Wei saw a hooded person waiting for him. It seemed that person knew that they could not outrun Wang Wei, so they stopped. Standing a few meters from the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley, Wang Wei then said, "So you dare to do such an atrocious thing, but you do not dare to show your face. Sacred son Wang Wei, are you angry that your people actually suffered or that they suffered while under your care?" responded a beautiful and melodious voice. Then the person removed their hood, revealing a beautiful woman. This woman had a wild and savage temperament, yet she still dressed like an aristocratic lady that has never worked a day in her life. What's more, her wild temperament and noble dress seemed to blend perfectly together, adding a touch of charisma to her. What's more noteworthy about this woman was her eyes. In her eyes, Wang Wei saw countless beasts roaring together. There were even mythical beasts like dragons, phoenix, and Pishio. Then all the beasts seemed to blend together. "I'm curious, how did you find me so quickly?" she asked. It was the trap beast in the plain. At first, they were mindless and rushing around with any purpose, but suddenly, they started working together to break the walls that caged them. Immediately, I knew that someone was actively controlling them, so I had my shadow guards searched around for anything suspicious, as I knew that you could not be too far in order to provide such detailed order. It turns out like this. Given that your great Xia is currently the most powerful dynasty, I wanted my little babies to do some more destruction. However, it seems that I was a little too rushed with my action. Wang Wei did not say anything more. The reason he even answered her in the first place was to observe her, after which he suddenly said, "Myriad beasts physique?" "That is correct. No wonder you can control so many beasts with your cultivation level," replied Wang Wei with a sudden realization. He always wondered how this person could control so many demonic beasts. Even with the idea that this person did not have to control all the beasts to enact her plans, she still would need the ability to somehow influence all the demonic beasts and give them a general direction to do things. After all, only a person with high cultivation in the herd-raising valley could actually influence all the demonic beasts of an entire world. Now he finally understood the reason. This heaven-chosen possessed the number 30 heavenly physique, the myriad beast's body. This physique is actually very special. It provides the owner with the ability to control and communicate with demonic beasts through the soul. It brings its owner a great affinity with demonic beasts, thus preventing them from rarely getting attacked by them even as mortals. And more importantly, it allows the owner to be able to upgrade the bloodline of low-level demonic beasts until they reach the point of being called demon race. As such, another name for this physique is Lord of Demons. Of course, as a result, the demon race loathed this name and has hunted down anyone with this physique since ancient times. Unless the owner of the myriad beast's physique takes refuge in a powerful emperor lineage, their fates are always dead at the hands of the demon race. Of course, all of these abilities are not the reasons that this physique is special. The real reason is due to the fact that it allows its owner to absorb the blood essence or source blood of any demonic beast or demon race, and acquire not only their bloodline's talents, but also cultivate a very powerful fleshly body. Because of this, people with the myriad beast physique have also hunted the heaven-chosen of the demon race with imperial bloodlines in order to absorb their source blood and steal their talents. This resulted in the long feud between the myriad beast physique and the demon race. In fact, one of the most powerful owners of this physique actually acquired a few drops of blood essence from a phoenix in a secret realm. This was a rare thing since innate life forms like dragon and phoenix have never appeared in the myriad emperor world. From records and a few remaining secret realms, cultivators know that these powerful demon race existed before the Null Era. However, they did not survive through modern times. After taking a moment to review the information he knew about the myriad beast physique, Wang Wei came back to his senses and prepared to deal with the current situation. "Let me introduce myself," suddenly said the heaven-chosen of the herd-raising valley. "My name is Lu Meishio, this generation's young beast lord of the herd-raising valley. Normally speaking, it would be my pleasure to know any beautiful woman. But, do you think I care about your identity in this situation?" "Haha, you are indeed right," replied Lu Meishio, then she waved her hand. Following which, all the beasts around instantly became bloodlust and started attacking Wang Wei. No, to be precise, they started a suicide bombing attacks against him. Countless demonic beasts started exploding together, forming a massive chain reaction. Boom! All the explosions blended together to form a massive mushroom cloud explosion, with Wang Wei in the middle. The radius around a few kilometers in the forest was caught in the explosion. Meanwhile, on top of a flying bird, Lu Meishio watched all of this. Then she rapidly made a few movements with her hands while chanting something. Following which, a special energy wave emanating from traveled to all the demonic beasts still alive in the forest. Then, the wave traveled through the bloodline of the demonic beasts, instantly reaching every corner of this world. Whether it was the Great Xia, Great Zhou or Great Shu dynasty, or the western desert or northern frozen land, the energy wave reached all the demonic beasts there. The only place that remained unaffected was the southern region. Following Lu Meixia's origin ability, all the demonic beasts suddenly roared together in the sky. Then they exploded themselves. Every single one of them. Just like that, the beast plague that ravaged this world ended. Countless people all over the world watched this happen with a puzzled look on their faces, not knowing what exactly happened except for Wang Wei. After the explosion, he was completely fine. This attack did not even break his innate field that protects him. However, he was still pushed a few hundred meters away. After the more 5,000-degree heat subsided along with all the dust clouds, Wang Wei looked in the direction of Lu Meishio. He suddenly felt something was wrong, so he rushed towards her. However, he was instantly repelled by a golden shield that manifested in front of her. Then, Wang Wei sensed a powerful will manifesting around him. Then countless golden lights suddenly rushed inside Lu Meishio's body. "Heavenly Daos blessing?" muttered Wang Wei, who then activated his true eyes vision. He saw how after absorbing the golden light, Lu Meixia's Chi dragon turned from purple to purple gold. Afterwards, a tiny golden spot came from the sky and landed in her hand. She looked at it with a frown before saying, "So little merit?" Well, given the situation, it could not be helped. According to her original plan, she should have killed all demonic beasts a little later, after they had caused more destruction. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's arrival forced her to advance her plans to an earlier time. After her transformation was finished, Lu Meishio absorbed the merit in her body, then crushed the talisman in her hand. Then a space crack appeared and swallowed her. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who noticed her escaping, rushed towards her. However, she had already entered the space crack by the time he arrived. Nevertheless, he did not give up. He plunged his hand inside the space crack and grabbed something. Without hesitation, he used all his millions of gene of force and yanked something out. Wang Wei suddenly heard a terrible shrill. Then he took out a beautiful and fair arm from the space crack. He looked at it with a frown. Then he looked in the sky before muttering, "Lu Meishio? You should know that I'm the kind of person who can hold a grudge for a long time." Then he placed her hand in his space ring, hoping he could use it in the future. Chapter 159. Wang Wei looked at his own hand that he had just removed the space crack. Besides his clothes that were cut into many pieces, he was perfectly fine. His skin was not even cut in the process. He nodded in satisfaction before flying back to the hidden master plane. By the time he arrived, Li Jun had already finished his enlightenment. Wang Wei observed closely. The only difference from before was the fact that the killing aura his body naturally emanated was gone. He looked completely like a normal person. However, Wang Wei could still feel the slaughter aura hiding deep in his body. It is just that Li Jun could control it at will now. After nodding to Li Jun, Wang Wei ordered all the people to guide the water back to the river it originated from. The majority of these demonic beasts were killed by drowning, while others died mysteriously. Wang Wei guessed that they died to Lu Meixia's origin ability. After the entire plain was drained, Wang Wei ordered that the body of these demonic beasts be preserved as he had a major plan that needed to use them. This plan could be what finally helped him achieve the last transformation of his Qi luck. While Wang Wei was doing damage control back in Great Xia, in the endless void, Lu Meishio appeared in front of her Dao protector with one hand missing, and blood spilling all over the void. Her Dao protector waved her hand to seal the bleeding empty arm socket before saying, "You do not need to worry. With the sect's help, it is only a matter of time for you to regrow another arm." Lu Meishio nodded, but a look of hatred could be seen flashing in her eyes. Once she has the chance, she will take her revenge. Meanwhile, Yan Chun and Jihan were looking at Lu Meixia's Dao protector with a smirk on their faces. As a result, she snorted before opening a space channel and heading back to the Myriad Emperor world with Lu Meishio. Meanwhile, back in the Great Zhou, Ji Song had an ugly look on his face as his officials started reporting what had occurred to their dynasty in just a few days. "Your Majesty, in the past few days, there had been countless natural disasters that plagued the dynasty. From drought to earthquakes, river overflowing, and even insect tides. Many of our crops were destroyed, creating a famine. Luckily, there were still a lot of grains in reserve, but it can only last us a few months. Just a few days after using the dynasty's Qi luck to kill all these demonic beasts, so many disasters have hit us all at once," said Ji Song. Then he crushed the edge of his throne before saying, "Why did all of these demonic beasts have to die after we used our dynasty's Qi luck?" "This is likely the plan of the heaven chosen of the herd-raising valley," replied Ji Su. "Although I did not figure out the exact plan, I have a feeling that person was forced to advance her plan earlier than anticipated. None of that matters now. What's important is how to fix the current situation of our dynasty and prevent its eventual collapse." "Well, this is my plan to fix our problems," replied Ji Su. A few days later, in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng was walking with a happy smile on his face. The reason for that was because he finally caught the spies from his competitors. After spending so many years and resources, he finally caught all of them. Finally, Feng Heng can rest in peace as he does not need to worry about the whereabouts of the incense power. Midway through, someone came to hand him a letter. He opened to read it before saying with a frown, Ji Song wants to have a duel with me? The winner gets all the territory of the loser? After a few seconds, Feng Heng sneered before saying to the person that handed him the letter, "Just reply no to him." After saying that, Feng Heng placed everything behind him as he entered a prison. This was the place where all the spies were locked up. After approaching the cell, he saw more than 5 people who had bruises all over their body. A powerful seal was placed on their cultivation to prevent them from escaping. Without hesitation, he said, "I do not have time to play around with you guys, so tell me where you placed them." "What are you talking about?" said one of the prisoners. However, immediately afterwards, another one but headed the one that spoke. "I'm talking about the incense power. Where did you guys put it?" All the prisoners frowned after hearing this, but this time, no one actually spoke to him this time. An act which made Feng Heng's face very ugly. This was very rare for him as a Taoist that always strived to reach a state of inactive, not to be bothered by the people or things around, to always let nature take its course. He then took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he said, "Do not force me to use the soul search method on you guys. As you know, since I'm still in the divine altar realm, and have not opened my divine consciousness yet, this process will 100% result in severe damage to your souls." All these spies shuddered after hearing this. Although they were trained not to fear death, however, being soul damage is worse than death for them. However, despite their initial fears, they still chose to remain silent. Except for one person. This person did not want to die, nor did he want to become a soul damage cultivator. So he immediately said, "I can tell you anything you want, but I have one condition." "What?" "I want to become your subordinate." The remaining 5 were instantly shocked and began to call this person a traitor. However, he just ignored them. He valued his life more than his loyalty to his previous master, who he considered a loser after his defeat at the hands of the current Dao child. Meanwhile, after pondering for a while, Feng Heng said, "I accept your offer." The traitor nodded in satisfaction before saying, "The truth of the matter is that we did not take the incense power." Instantly the traitor noticed a sudden change in Feng Heng's face, so he clarified. "We all know how severe the profound gate is when it comes to incense power, so how could we deal with that kind of thing? Our mission was simply to sabotage your dynasty's order and prevent you from passing this trial. Furthermore, with Supreme Celestial Elder Wu Ming observing the entire trial, how would we dare to play with incense power? If you do not believe me, you can check our space ring. If that is not convincing enough, you can check the souls of the other 4. Feng Heng's eyes lit up after hearing. How could he forget that a true monarch was observing this trial? And this person was also his Dao protector. With him as a witness, the sect will believe his innocence. After thinking about this, Feng Heng suddenly felt like a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulder. However, in order to be safe, he decided to follow this traitor's advice. Personally, Feng Heng would never truly trust such a person who easily betrayed their master in order to save their lives. However, he can still use this person as a way to gather more information about his competitors back in the Tai Profound Gate. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou dynasty, Ji Song was sitting on his throne leading a court meeting. Then he asked his brother, "What did he say?" "He declined our challenge," replied Ji Su with a sigh. However, Ji Song was not surprised as if he anticipated this, so he asked, "What's next?" "We go to Plan B," replied Ji Su with a sigh in his face. He knew that this was inevitable, but he still tried to stop it from happening. A few days later, in the Great Xia Imperial Throne Room, Wang Wei was holding a letter with a smile on his face as he muttered, "A challenge to determine the fate of our dynasty? That sounds like an excellent idea to me." The same day, an urgent letter was sent back to Ji Song through a soaring phoenix construct with a few simple words. "Name the time and place." Ji Song started laughing out loud after seeing this letter. In some ways, he and Wang Wei are the same kind of person. They are quite militant by nature, and are always up to a challenge. And Ji Song was particularly excited as he's been waiting for a rematch that allows him to exact his revenge for what happened to him in the Spirit Road, and the sacrifice of his great-uncle, Ji Xiang. After choosing a time and date, Ji Song waited with excitement as he could foresee that this would be the epitome of heaven-chosen battle in this current generation. Chapter 160. The northern region of the Warring Kingdom world is an inhabited frozen land. As a result of this, there are only a few people or demonic beasts that actually live there. Of course, countless cultivators will still travel there in search of rare medicinal herbs or ores. Due to the special nature of the north, there are many materials based on either extreme cold or extreme heat. So it can be considered a treasure trove for many cultivators. Well, at least for the ones that can survive there. The northern region is usually calm and tranquil, however. Today was destined to be different, to be extraordinary. The reason being the fact that a battle that will determine the fate of the entire world is about to take place. In vast frozen land, Ji Song stood up straight with his arm crossed in front of him. His bulging muscles could be seen even under his clothes. He closed his eyes in order to stay in the best shape possible. As such, he ignored everything around him. He ignored the howling the wind around him, the whistling of the few birds that could survive in this environment. He ignored the frozen and icy breath coming from him every time he exhaled. The dry trees with little to no leaves on them. All Ji Song cared about was the next battle he was about to face, so waited. And he did not have to wait long. Ji Song suddenly opened his eyes, and he saw someone rapidly flying towards him. With his powerful visual prowess, he easily recognized that the person was Wang Wei. What a terrible control of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thought Ji Song with a frown in his face. Although he also had 365 divine veins in his altar, thus having a Tao foundation, but his foundation was not perfect. After he inscribed the last divine veins on it, a crack appeared. As such, he had to use secret method to fix it. As such, Ji Song knew how difficult it would be to be able to control spiritual qi to such a degree to fly with a normal Tao foundation, especially in a small world like this with low level of spiritual energy. At the very least, the current him did not have this ability. However, Ji Song was not fazed by such a thing, as spiritual energy control was not all determine the outcome of a battle. It only proves that his opponent has a slight advantage, and the battle will be more intense than previously imagined. Wang Wei landed not far from Ji Song, and looked at him up and down. The last time he saw him, he was convulsing on the ground with blood all over him. But now Ji Song was completely fine. No, he was more than fine. Wang Wei's sensitive soul could feel a strange power hidden deep inside Ji Song's body. What's more, this power seemed familiar to him, as if he had seen somewhere before. However, the feeling was quite vague, so he could not pinpoint what exactly it was. However, Wang Wei was sure that this battle will not be so simple. After the two of them checked each other out, Ji Song was the first to say something. I have been waiting for this battle for more than 50 years. Finally, I have a chance to avenge what you did to me back in the Spirit Road trial. Wang Wei remained calm after hearing this before answering. Back then, I was as weak as a mortal, and I still managed to beat you. Do you think you still have a silver of chance now? Ji Song cracked his knuckles and stretched his upper body before replying. We will soon know the answer to that question, won't we? After saying that, he rushed straight towards Wang Wei and threw a powerful punch. This single punch created whistling sound in the air, signaling the desire and strength to destroy anything in its path. However, Wang Wei was not about to let anyone outmatch him. He mobilized all the strength of his fleshly body and met Ji Song's punch with one of his own. Boom! A powerful explosion occurred after the two fists clashed. However, after a few seconds, Ji Song had to take one step back to negate the force of the attack. He became angry at this fact, so he increased his strength and continued to punch aggressively. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. No matter how many punches he threw, he will be overpowered by Wang Wei. After a few dozens pouches, Wang Wei got bored with warm-up and increased his strength and speed. Boom! With one powerful punch, Ji Song was sent flying more than a few dozens meters away. Fortunately for him, he managed to cross his arms to block the attack, otherwise he might be severely injured just in the beginning of this battle. After landing on his feet a few meters away, Ji Song looked at both his hands that had actually turned red due to bruising. He could feel an intense pain coming from his arms, as even a few of his bones actually cracked. However, after just a few seconds, his bones healed by themselves. However, Ji Song was not happy. As a person born with the heavy axe physique, He is naturally gifted when it comes to cultivating fleshly body. Adding to that the emperor tier techniques that he cultivated that contained a powerful body refining method, he should never lost in a direct confrontation with fleshly body. However, today he did. More importantly, Ji-song suddenly thought about the Spirit Road trial. At that time, his current opponent did not even dare to allow himself to be hit even once during their confrontation. But now, not only did Wang Wei clash head-on with him, he was even the winner. To Ji-song, this was a shame to his number 2 heavenly physique. However, he did not act rush. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then the frozen grounds under his feet turned into rocks and flew towards his body, forming a giant rock armor. Ji-song's nearly 3 meters body became a more than 10 meters rock golem or giant. He looked at Wang Wei and rushed instantly towards him. The odd thing was that his newfound size did not decrease his speed. On the contrary, he became even faster. Ji-song roared, "Earth Smite," after throwing a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly felt that the was not facing Ji-song's alone, but the earth beneath his feet. He seemed to be facing the might of the entire northern region, the might of Mother Earth. Wang Wei's eyes lit up and he did not hesitate to clash with that punch headed on. Boom! The air exploded. Frozen pieces of land could be seen flying everywhere. A powerful shockwave traveled thousands of kilometers from the epicenter of the clash. The few individuals that were located in the northern region suddenly felt a powerful earthquake and they were shocked. Countless animals suddenly started to riot. Without hesitation, they all started to migrate from their natural habitat and headed south to the central region. As for Wang Wei, he was pushed back a few meters after the clash. However, there was not even a single scratch of him. Something that Ji-song took notice of. After being pushed back a few steps, Wang Wei instantly became excited and rushed towards his opponent and threw a punch. This time he used all of his millions of gene of force. With another explosion, the two of them clashed again. However, the two of them were evenly matched for now. After seeing this, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he finally met an opponent that can match his fleshly body. So he became excited and threw punch after punches. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions occurred one after another. At first Ji-song could keep up with Wang Wei, however, after a few hundred punches, he was forced in the defensive. He placed his hands in a X position to defend himself. Meanwhile, all the lands in a few hundred kilometers circumference around the battle was completely destroyed. Pieces of frozen land could be seen lying everywhere. The few frozen trees were destroyed into countless pieces. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the shockwaves generated by these two people's clash. After a few minutes of using Ji-song as a punching bag, Wang Wei became bored again. So he used a technique to attack instead of normal punches. He controlled all the part of his body to rapidly vibrate. Then he controlled the vibration to travel through his fist before punching. Earthquake fist. Ji-song suddenly felt everything around started trembling. Then, before he could react, a powerful vibration suddenly attacked him. His rock armor was instantly shattered, and he was thrown away a few kilometers away. What's even worse was the fact that this vibration started to destroy every part of his body, whether it was skin, muscles, bones, and even a few internal organs. As such, he threw a big mouthful of blood after landing. However, Ji-song acted quickly. As soon as he landed, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Suddenly, countless green lights suddenly entered his mouth from the ground, then immediately started to heal his injuries. After a few seconds, Ji-song got up from the ground, all healed up and ready to battle again. However, he knew that he had just used a lot of his origin chi to use this technique. Chapter 161. Wang Wei looked at the freshly healed Ji-song with a pensive look on his face. He could tell that Ji-song did not use his own natural healing ability, but absorbed energy from the earth to heal himself. Although in the 5 elements, wood is often known for its healing properties, the earth element is also good at healing. Many people or culture believe that we humans were born from the soil, and will eventually return to it. As such, the earth is our mother and it can nourish us. It can both heal and protect us. So Wang Wei guessed that the cultivation method that Ji-song used was based on that idea. After thinking about the information he knew from the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, Wang Wei then said with a calm smile, "If you only cultivate the myriad Earth Codex to this level, then you are destined to lose this battle." However, Ji Song just shrugged his shoulders and answered with a cold voice, "It's you that should be worried. From what I've seen so far, it seems that the ancient desolate body refining scripture was wasted on the likes of you." "Hee," replied Wang Wei with a smirk on his face. "And yet this waste almost killed you with one punch." Veins instantly started to appear in Ji Song's face, then his mouth started to twitch. However, he immediately calmed himself down. Then the rock armor manifested around Ji Song again. However, this time things were slightly different. There were countless red and hot lines that were inscribed in the armor, following which, it turns from gray to dark red. 2 horns appeared on top of Ji Song's head. Then, the frozen ground under his feet melted and turned into lava. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was a little surprised after seeing this. Of course he was not surprised by Ji Song's transformation, but by his reaction. The last time they fought, he instantly became angry after being taunted by Wang Wei. However, this time he managed to calm himself down after just a few seconds. After seeing this, Wang Wei then realized that he was not the only one who grew up and learned new things in the past few decades, that his opponents were also growing and learning from their adventures and failures. In the end, the ones that grow faster and learn to adapt as quickly as possible will be the ones that he gets to meet during the Heaven Will battle. After quickly thinking about this kind of thing, he reined in his mind and focused on the battle. Without hesitation, he rushed straight towards Ji Song and threw a earthquake fist. However, Ji Song was not to be outdone, so his hand turned into boiling hot magma, and he also threw a punch. Boom! A terrible explosion occurred after these two clashed. A massive mushroom cloud appeared afterwards. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in the place where their fists clashed. Then the entire northern region of the Warring Kingdom world started to tremble. All the people and animals living there suddenly felt that everything around them was shaking, that they could hold on to their footing. Luckily, there were few houses or buildings in this region. Meanwhile, in the middle of the clash, Wang Wei was pushed a few steps behind. Lava could be seen all over his body, but there was not even a scratch on him. His skin was still not even injured. As for Ji Song, he stood in the same place. However, he spewed out a big mouthful of blood. This time, however, Wang Wei did not give his opponent the time to recuperate. He instantly activated his divine veins and threw a punch. He used the Lion Fist attack in his grandfather's cultivation technique, Overlord Fist. A lion suddenly appeared after Wang Wei threw his punch and roared to create a soundwave attack. However, this attack was not a regular Lion Fist. No, Wang Wei used the vibration from his Earthquake Fist to fuse with the soundwave attack of the lion's roar. As such, Ji Song suddenly felt his eardrum burst, then a powerful shockwave was started to do a number on his internal organs. So, without hesitation, he opened his mouth and also roared. However, what came out of his mouth was not sound waves, but burning lava, which instantly created another powerful explosion after hitting the lion's roar. Wang Wei reacted quickly and created a shield around him with both his origin qi and the spiritual qi in the environment. He rushed straight into the explosion, bearing all the blunt of the shockwave that it created. In just a few seconds, he appeared in front of Ji Song, who could not see anything due to all the fire and smoke around him. Nevertheless, he still sensed some sort of danger, so instantly created more lava around his armor and cooled it down, thus reinforcing his defensive ability. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei reached in front of Ji Song, he used the Tiger Fist this time. A tiger manifested from Wang Wei's punch, then revealing an intense killing intent that wanted to overwhelm Ji Song's senses. However, he woke up after less than a second of being in a trance. However, by that time, the tiger had already turned into a red light pierced straight into his body, trying to destroy anything in its path. Ji Song's instant armor managed to buy him a brief moment of rest. However, he knew that he would not be able to stop this attack. So he immediately redirected it into his right arm, thus sacrificing it. Puss! A red light pierced Ji Song's right arm, but Ji Song did not scream or back down. Instead, he instantly counterattacked. He lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. Then the frozen earth seemed to have been cracked by a heaven-defying axe. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who had just finished his attack, watched as the ground under his feet suddenly separated into two sides. Then a powerful volcano eruption appeared with him at the very center. A terrifying heat engulfed his whole body, wishing to sunder not only his body, but his soul as well. This heat wanted to burn his very existence. All this while, Ji Song watched all of this happening while at the same time observing how his arm will heal. Unfortunately for him, his fleshly body did not allow him to instantly heal his injuries. So he began to absorb energy from the earth to heal. However, the process was still extremely slow. It was then that Ji Song noticed that this attack also contained a powerful will that prevented his healing, so he started to fight with it. Meanwhile, after a few minutes, the volcano eruption stopped, and Ji Song watched Wang Wei floating in the air. Ji Song's face instantly became ugly as he realized that his attack did not break the defense of Wang Wei, let alone injure. To be precise, this attack did not break all of his defense. Ji Song could see that a powerful field was surrounding Wang Wei's skin, providing him with a powerful defense. His attack managed to break that field, but it still failed to break his skin. After a few seconds, Ji Song had managed to remove the killing will inside his arm and healed properly. However, Wang Wei's innate aura or field recovered by itself and began to protect him again. Ji Song's face became ugly as he refused to believe that he could not even wound his opponent. How could he accept that someone that could not even take on a single punch from a few decades ago now has outclassed him to this level? So he decided to go all out for this fight. His black lava armor suddenly increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Then Ji Song started to throw punches. However, with each powerful punch, a meteor was formed and rushed towards Wang Wei. What's more, these meteors broke the sound barrier, increasing their levels of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The burning meteor brought with them the will, or intent to destroy all things both physical and spiritual. They wanted to destroy all worlds, all known civilization. Furthermore, this destruction had no rhyme or reason. It existed simply for the sake of destruction. Wang Wei had a serious look on his face after seeing this attack. However, he was not the least afraid. Without hesitation, he threw a punch with all strength, thus creating air bullets by bending the air pressure in his surroundings to his will. The first meteor exploded, scattering countless flaming pieces of earth debris all over the surrounding area. After seeing this, Wang Wei's eyes lit and he continued to punch them. However, the quantity was quite outrageous and they came too fast. So, after crushing a few dozen meteors, many of them suddenly rushed towards him and crashed into him. Boom! Another powerful explosion occurs. Although Wang Wei managed to cross his arms to block the attack, the powerful shockwave still sent him flying a few hundred kilometers until he landed on a frozen mountain. With another boom sound, the mountain was instantly destroyed after Wang Wei landed. Meanwhile, Ji Song had stopped attacking. He looked in the direction of the mountain while breathing heavily. He was looking to see whether his attack actually worked this time. Chapter 162. Ji Song looked straight at the mountain, waiting for the outcome of his attack. Meanwhile, all around him, there was not a single piece of frozen land. The majority of the northern region was turned into lava. The land that used to be blue from one point all the way to the horizon had turned red and orange with patches of dark or charcoal molten debris scattering everywhere. Smoke and steam were billowing towards the cloud, turning them dark. Ashes were blowing all over the place, suffocating any life that had the destiny to survive the shuddering heat. A few minutes after the attack, the mountain that Wang Wei landed on was instantly blasted off. There, Wang Wei floated in the air. The upper garment of his clothes were burned off, while only the bottom part of his robe still remained relatively intact. Wang Wei's 8-packed abdomen muscle was showing, while his long gray hair floated in the air. Ji Song's face inside the armor became ugly as he could see that his opponent was still perfectly intact. He took a deep breath to calm himself down as he knew that in order to win this battle, he had to use his last hidden card. Without hesitation, he jumped a few thousand meters into the air, did a somersault before doing a single leg drop kick towards Wang Wei. who was standing on the lava as if it was nothing but his bath at home. Wang Wei clenched his hand, mobilized all the powers of his steel-like muscles, and threw a punch. Boom! A powerful explosion was generated by the clash of these two titans. However, they did not care about such a thing. Following the explosion, the ground under Wang Wei's feet indented inwards, created a very large web-like crack more than 1,000 meters. Immediately afterwards, to his surprise, Wang Wei actually vomited a big mouthful of blood. However, Ji Song did not give him time to think or react. He followed his first attack with another powerful punch. Wang Wei wanted to respond with one of his own. However, he soon discovered that it was very hard for him to move. It was as if he was surrounded by a quagmire, and his every action was greatly hindered. As such, Ji Song's punch hit Wang Wei right above his heart, making him throw up another big mouthful of blood before he was sent flying a few thousand kilometers. On his way, he rebounded on the floor countless times before he managed to regain his footing. He looked at Ji Song after spitting on the ground. His spit and blood instantly vaporized even before hitting the ground. "You can control gravity," said Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. He could tell that the reason that he was injured was not because the attack broke the defense of his skin or muscles, but because it directly bypassed these things and acted straight on his internal organs. Furthermore, the only reason that he was not that injured was because his innate field fended off most of the gravity. Additionally, in the last attack, Ji Song's strength did not magically become more powerful than him. No, he bent the gravity around him and redirected it towards Wang Wei, thus increasing his strength. It was like using gravity to lift an object by controlling the direction of the gravity from downward to upward. In the case of this attack, Ji Song controlled the gravity from downwards to forwards, thus dramatically increasing his power. Wang Wei frowned after thinking about this, as he knew that this battle would be more difficult than he thought. When cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture, the process of tempering the internal organs comes after the bones. And at the moment, Wang Wei has not even finished tempering his bones, let alone his internal organs. However, he did not back down as a sudden idea suddenly came to his mind. Then he started breathing strangely. Then he rushed straight into the sky, heading towards Ji Song, who had used his gravity manipulation ability to fly in the air. Ji Song also rushed towards his opponent, and immediately activated the gravity around him, making Wang Wei's movement very stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he threw another punch. Boom! Wang Wei was again sent flying. He hit the ground with supersonic speed, resulting in a massive lava tsunami that traveled for miles in. He then coughed off a big mouthful of blood again. This time, not only was the gravity affecting him, but the ashes on the volcano around him started to enter his body and started wreaking havoc. However, Ji Song did not give him a single chance to breathe. By increasing the gravity downwards, his speed suddenly increased as he rushed towards Wang Wei. 5 circular vapor shapes could be seen in Ji Song's path, followed by 5 loud explosions. This showed that using this method, Ji Song's speed has reached Mach 5, which is 5 times the speed of sound. With a speed of Mach 5, Ji Song hit Wang Wei straight in the guts, making him spit saliva, blood, and a few pieces of internal organs. Furthermore, he could hear the sound of bones cracking. Immediately afterwards, Ji Song kicked him from the ground, sending him flying away again. Meanwhile, Wang Wei groaned before using all his strength before preventing stabilizing himself in the air. However, immediately afterwards he saw Ji Song coming straight after it, so he crossed his arm to block the oncoming attack. This time, Wang Wei only sent away a few meters, while actually sliding in the air. Ji Song frowned, then decided to increase the intensity of the gravity by a few folds. As such, Wang Wei was flown away again with tremendous force, while simultaneously vomiting blood. However, Wang Wei's healing ability was simply inhuman. Only a few minutes after his injury, his bones would heal by themselves. As for his internal organs, he would use his pure origin force to heal and nourish them. During the entire confrontation, the northern region was completely destroyed. Not to mention that it had already turned into complete lava, thus killing any kind of life that inhabited it, whether it was animals, people, insects, or plants. The shockwave created by these two people are enough to kill any cultivators below the divine body realm. Luckily for them, only a few people actually lived in the northern region. However, the casualties created by their battle was still in the 100,000s. Meanwhile, Ji-song kept pummeling Wang Wei with more and more powerful attacks. However, his opponent refused to stand down. More importantly, Ji-song discovered that with each attack, he has to increase the gravity around by a few folds. At this rate, he will not be able to sustain these attacks any longer. What's more, Ji-song had a feeling that something was wrong, so he used a powerful attack to try to end this battle once for a while. Gravity implosion, roared Ji-song with a clutching motion of his hand. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt like he was in a cage as the gravity around him was actually crushing him from all directions. Upward, downward, or sideways. All four sides seemed to want to crush him. Without hesitation, he started to fight back. He stretched out his hands to fight the gravity that seemed to be slowly closing in. He gritted his teeth as he mobilized all the muscles in his body. The air around Wang Wei started to tremble, then twisted around, creating the illusion that the space was about to be destroyed. As a matter of fact, the space of the Warring Kingdom world was indeed close to breaking apart. Meanwhile, inside the gravity sphere, Wang Wei's muscles and bones started breaking as he could not bear all the power. However, Wang Wei did not scream or groan, nor did he have a look of despair on his face. On the contrary, he looked excited. As his muscles and bones kept breaking, Wang Wei kept breathing in a certain way to repair them. Vast amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth entered his body to speed up the process. At first, Wang Wei was forced on one knee in order to fight back the imploding gravity, but as time passed he managed to stand up. Then with a mighty roar, he tore apart the gravity field around him with his bare hand. Meanwhile, Ji-song looked at all this with an ugly look on his face inside his rock armor before saying, "You used my gravity ability to actually refine your body. To be specific, your internal organs." As for Wang Wei, he smiled after hearing this before saying, "Well, I would have to temper them with gravity eventually after I finish tempering my bones. I just used this moment of life and death to speed up the process and prepare for the future." After saying this, he checked his body. His muscle and bone strength have dramatically increased. After he gets back home, all he needs to do is absorb the material necessary for his bones to finish tempering them. Of course, the reason that he allowed himself to be beaten so much was because of the Overlord Fist that he cultivated. According to this technique, the more brutal one gets injured, the more benefit they will receive. So Wang Wei allowed himself to suffer so much. As for his internal organs, this was the most benefit he received during this fight. According to the ancient desolate body refining scripture, refining the organs is a very dangerous process. As a result, it takes a very long process. Wang Wei did not want to wait that long. So he used a life and death situation to force out his potential and accelerated the process. And the benefits he got were unimaginable. After finishing checking his body, Wang Wei looked at Ji-song with a calm smile. And yet a terrifying killing intent was in his eyes. Then he said, "Are you prepared to experience hell?" Chapter 163. Despite the fact that Wang Wei allied himself to be injured in order to increase the strength of his fleshly body, he did not like the feeling of being abused by his opponent. So his pettiness got the best of him as he decided to pay back tenfold, hundredfold to Ji-song. After saying these words, a powerful aura suddenly emanated out of Wang Wei. Then the heaven changed. The sky of the entire Warring Kingdom world suddenly turned deep gray, the same color as Wang Wei's hair. Then lightning clouds suddenly covered the entire world. All the people suddenly felt that the end of the world was happening. A supreme aura traveled throughout the world, forcing the majority of people or beasts to kneel down, including all the cultivators. There were only a handful of people capable of still standing, however they still had to endure a powerful suppression. Great Xia dynasty, Li Jun and Yan Liling felt the pressure, and they both had a frown on their face. "Is that?" asked Yan Liling. "Yes, that's Big Brother Wang Wei's aura. I've never seen him so worked up." I suddenly felt sorry for Crown Prince Ji-song. replied, "Are you saying that His Majesty did this?" asked Dong Lifan, who was kneeling on the ground. To which Li Jun just nodded, as he did not want to waste that much energy talking. As for Dong Lifan, she had a shocked look on her face. Although she knew that Wang Wei was powerful, it wasn't until today that she knew how powerful he was. To be able to create celestial phenomena just because of his mood. This was the powers of gods and immortals and legends. After thinking about this, a desolate mood suddenly appeared on Dong Lifan's face. Great Shu Dynasty. Feng Heng was sweating as he looked at his subordinates that were forced to kneel on the ground. He wanted to do something, but he was also bearing tremendous pressure, so he went back into his temple and activated all the formation. Feng Heng then sighed in relief. Afterwards he called out, "Master, what is going on?" Shifuyu then appeared with a frown on his face. He waved his hand. Then a scream of the battle between Wang Wei and Ji Song appeared inside the temple. Meanwhile, in the northern lava region, Ji Song instinctively took a step back after feeling the aura coming out of Wang Wei's body. Then he instantly shrugged off the pressure that surrounded him. As for Wang Wei, he did not say anything more. He clenched his hand, then took the posture of a punch. The space around suddenly vibrated with the contraction of his muscles. He roared, "Wind calamity," before throwing the punch. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, following which, millions of black winds appeared before forming countless cyclones, tornadoes, or hurricanes. And all these natural phenomena were actually thousands of kilometers in size or height. Wang Wei's punch created countless rapidly moving windstorms that twisted themselves in all directions, wishing to destroy or cut everything in their paths. As for Ji Song, he found himself surrounded by many powerful disasters that wanted to cut him into tiny pieces. So without hesitation, he waved his hand to create a barrier around him. However, this was no ordinary barrier, but one created by pushing the gravity outwards from him in all directions, thus preventing the black winds from even touching him. Unfortunately for Ji Song, his gravity shield only lasted a few seconds before it was cut apart by countless wind blades. Then the attack reached him. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The black winds became even more erratic after hitting the target. The majority of the land of the northern region had countless deep cuts on them. Some of them were so deep that they formed ravines. As for Ji Song, who was in the center of the attack, he managed to survive. However, he was quite miserable. His armor was completely destroyed. Many deep-cut wounds could be seen all over his body. Some of them even showed his bones. However, this was not the worst part of his wounds. One of his arms was cut off and blood was gushing out of it like a fountain. Ji Song instantly used his origin chi to stop the bleeding before doing an inhaling motion with his mouth. He wanted to absorb the life energy of the earth in order to heal himself. Unfortunately, he did not reach the realm where he can regrow his limbs. As a matter of fact, even Wang Wei has not reached this stage and won't reach it until he finishes refining his bones. After realizing this, Ji Song then used lava to create a prosthetic arm for himself. Although it was not as good as his real one, it would have to do for now. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had already launched his second attack. The attack he used this time was called Thunder Calamity. After throwing that punch, thunder and lightning enveloped the entire northern region, turning it into a thunder field. And all of these thunder had one purpose: to destroy Ji Song. Even the clouds in the sky started raining thunder. Ji Song immediately used all the lava on the floor to wrap around him, and turned into a rock cocoon. On top of that, he also used his gravity field. However, the thunder was not playing around. It destroyed the gravity protection, then the earth shield before hitting Ji Song, destroying every part of his body. An intense pain suddenly assaulted him as he felt that every part of him was slowly burning. In the end, Ji Song screamed out loud for a long time before the attack stopped. By then, all his skin and muscle was burned black by the lightning, leaving lightning-shaped scar all over his back and front. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took a very brief moment to admire these two powerful attacks that he learned from the ancient desolate body refining scripture over the past few years. Since his body skin and muscle used both wind and lightning to temper them, there are techniques in the scripture on how to use these elements as a form of attack. Previously, Wang Wei did not completely learn about them, but managed to comprehend them fully during his retreat in chaotic space. After that, Wang Wei used the thunder in his muscle to boost his speed. With more than 7 booms, he reached Mach 7 speed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Song and grabbed him by his head, before flying into the air. Ji Song took the opportunity to attack Wang Wei with another gravity punch. However, his attack had no effect this time. Wang Wei's innate field detached itself from his skin and turned into a shield that blocked the attack. Ji Song was surprised as he never saw this field behave this way before. Of course, he did not know that this was an ability that Wang Wei just developed after the beating he received. Despite his failure, Ji Song did not stop. He continued to attack the innate field, however, it was of no use. Wang Wei dragged him by the face into the sky. Then he rushed straight into the ground with all his force. Boom! Wang Wei slammed Ji Song on the ground with tremendous power, creating powerful shockwaves that traveled. The shockwave was so powerful that it did not stop after traveling throughout the entire northern region, but also headed to the central region. If that shockwave even hit that area, countless people would die as a result. Luckily for Wang Wei, true monarch Yenshin intervened in time and prevented it from reaching beyond the northern region. As for Ji Song, he screamed again as most of the bones in his body were crushed. He threw out a big mouthful of blood. Many of his internal organs were out of place. However, Wang Wei was not done. He picked up Ji Sing from the ground and threw him in the air, then he threw another punch. This time he combined the Thunder Calamity with his Dragon Sovereign Fist. As such, a powerful thunder dragon a few kilometers long manifested itself. It brought with it the pride and aloofness of a divine beast, while at the same time representing the might of heaven and earth. The dragon rushed straight towards Ji Song, wishing to destroy him in both body and soul, wanting to destroy every single aspect of his existence. However, right before it did so, a giant illusory image appeared from Ji Song's body and protected him from the majority of the damage. As such, only one of his legs was completely ripped off by the dragon before he landed on the ground. As for Wang Wei, he frowned after seeing this as he could feel a familiar feeling from this illusory image that appeared. It was as if he knew or saw that person before. Chapter 164. Although Wang Wei had a feeling that he knew the figure that appeared was too vague for him to actually remember who it was, so he did not dwell too much on it. He figured that he would know soon enough. As for Ji Song, he was currently on the verge of death. Most of his organs, bones, and muscles were destroyed. 2 of his limbs were cut off, and his spirit was affected by the might of the dragon. However, he still had a calm look on his face. To be precise, he had a determined look in his eyes. So he bit the tip of his tongue to take out a drop of his source blood. Using that as a catalyst, he launched a secret technique called Dead Earth. Following this, countless green lights started entering Ji Song's body, repairing every part of it. In just a few seconds, all his bones were regrown and placed back together. New organs and muscles appeared, even his cut-off arm and leg were also grown back. Ji Song returned to peak conditions. However, he was not happy. For one, he knew that he would face backlash for using this secret technique. More importantly, the vitality of the entire northern region was absorbed by Ji Song. As a result, from now on, the northern land would be truly a barren land, preventing anything from growing or surviving there for thousands of years, or maybe forever. This act was different from Ji Song's previous destruction of this area due to lava. Even in such hard conditions as boiling lava, many plants would manage to survive and thrive in such an area, especially fire or extreme yang spiritual herbs. Even ores would also be created in such an environment. However, with Ji Song's secret method, none of that will be possible from now on. The northern region will be more barren than the western desert. This act resulted in Ji Song being rejected by Heavenly Tao. As such, he knew that he did not have much time. What's more, even if he won this battle, he won't be able to stay in this world for long. So he did not waste time before using a powerful attack. With a wave of his hand, he roared Gravity Push. Then a powerful gravity force traveled from him, destroying everything in all directions. This attack was essentially Ji Song's gravity shield, expanding outwards, destroying everything in its path. However, Wang Wei did not care about this attack. With his hair floating in the air, he clenched his hand and threw another punch. Dragon Wind Calamity. A very long black dragon appeared from Wang Wei and rushed straight towards Ji Song. It easily tore through his attack and rushed at him. Without hesitation, Ji Song instantly compressed the air around him before exploding, creating an air pressure bomb. Boom. With an explosion, the entire northern region shook again, and Ji Song was pushed away by the recoil of the explosion. A few hundred meters from the epicenter, Ji Song threw a mouthful of blood as he frowned. He realized that his regular attacks did not have much effect, so he decided to use the most powerful attacks he could muster. With a wave of his hand, the entire northern region started to tremble. Then it was separated from the ground. Ji Song lifted the entire northern region, which was a piece of land larger in circumference than a few planet Earths combined together. Then, with a wave of his hand, the piece of continent broke into countless small pieces, forming countless flaming meteorites. Meteor rain, roared Ji Song, then waved all these meteors towards Wang Wei. This was not a normal meteor shower, but one that Ji Song used gravity to accelerate their traveling speed. Wang Wei raised his head in the air to look at all the flashing lights coming towards him. It was a beautiful sight, as Wang Wei had never witnessed a meteor shower before, let alone having one thrown at him. After taking a brief moment to admire the view, Wang Wei also prepared to use his most powerful attack. This attack was an upgraded version of his earthquake fist that he just created. Wang Wei started to mobilize all the vibration from his body. Whether it was his near-neutron star dense skin, his diamond-strong muscle, or his steel-like bones, they all vibrated rapidly, and he did not stop there. The innate field around him also started vibrating, along with the thunder and wind lodged in his skin and muscles. Heck, even his soul also vibrated at a rapid rate. Then he concentrated all these vibrations in his fist, and threw a punch as he roared. World-breaking fist. The moment that Wang Wei threw that punch, everything in the world became silent. For a brief moment, all the birds stopped chirping, the flowers stopped swaying, insects lost their ability to flap their wings, and humans lost the ability to speak. Then the entire world turned black, losing its light. All that happened in just a blink of an eye. Then the entire world started shaking. Whether it was the eastern region where the Great Xia was located or the central region where the Great Shu and Great Zhou dominate, everything started shaking. Following which, all kinds of natural disasters began. Earthquakes appeared everywhere, tsunami could be seen all over the eastern coasts, volcanoes started to erupt, tornadoes or cyclones were formed all over the central region. Meanwhile, sandstorms ravaged the western desert. Space cracks started to appear all over what remained of the northern region. Many people were about to be killed as a result of these catastrophes. At that time, in the endless void, both true monarch Yin Chun and Ji Han's face instantly changed after seeing this, so they acted immediately. They waved their hands. Then the entire warring kingdom small thousand world and all the people inside shrink into a hand-sized ball. Then with another wave of their hands, countless runes appeared around the crystal-clear ball that was actually an entire world. After doing this, all the natural disasters that plagued this world subsided, saving the lives of its inhabitants. Yen Chen sighed in relief before grinning widely. Then he said, I cannot believe that the young master's attack actually reached the destruction level of the primordial spirit realm. Originally, we refined this world to be able to bear peak divine body realm level attacks, but it seemed that this was not enough. While Yen Chen was happily chatting to himself, Ji Han had an ugly look in his face as his heaven chosen was the one to face such an attack back to the battle. After Wang Wei threw that heaven-defying punch, the meteor shower launched by Ji Song was completely annihilated. There was not even a speck of dust left. They were completely atomized by the vibration created by that attack. And it was not just them that were completely annihilated. Even the space around Wang Wei was also mostly destroyed, creating a vacuum void full of chaotic space energy floating in the northern region. Normally speaking, only cultivators in the void-shattered realm can actually break space, hence the name. However, due to the fact that Wang Wei's attack exceeded this world's bearing capacity, space was thus shattered. As for Ji Song, he still managed to survive somehow. Right before the attack hit him, The same illusory image appeared to protect him again. This time, Wang Wei managed to see what it was. "Retire Prince Ji Xiang?" muttered Wang Wei. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "Dharma body?" The reason that he was surprised was because the illusory image that appeared to protect Ji Xiang actually resembled the Supreme Realm's Dharma body. After thinking for a few minutes, Wang Wei guessed the gist of things. He guessed that true monarch Ji Xiang must have used a secret method to sacrifice himself in order to heal Ji Xiang's foundation that was ruined back in the Spirit Road trial. This was proof due to the fact that Ji Xiang never showed up after that incident, and the fact that there was a vision in the central continent signifying the death of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. At that time, many people went to investigate and found nothing including the Tao opening sex shadow of this generation. However, divination did reveal that the dead Supreme was related to the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. So, after seeing this Dharma body on Ji Xiang, Wang Wei suddenly put two and two together. Ji Xiang's secret method not only repaired and improved Ji Xiang's foundation, but also granted him with an entire Dharma body, meaning a complete Tao was given to Ji Xiang. So in the future, when he broke through the Supreme Realm, he will have two Dharma bodies, which is an unprecedented feat. After thinking about these for a few seconds, he looked at Ji Xiang's body that was floating in the void. He was in terrible shape. 3 of his limbs were completely gone, leaving only his left leg. His internal organs and bones were totally liquefied, leaving only his skull and a bag of skin still intact, floating in the air. By all accounts he should be dead, but a powerful force was protecting his head and soul, then providing him with a powerful life force to keep him breathing. Wang Wei looked in one direction before saying out loud, "I know that you are here, so come out." Immediately afterwards, a shadow appeared not far in front of Wang Wei. Chapter 165. The person that appeared in front of Wang Wei was of course Ji Xiang's big brother, Ji Su. He witnessed the entire battle in order to prevent the worst from happening to his brother. Ji Su looked at the terrible sight of his brother with a sigh. During his battle, his little brother was completely outmatched in every way. The worst part is the fact that his opponent did not use all his strength. By now, it is already common knowledge that Wang Wei is a young emperor, and every young emperor contained a pseudo-domain-like ability. However, he did not use that even once during that fight. Although Ji Su knew that his little brother had prepared on how to deal with that ability, it was not certain how effective the method would be, and whether it would affect the outcome of the battle. After sighing a few more times, Ji Su took out a saint pill and fed it to Ji Xiang. The pill's only purpose is to keep alive for as long as possible, so that he can properly heal after returning back home. All this time, Ji Su looked at Wang Wei with the utmost vigilance. Any sudden movement will prompt him to instantly react. However, Wang Wei just smiled nonchalantly before saying, "You do not need to be vigilant. Even with your peak divine body realm cultivation, you are not my match. If I wanted to do something, you could not stop me." Ji Su frowned after hearing this, but he did not say anything, and he still remained vigilant. He was not afraid of a confrontation. After witnessing that battle, he knew that Wang Wei's attack or destructive ability had reached the lowest threshold of the primordial spirit realm. However, there is still much instability with his strength. Although his destructive power and defense have reached that level, his stamina and more importantly his speed have not reached that level. So Ji Su is confident that with his cultivation level in the peak divine body realm, as long as he uses a few techniques, his speed can reach that level, and he can run away with his brother if necessary. So after pondering for a few seconds he said, "You are the winner of this battle. According to our agreement, the territories of Great Zhou belong to you." After saying this, he crushed a talisman, then he and his brother were swallowed by a space crack. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sighed after seeing this. The truth of the matter is that he was not in the best shape as well. Although he was not injured, his entire body was aching after he threw that last punch. He even had a terrible headache, signaling that even his spirit was greatly fatigued. On top of that, Wang Wei was actually in quite the conundrum. His ability to fly was due to his terrible control of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. However, there was currently no such thing as spiritual energy around him. His last attack created a vacuum environment, meaning there was no spiritual energy, no gravity. So Wang Wei was just floating in empty space. His powerful fleshly body allows him to breathe there, and his innate field prevents him from floating away. However, he could not fly, so he was literally stuck there. On top of that, his stamina was at an all-time low, so Wang Wei discovered to his embarrassment that he was actually stuck there. So he decided to use a communication talisman to call someone to come pick him up. However, before he did so, Wang Ju appeared in front of him. Wang Wei sighed in relief after seeing her, and asked to be carried away. And Wang Ju happily obliged. She then placed him on her back and flew towards the central region. "This reminded me of old times when you used to carry me everywhere," said Wang Wei as he placed a bunch of pills inside his mouth. "Now that young master has the ability to fly, of course you no longer need this maid to carry you everywhere." "I will always need you in one way or another," replied Wang Wei as he closed his eyes and rested on her back. Meanwhile, Wang Ju had a smile on her usually calm face. This journey was supposed to be a long one as it was a little hard for Wang Ju to fly in a vacuum space with her cultivation in the early stage of the divine body realm. However, midway through, the space around her twisted, then she instantly appeared in the Great Xia capital. She guessed that this was probably the doing of true monarch Yan Chun, so she bowed to the sky before heading straight to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Ji Song's battle had a far-lasting impact that the two of them were even aware of. Many people, sects or factions of the myriad emperor world were secretly watching this battle. And they were shocked. Not just at Wang Wei's power, but even at Ji Song's strength. This battle showed that the heaven chosen of this generation have the ability to fight three great realms above them, which was unheard of. The only person who could do such a thing in the last generation was probably Wang Tian, but even he did not accomplish this feat until he created his Absolute Cut Sword Sutra and reached the peak of the supernatural realm. And that was because sword cultivators are known for their extreme ways of attack. So whether it was Ji Song or Wang Wei, they both were in the radar of all the factions of the myriad emperor world. Qilin's central continent, Fang family domain, in a very large mansion. Fang Lijuan had just finished watching that battle, and she secretly clenched her hand. Compared to those two people, her strength that she is so proud of is nothing but a complete joke. Luckily for her, there is still hope. After thinking about this, she looked at the talisman in her hand, and her cold eyes lit up. As long as she can thoroughly study this talisman and absorb its strength for her own, she can create her own Tao, thus severing the shackles of her bloodline. So Fang Lijuan closed her eyes and began to understand or be enlightened on this talisman. Huang family domain. Huang Min had also just finished watching the terrifying battle. His face was extremely pale, while his face had an ugly look on it. Immediately afterwards, he called one of his maids and asked, "What was the result?" "Young master," the Fang clan hesitated at first, pondering whether to accept our request. However, suddenly, they changed their mind and decided to protect Fang Lijuan at all costs even if they have to go to war with our Huang clan. Huang Min frowned after hearing this before asking, "What about the response of our Huang clan?" "The clan does not seem to want to go to war with the Fang clan." "How come?" "Well, your father the patriarch wanted to fight with the Fang clan, however, the grand elder strongly disagreed." "Damn stupid uncle. Why does he oppose father at every turn?" replied Huang Min with veins popping of his forehead. "What reason did he use to prevent the war?" The maid lowered her head after hearing this question. Then she said, "The great elder said it was not worth it for the clan to go to war and waste so many resources for a wasteful person, isn't it?" asked Huang Min with red eyes and gritted teeth. "A person who has their bloodline destroyed is a waste, isn't it?" The maid lowered her head and did not say anything. As such, Huang Min then waved his hand to dismiss her. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared in Huang Min's room. It was his father. So Huang Min rushed to meet him with a look of expectancy on his face. However, his father just sighed and shook his head, an act which made Huang Min's face become very ugly. His father then said, "The Fang clan seemed adamant in supporting Fang Lijuan for this generation's heavenward battle." "But why? Didn't they see the battle between those two? Could they really believe that Fang Lijuan has any chance at all?" Who knows, shrugged his father. It may be because an eternal emperor might appear in this generation, so they wanted to take their chances. Or, Feng Lijuan might have acquired something in that trial that boosted their confidence. In the end, what truly matters is the fact that they are more than willing to go to war with us in order to protect her. Huang Min looked at his father with bloodshot eyes for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. Then he asked, "What about the issue of my bloodline?" After hearing this question, Huang Min's father just sighed again before saying, "I'm afraid that there is nothing the clan can do about this. The herb used on you is a very rare and extinct one. As such, the herbs needed to create an antidote are also extinct long ago. Since the poison herb was found in the Warring Kingdom world, couldn't the ones for the antidote be also found there? Things are not as simple as you make it out to be," replied Huang Min's father with a sigh. "According to our agreement, the final winner of the trial will get control over the entire small thousand world. At this rate, it is obvious that the sacred son of the Dao Opening sect will be the final winner. Do you think that the Dao Opening sect will allow our Huang clan to go hunting for precious herbs in their territory? What's more, even if we get the herbs, who would refine the antidote for you? You know that the only powerful alchemist in our clan belonged to your uncle's faction. So, what am I going to do now?" Huang Min's father patted his shoulder before saying, "You do not have to worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you and you can live a life without any care or worries." After saying that, Huang Min's father left. As he walked away, he could hear the sound of things being destroyed or thrown all over. He sighed but continued on his way. Meanwhile, in the herd-raising valley, Lu Meixiu also just finished watching the battle between Ji Song and Wan Wei. She too was surprised by the immense power displayed by her peers. As such, she had a deep frown on her face for a few minutes after the battle ended. Then she sneered before saying, "Do you think everything is over because I left the trial?" Chapter 166. Warring Kingdom World, Great Xia Dynasty. Wang Wei spent a few days inside his cultivation room to heal his injuries and recuperate his lost stamina. Of course, Wang Wei was not just doing this, but also reviewing what he learned during this battle. Afterwards, he exited his room, however. On his way he saw Dong Lifen waiting outside the room for him. It seemed that she had been waiting for quite some time. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "Your Majesty, I was just worried about you." After hearing this, Wang Wei looked her up and down before sighing. Then he asked her to join him for tea. After brewing and drinking the tea, Wang Wei got right to the point and was quite direct as he said, "I can feel that you have some feeling towards me, however. What I said to you when we first met is true." Don Lifen lowered her head after hearing this. Then she asked in a lowered voice, "Is it because of my low status? Does your Majesty hate that I am weak and not worthy of you?" Wang Wei was a little surprised at the question, but he shook his head before saying, "I have never judged a person based on their background. Furthermore, with your talent, as long as you arrived in my world, many powerful sects would be more than happy to make you their heir, thus your status would be the same as mine. And with high status and plenty of resources, your strength will of course increase dramatically. Then if it is not humble birth, could it be that I'm not beautiful enough?" asked Dong Lifen with her head still lowered. "I'm not that superficial," replied Wang Wei with a sigh. "The truth of the matter is I believe that a fated person is out there waiting for me. Although I know that it is a little ironic coming from the guy whose Tao involved controlling his own fate and the fate of myriad worlds and races, but when it comes to love, I still believe in fate. I believe that when I meet that person for the first time, I will instantly know that she was meant for me, that we belong together. Many might argue that this kind of love is superficial and shallow, but I still believe in it. I still believe that she and I will be together for eternity, that she will accompany me in my pursuit of the end of the Tao, and not just as my wife, but as my equal, as my companion, as a fellow pursuer of the truth." After saying this, the face of someone suddenly appeared in his mind. Even with Wang Wei's unforgettable memory, the face was quite vague or blurred. However, he had a feeling that he would instinctively recognize that person the day that they actually met. Meanwhile, Dong Lifen was surprised by Wang Wei's words as she had never seen him like this. More often, he gave her the feeling that he was mighty and strong, that nothing could truly bother, that he had a solution to every problem. After thinking about this, she sighed before saying, "Well, whoever this woman is, she will be the luckiest woman in the world to have your Majesty's affection." "I'm the one who will be lucky," replied Wang Wei with a smile on his face. After that, the two of them drank their tea in silence. In the end, Dong Lifen got up to leave. However, Wang Wei stopped her one last time and said, "I can see that you have a very ambitious side when it comes to cultivating and pursuing the Tao. So let me give you a piece of advice. If you truly want to go far in the path of cultivating, do not let anyone dictate your worth. Whether it is societal customs, your origin or birth, heaven and earth, and even me. You alone can determine what you are worth, what you are capable of, and what height you can reach." Dong Lifen's eyes lit up after hearing this as he realized the importance of these words. She decided to remember them and meditate on them when she has time. As such, she bowed politely to Wang Wei before leaving with fast and steady strides. After finishing his discussion with Dong Lifen, Wang Wei went out to deal with the affairs of the dynasty. His territory has just been exponentially increased. As such, there are many things left for him to deal with. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng had also watched the battle between Ji Song and Wang Wei. At first he was also shocked, but eventually calmed himself down. However, he noticed that his master seemed unsettled the entire time. So he finally asked the reason. "Disciple, I think you are in trouble," said Shifuyu with a frown on his face. "Master, what do you mean?" After thinking for a few seconds, he replied, "This Wang Wei reminds me of a young version of your sect's ancestor." "The absolute beginning emperor?" "Yes." "Master, since you were alive back then, what kind of person was your ancestor?" "Not a lot of records are left about him in the sect." After pondering for a while, Shifuyu asked, "Tell me what you know." "All I know is the fact that the ancestor's real name was Li Taishuang, and he took the name Absolute beginning after proving the Tao, and he is most famous for ending the incense/faith era." Shifuyu nodded before continuing. "Things were not as simple as you state. Back then, during the incense era, Buddhism reigned supreme throughout the entire world. Due to the technique of absorbing faith or incense power, the cultivation speed of most Buddhist cultivators was faster, and they had more strength than other people even commonly to the heaven-chosens of that era. During that time, even the Tao opening sect was nothing as they only had 3 great emperors by the end of the incense era. Although there were countless different sects or philosophies of Buddhism, they were still united when facing outsiders. The only group that could compete with Buddhism back then was the Heaven Race or God Race. God Race? Do you mean the Divine Clan of the Divine Tao League? Asked Feng Heng with a puzzled look on his face, as he had never heard of any Heaven Race or God Race. After seeing the puzzled look on his disciple's face, Shifuyu sighed melancholy before shaking his head. "No, they are different. As a matter of fact, the divine clans got the idea of inheriting bloodline from the Heaven Race. As for the Heaven Race, they were the physical manifestation of concepts like thunder, fire, water, earth, etc. As such, they were always referred to as Thunder God, Fire God, and so on. Isn't that the Spirit Race?" However, Shifuyu still shook his head before saying, "It's still different. The God Race was created when countless mortals and cultivators prayed to a specific concept, such as praying to fire and treating it as a god. The incense power generated by all those people created a living being with unimaginable power that embodies all the prayers that people offered them, the God Race. As for the Spirit Race, they were born by heaven and earth themselves through a long time, and using massive spiritual energy. Furthermore, spirit races still have to slowly cultivate, but the Heaven Race was born extremely powerful. The weakest one had the strength of the primordial spirit realm, while some were born with a cultivation of the supreme realm." Feng Heng nodded as he understood the difference between them. The Spirit Race was basically like demonic beasts that have turned into human shape and called themselves Demon Race. However, the Spirit Race is mostly made up of plants, stones, or weapons that have gained sentience and mold a human body. According to Feng Heng's knowledge, these individuals refuse to acknowledge themselves as Demon Race, so they blended together to create the spirit race. After seeing that his disciple understood, Shifuyu continued, the heaven race was able to compete with Buddhism at first because it was easier for them to absorb faith or incense power than any other cultivators. At first? Yes. The Buddhist sects did not allow anyone to threaten their status, so they conceived a plan to weaken the power of the heaven race. You should be aware of the conferred god list, right? Yes, responded Feng Heng while nodding his head. That's the method that we used. By conferring the title of godhood to certain human cultivators, we can divide the power of the heaven race. How to divide it? An example would be that a human was granted the title of fire god. When people pray to the fire god, who does the faith power go to? To the heaven race fire god, or the human race that holds the position of fire god? Feng Heng's eyes lit up after hearing this as he realized that this was indeed a good way to weaken the power of the heaven race. Then he asked, Master, if what you said is true, why didn't the other factions use faith? Why haven't I heard of the heaven race? Chapter 167. Shifuyu pondered for a while to reorganize his words. Then he said, at first many people did absorb the power of faith to cultivate, especially in the early stage of the incense era. However, the power of faith and incense had repercussion or side effects. Side effects? According to the records in the Profound Gate, faith and incense is very poisonous to the spirit. Is that what you mean by repercussions? Asked Feng Heng. It's not that simple. Do you know what faith actually is? No. Faith is basically the aggregation of spiritual power of countless people. For example, when someone prays to either offer worship to a higher being or to ask them for something, a part of their spiritual power will combine with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to form the power of faith or incense. The negative side of this is the fact these spiritual powers are not pure, but full of emotions and desires. As a matter of fact, the power of faith was first discovered when a monk accidentally absorbed this power in a temple while breaking through the primordial spirit realm. That monk discovered that he could use the incense to go through the heart demon tribulation needed to turn his soul into a primordial spirit. Later, this method was used by Buddhist and other sects to make it easier to break through into that realm. However, faith is not only made of positive emotion or desire, but also negative one, which can easily affect a person's spirit, forcibly changing their nature. Especially later on in that era when Buddhist sect absorbed a massive amount of incense power. The majority of monks in that time became brutal and greedy. They would slaughter people for no reason. More importantly, they would enslave mortals to force them to pray and offer incense to them. Shifuyu paused for a moment, then took a short passage down memory lane. Meanwhile, Feng Heng hurriedly asked, so how did the people of that time deal with the problem? The question jolted Shifuyu from his memories. He smiled before answering. This problem occurred in the early stage of the incense era, so I'm not very sure exactly what happened. What I do know was that it was solved by the Karmic Unbound Emperor. Karmic Unbound Emperor? Never heard of him, replied Feng Heng. Shifuyu paused for a moment after hearing this. Then he looked at his disciple deeply. Master, is there something wrong? No, replied Shifuyu as he secretly sighed. The Karmic Unbound Emperor was actually the first Buddhist emperor of the incensed era. He created the karmic heavenly flame and passed it down to the world. As a result, the Buddhist sect could use this flame to burn out the impurities inside the incense power, thus making it easier to absorb. Since this flame has the name karma, does that mean it could be used to wash away the karma of the people who absorb incense power? Asked Feng Heng. You are correct, however. Incense is not as karmically binding as chi luck. As long as the person who absorbed the power accomplished the wish or desire of the people who prayed to them, they can still escape being bound by karma. Master, since the problem was solved, why did other people stop using that power? That's because the majority cultivator labeled the incense Tao as heretical or unorthodox. Not to mention that only the Buddhist sects had access to the heavenly karma flame. Furthermore, the flame did not completely solve the problem. At first everything was fine, however, the Buddhist sects decided to expand their borders to all the other worlds in the community. They not only preached the philosophy and ideas of Buddhism, but also used these worlds to gather a massive amount of faith. However, with this large amount of power, even the karmic flames could not remove all the impurities. At that time, the Buddhist sect began to fracture due to the internal contradiction. You mean infighting? Asked Feng Heng with a surprised look on his face. Yes. The term Buddhist sect is used to refer to a coalition of all the different factions of that era that practiced the teachings of Buddha. So, you can imagine the contradiction with so many emperor lineages collaborating together. So what caused the split between them? Well, one faction wanted to stop using incense power due to its harmful nature, or at the very least not absorb so much. The other faction was more aggressive and refused to stop. They believed that doing so would greatly decrease the power of the Buddhist sect. So which faction won in the end? Asked Feng Heng with an intrigued look on his face. At first, the peaceful faction had the advantage. After all, Buddhism is a sect that focuses on discovering the self, liberating the self from the sea of suffering, and reaching nirvana. For most Buddhist cultivators at that time, the power of incense was just a means to achieve enlightenment at a more rapid pace and help more people liberate themselves from their suffering. However, things rapidly changed. The radical faction conducted a ceremony that contacted a powerful being using a massive amount of incense power. That being then gifted that faction the Western Pure Bliss Land, or Buddha world. Wait, Western Pure Bliss Land? Are you talking about one of the 6 forbidden lands? Asked Feng Heng, visibly shocked. Shifuyu nodded before replying. Now it is considered a forbidden land, but back then it was not. Western Pure Bliss Land was the holy land of Buddhism. Just standing there, you could feel the powerful Buddha rhyme that increased understanding and enlightenment. At the center lies the Maitreya Bodhi tree, a very powerful spiritual tree that may have reached beyond the emperor tier. Anyone who meditated under it will have the Maitreya Buddha mother, explaining the Tao to them herself. She was an unimaginable being that words alone could not express her sacredness. Just being in the divine presence of the Divine Mother Buddha was enough for any monk to know and experience what true nirvana was, even for a brief moment. A brief moment that all monks pursue for their entire lives, even willing to give their entire life, said Shifuyu with a twinkle in his eyes. What? Beyond Emperor tier? Master, does such a thing exist? Asked Feng Feng, all flustered. Shifuyu looked at his disciple, realizing that he must have said something that he should not, so he immediately said, You do not need to think about these kinds of things that are outside of your capabilities. Feng Heng nodded mechanically, but the look of shock was still in his face. After seeing this, Shifuyu did not say anything, giving his disciple the chance to slowly process that information that he let slip. And this quiet lasted a few hours. Then, Feng Heng took a deep breath to calm himself down before saying, Master, so what happened between the contradiction of the 2 factions? And what does any of this have to do with my ancestor, the absolute beginning emperor? Shifuyu looked up and down at his disciple. After noticing that he had relatively calmed down, he continued, Well, after getting access to the Western Pure Bliss Land, the radical faction labeled the other faction as unorthodox and almost destroyed them. Luckily, the peaceful faction had previously taken control over the heavenly karmic flame, so they still found a way to survive. Master, wait, if the peaceful faction had control of the karmic flame, then how did the other faction refine their faith power? Well, Western Pure Bliss Land also had this ability, so they did not need it. Feng Heng nodded, then he asked, So, what brought the destruction of Buddhism in the end? What about the heaven race you previously mentioned? Be patient, I'm getting there. After eliminating their competitors, the Buddhist sect began to gather incense using more radical means in order to power up the Western Pure Bliss Land. They mainly targeted the small 1,000 worlds in our community. By creating catastrophe, then sending a Buddhist emissary to save the world, they could gather very pure incense power. At that time, every time a Buddhist emperor managed to prove the Tao, he would lead the world to conquer other worlds in order to gather more faith. Of course, not all emperors born in that era belonged to the Buddhist sect. Other factions also managed to cultivate one of 2 emperors back then, and those emperors tried to deal with the Buddhist sect, but they were not strong enough, especially with the protection of the Western Pure Bliss land. The only emperor that posed a threat back then was the ancient desolate emperor of the Tao opening sect. However, since he had some karma with Buddhism, he did not attack them, but instead made a deal with them not to do anything to his sect in exchange for his neutrality. All of these actions actually garnered the ire of all the factions of the world. However, everyone decided to close one eye because of how powerful the Buddhist sects were. However, when we created the One World Nirvana plan, everything changed. Chapter 168. One World Nirvana Plan. What's that? Asked Feng Heng. Just like the name implies, it was a plan that allowed all the Buddhist cultivators to all reach nirvana by combining all their consciousness together, thus reaching a realm oneself, one being, or one world. That sounds like a brilliant plan, so why did it cause the destruction of Buddhism? It was indeed a brilliant plan, and one that had a high chance of success too. However, there were three major problems. One of was the energy needed to sustain such a powerful consciousness. Second was a leader to bear such tremendous amounts of power. And lastly was whether Heavenly Tao would allow such a thing to happen. The problem of leader could be solved as long as a powerful great emperor was born in the Buddhist sect. As for the other two problems, well, they both had the same solution. Incense power. As long as the incense power was enough, the energy required for this plan to succeed was more than enough. As for Heavenly Tao, the Buddhists believed that as long as reaching nirvana was the belief or desire of all living beings, Heavenly Tao would not interfere. All living beings? You don't mean? Asked Feng Heng. Yes. The plan of the Buddhist sect was to conquer the entire myriad plane world, then gather faith from the entire world. Feng Heng looked at his teacher with his mouth open, becoming speechless. The entire myriad emperor world is vast and very powerful. Beside the human emperor, the world was only conquered once again in the devil era. Shifuyu could guess what his disciple was thinking. Yes, the Buddhist sect wanted to conquer the entire world, just the great Qin imperial dynasty. After calming himself down, he said, I'm guessing that they did not succeed. Even worse, they did not even begin their plan before they were destroyed. How come? The Buddhist sect knew that the cultivators of the world would never allow someone else to conquer the world like the human emperor, so this plan was kept the highest level of secret. They planned to only execute the plan after they cultivate a powerful great emperor. Unfortunately, the plan was leaked. Leaked? How? Asked Feng Heng. Well, this is where your ancestor came into this story. Shifuyu paused for a few seconds before continuing. In the ancient emperor era, both Taoism and Buddhist were actually competitor and fought for the title of the orthodox religion of the myriad emperor world. During that time, the five-element palace was the leader of Taoism, while the Tai Profound Gate was probably not even created yet. However, after the incense era, Taoism was completely suppressed by Buddhism to the point that the five-element palace was forced to close their mountains for generations, only coming out when they decided to fight for the heaven-will battle. As such, the Tai Profound strived during the incense era with the absence of the five-element palace. However, they were only considered an immortal land, not an emperor lineage, as they did not cultivate a great emperor of their own. Immortal land? Interrupted Feng Heng. Just know that they are more powerful than supreme land, but way weaker than emperor lineages. You will get access to this information when you become more powerful later in the future, replied Shifuyu, so he just nodded. Your ancestor actually got the news about the One World Nirvana plan from the Heaven Race. How would the Heaven Race get access to such a powerful secret, let alone leak it? Shifuyu sighed before continuing. The plan actually needed a tremendous amount of faith, and as the Heaven Race was born out of incense and faith, they were the perfect people to use as a catalyst to execute it. Furthermore, the Buddhist sect wanted allies before executing the plan. With this plan, the Heaven Race would have access to a tremendous amount of incense power. As such, they could deal with the problem of the low population of their race. So, they were the perfect partner. As for your ancestor, no one knew his exact connection with the Heaven Race. However, after finding out about the plan, he secretly rallied all the cultivators of the world against Buddhism. After a brief pause, Shifuyu continued, Your ancestor was a heaven-defying genius with a deep and scheming mind. He was very low-key during his rise and his reputation was not very loud. Everyone knew that he was powerful, but no one knew how powerful until the Heaven-Will battle. In that battle, the Buddhist sect had pooled together all their resources to cultivate a terrifying genius. Using all the incense power of the entire sect, which by that time had spread through thousands upon thousands of worlds, they created a Buddha golden body. I remember that day when the golden body was completed. Buddha lights enveloped all the continents of the myriad emperor world along with multicolored lotus. The chant of countless people in myriad worlds chanting reverberated throughout the entire world community we are located in. It was truly a majestic sight. Unfortunately, it was useless, said Shifuyu with a sigh. Because of the ancestor? Yes, because of Li Taishuang. In that generation's Heaven-Will battle, he alone faced all the heaven-chosens of the Buddhist sect and killed all of them, even the one with the Buddha golden body. At one point, the owner of the golden body even sacrificed the lives of all the heaven-chosen to increase his strength. After all, he was the embodiment of the hope and wishes of all the Buddhist monks. He was the aspiration of an entire era. However, it was futile as he still failed under Li Taishuang's sword. After that, your ancestor proved the Tao and took the name of Absolute Beginning. Shifuyu took a few-second pause after talking up to here. Then the hand that was behind his back was secretly clenched as he continued. Do you think that things are over? No, this was just the beginning. After proving the Tao, the Absolute Beginning Emperor showed his ruthless side. He rallied all the sects that he had previously contacted, and used the One World Nirvana plan as an excuse to wage a terrible war against Buddhism. And he was relentless. The Absolute Beginning Emperor seemed to have a terrible hatred for incense power, so he set out to completely eradicate Buddhism, and he succeeded. He destroyed all the Buddhist sect in the entire myriad emperor world. Even the countless emperor lineages were not spared. Even the heaven race was not spared from his wreath, despite the fact that many of them still supported him. As for the Buddhist sect, no matter what method they used, it was simply useless. During that period, countless immortal venerable and Tao ancestors were killed and slaughtered. Many were left over by previous great emperors manifested themselves, but they were no match for the Absolute Beginning Emperor. Even the Western Pure Bliss land was not spared, as it was also destroyed by the Absolute Beginning Emperor. And by that time, the Bliss land had actually evolved into a great thousand world, only a little smaller before reaching the size of a Heaven-Will world like the Myriad Emperor world. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had twinkled in his eyes after hearing the exploits of his sect's ancestor. As for Shifuyu, the hand behind his back further clenched, showing red veins on them. But he still continued. Do you think this was the end? No, the Absolute Beginning Emperor was truly relentless. Using his own Tao, he actually cut the absolute beginning of Buddhism, meaning he erased their origin from the world. So, disciple, what do you think happened to someone who has their beginning erased? They will cease to exist. Without beginning, there is no living and no eventual end, replied Feng Heng after thinking for a few seconds. That's correct. With this method, all history of Buddhism was erased from existence. All their knowledge and philosophy, all their cultivation techniques, all their accomplishments, and even all memories of them. Anything related to Buddhism was completely gone, wiped out. This is the reason that virtually nothing is known about Buddhism in this era. Feng Heng was shocked, then he quickly asked something. Wait, if what you said is true, there should not be any information whatsoever about Buddhism in this current era. Yet there is still some news remaining about them floating? What's more, the Western Bliss Pure Land is still a forbidden land. Not to mention that there are still rumors about the famous Buddhist emperor scripture, past, present, future Buddha scroll. The reason for that was a last resort of the Buddhist sect. At the last moment before their destruction, they sacrificed to the Maitreya Mother Buddha, through a Bodhi tree seed that was saved. The purpose was to leave a future for Buddhism, and they received a positive answer. The Absolute Beginning Emperor was furious and rushed in to completely destroy the remains of the Western Pure Bliss land, but he failed. He had a heaven-shattering battle with the will of the Maitreya Mother Buddha, but he lost and was greatly injured. What? The ancestor actually lost? Asked Feng Heng with a surprised look on his face. Yes, this was probably the only failure in his life. As a result of this, a few pieces of the history and inheritance of Buddhism managed to survive the passage of time. Feng Heng nodded in acknowledgement before asking, "But teacher, what does that have anything to do with Wang Wei? Let me ask you, you have read a lot of information about great emperors. Do you think many of them were like the absolute beginning emperor? No, the majority of great emperors have left only a footnote in his history. As for the ones like my ancestor, there have been only a handful of them. And all of them displayed terrifying talents at a very young age." Wait, are you saying that Wang Wei reminds you of my ancestor? Shifuyu nodded before continuing. Whether it is strength, will, intelligence, and talent, this Wang Wei reminds me completely of the absolute beginning emperor. What's more, his Tao seemed to be more terrifying. In fact, Shifuyu did not tell his disciple the whole truth. As a matter of fact, he was a little scared of Wang Wei. The reason for that was that during that last strike, the world-breaking fist, he suddenly felt a terrifying fluctuation from Wang Wei. And Shifuyu had felt this fluctuation from the will of the Maitreya Mother Buddha, when she fought with the absolute beginning emperor. As such, he knew that Wang Wei probably had a terrible secret that even he himself might not know. As for Feng Heng, he became silent for a few seconds. "Master, so what are you going to do?" You should be asking yourself that question. In that case, let us continue with our original plan, replied Feng Heng after thinking for a few minutes. Chapter 169. Back in the Great Xia dynasty, Wang Wei was frowning while looking at a bunch of papers. In the past few days, he was not in the best mood. And it was all because of paperwork. After winning his battle with Ji Song, the vast territory of the Great Zhou now belongs to him. However, it will still take some time before he settled all the people there, let alone made them have a sense of belonging with Great Xia. As a result, many rebellions occurred throughout his territory, so he had to dispatch the army to use force to eliminate these rebels. If it was in the past, Wang Wei might consider using less brutal means to deal with the situation. But now the end of the trial was rapidly approaching, he did not have time to play nice. Although Wang Wei was the final winner of the trial, he knew that his competitors would use the shortest amount of time to recuperate from their defeat, then strive to break through the supernatural realm as soon as possible. And if he wasted any more time in this world, he would be left behind. So he decided that all his plans must be accomplished in 5 years or less. Then he will leave this world. Of course, dealing with the affairs of the dynasty was not the only reason that Wang Wei was in a bad mood, but because Yan Liling, his supposed chancellor, refused to help him. According to her, she was mad at the fact that he did not share his secret longshuo tea recipe with her. After hearing this, Wang Wei immediately blamed Li Jun for not being able to keep his mouth shut. I mean, doesn't he know to place his brother before his companion? I mean, they basically grew up together wearing the same diapers. Couldn't he keep his mouth shut? Wang Wei sighed while gritting his teeth. As a last resort, he had to ask Dong Lifen for help, an act which made him very embarrassed. After all, he had just basically rejected the poor girl. But now he was asking her to work for him. Wang Wei felt like a capitalist that exploited the people working for him. However, after seeing her working hard and not complaining, he removed the guilt he felt. He convinced himself that she enjoyed the work. One day while working in the Dragon Throne Room, someone came in and told him that a special guest came to see him. It turns out the person was actually Feng Heng, the leader of the Great Shu dynasty. Wang Wei could not think of the reason that this guy showed up to meet him. However, he did not care. No one can stop from conquering this world. As such, the Great Shu dynasty is actually on its last breath, and it is only a matter of time before he conquers it. A few minutes later, Feng Heng entered the Dragon Throne Room, then cupped his hand together to salute Wang Wei. However, one of the ministers of the court roared, "Bold! You dare not to properly salute His Majesty." However, Wang Wei waved the person off as he knew that Feng Heng just used the etiquette to indicate that he was treating him as the sacred son of the Tao opening sect, not the ruler of Great Xia. As a matter of fact, he did not really care about etiquette. As long as the person shows the necessary level of respect, everything is fine. As such, Wang Wei just observed this heaven chosen from the Tai profound gate from up to down. He noticed how this Feng Heng had a very peaceful and natural temperament, which symbolized that he has a high understanding of Taoism. Speaking of Taoism, Wang Wei knew a little bit as he had read the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu and Zhuangzi in his previous life. Although he only did so to impress his boss, he still remembers them with his unforgettable memory. Furthermore, the origin path system that all the cultivators in the myriad emperor world cultivate borrow many ideas and philosophy from Taoism. After taking a brief moment to call this thing, he said, "So Tao Child Feng Heng, what brought you to my little dynasty? I'm here to make a deal with you? Oh, please say. I will hand the entire Great Shu dynasty to you without fighting. In return, you have to give the position of national master and make Taoism the national religion of Great Xia." Wang Wei looked directly into Feng Heng's eyes for a few seconds, before saying with a sneer, "You must be joking. I have done all of this work, just to let you benefit for cheap? You value yourself too much." Wang Wei could guess this guy's plan. Let all the other heaven-chosen battle between themselves, then allies himself with the final winner. With the status of national master and the spread of religion, he can absorb as much chi luck as the final victor of the trial. No wonder this guy never actually made any move during the whole trial, thought Wang Wei secretly. He always wondered what Feng Heng's endgame was. During the whole trial, he had many opportunities to conquer more territories. As the first person to truly conquer a dynasty, he could have easily invaded the Great Wu back then and conquered them. Or he could have attacked the Great Zhou when they were fighting with the Great Wu. However, he did not do any of these. He remained neutral, just protecting his own territory. Now it seemed that he was playing the long game. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was not that surprised that he was rejected, so he continued, "What if I add the western region?" "What do you mean?" asked Wang Wei with a frown. "During all my years in the trail, I have successfully spread Taoism throughout all the dynasties in the western region, and they are essentially under my control. I can see that you are the kind of person who likes to have the best when doing things, so you should strive to have a 7-color rainbow chi luck. However, to achieve that, you will need to conquer the entire world, even the western region." Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, then replied, "You are right, but I do not see where you matter in that situation. Even without you, I can still conquer the western region." "You are right, however things are not as simple as you think. To the desert people of the West, Taoism is not just a religion, but a form of salvation for their poor living environment, a kind of sustenance for their soul. So anyone who threatens their belief, they will never accept it." "What does that have to do with you?" asked Wang Wei. However, he had an inkling what Feng Heng was about to say. "As the Taoist ancestor of this world, I have a lot of power," replied Feng Heng. "As long as I tell these people that the Great Xia is a threat to Taoism, millions of people will not hesitate to take arms and fight to the death against you. I mean, you can imagine the burst of power these people will bring out when believing that they are fighting for their religion, their beliefs, their ways of life." Feng Heng paused for a few seconds before continuing. "As a matter of fact, I know that despite all of this, your Great Xia will probably still win in the end. However, at what price? With the majority of people of the western region dead in a war, what is the point of you conquering that barren land? How long will it take to end such a war of faith? However, with my proposition, all of this can be avoided. You can easily conquer the entire world, and I will just benefit a little." Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face while tapping his finger on the armrest of his dragon throne. He realized what a brilliant move Feng Heng's plan was. Plus, he did not want to waste more unnecessary time on this trial. "However, I can agree with your proposition, but I have a few conditions." Feng Heng hurriedly said, "Please say." "First, you can only absorb enough chi luck to reach the 2-color rainbow level." "Impossible," replied Feng Heng. He did all of this work in order to achieve the highest result possible. How could he accept the bare minimum instead? As a matter of fact, if it was up to him, Feng Heng did not want to use this method. Unfortunately, the barrier between the peak purple gold chi luck and the 2-color rainbow is too vast for him to accomplish with the territory that he has control of. According to his master, A person has to conquer an entire small thousand world in order to break that barrier between those two levels. And if you want to reach higher levels like 3 color, 4 color and sun, you need more than just vast territory. You need to properly govern the people, make them happy and better. And even that can only guarantee a 6 color rainbow chi luck. If you want to reach the last color, you have to fundamentally change the world. So Feng Heng was very happy when Wang Wei was the final winner, because according to the information he received, the people of Great Xia have very happy and fulfilling lives. But now, either accept my condition, or we can go to war, said Wang Wei with a cold and ruthless tone. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had an ugly look on his face, while thinking about his options. Chapter 170. Feng Heng thought about the situation for a good half-hour. Then he said with gritted teeth, "Fine, I accept. What other conditions do you have?" As for Wang Wei, he just smiled after seeing this. "My second condition is actually very simple. I want to fight with you." "Fight me?" asked Feng Heng with a puzzled look. "Yes, I want to see whether you are worthy to negotiate with me on the same level." Feng Heng's face instantly became ugly again after hearing this. This was the first time that his peaceful mood changed so much in such a short time. He looked at Wang Wei with fire in his eyes. However, Wang Wei did not care, so he said, "You can't blame me for this after all. No one has even seen you fight. How do I know you are not a sheep disguised as a tiger?" Feng Heng took a deep breath before calming himself down. Then he said, "I accept your challenge." In a forest not far from the Great Xia capital, both Wang Wei and Feng Heng stood not far from each other. Many people were standing far away, watching and commenting on the battle that was about to happen. "Who do you think will win?" asked Dong Lifen with a worrying look on her face. "Isn't it obvious?" replied Li Jun with a calm look on his face. He saw a recording of the battle between his big brother and Ji Song from Wangju, so he knew how powerful Wang Wei was. That battle also brought a lot of pressure to him. However, he was also motivated to increase his strength. Furthermore, he decided to cultivate the Overlord Fist, in order to refine a strong body for himself. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was looking his opponent up and down, waiting to see what kind of method he would use. However, his opponent seemed to be more patient than him, so he decided to attack. In an instant, Wang Wei appeared in front of Feng Heng, then punched him in his guts. However, a sudden cumulus cloud appeared to block the attack, but it was to no avail. Feng Heng was sent flying for more than a few hundred meters away, throwing up a mouthful of blood. However, midway through, his body suddenly turned as light as clouds. Then he slowly floated in the air before stopping. Feng Heng wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth as he realizes that he underestimated his opponent despite the fact that he saw his true strength during the battle a few days ago. So he decided to take things seriously. With a wave of his hand, red clouds were condensed from the atmosphere. Then they dropped like rain on Wang Wei. However, with just one punch in the air, a powerful shockwave dispersed these clouds. Immediately afterwards, Wang Wei flew straight towards his opponent and kicked him. Boom! Feng Heng was sent flying on the ground with tremendous force as he spewed out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately for him, a cumulus cloud appeared in front of him and blocked some of the attack. And this was not an ordinary cloud, but one that turned as dense as metal, but it was still no use under Wang Wei's kick. As for Feng Heng, he did not hit the ground as expected. He used the same previous tactic by turning his body as light clouds, then slowly landed on the floor. Feng Heng frowned as he looked at Wang Wei in the sky, then he used another attack. This time the clouds turned into a dead gray color before rushing straight towards Wang Wei, who just watched as the attack hit him without even leaving a single scratch on him. However, this attack was not a simple one, as Wang Wei felt an extremely creepy energy trying to penetrate his soul and corrode it. He snorted coldly. Then this energy was instantly vaporized. Then he looked at Feng Heng before saying, "Interesting use of Yin and Yang Dao. Turning a cloud which is water in nature, and imbued it with fire nature. Then transform it from a weak substance into one as solid as metal, symbolizing the transformation of Yin into Yang. Not to mention the last attack that contained extreme Yin nature, capable of directly attacking the soul. However, if this is all the strength you have, today's battle will officially be the worst day of your life. Feng Heng had a frown on his face, not only because his attacks seemed to be useless, but because his opponent seemed to be able to read the nature of his attacks in just a few minutes. After thinking for a brief moment, he decided to use another tactic. With a wave of his hand, countless swords materialized in the air, then they rushed forwards. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at all the swords rushing towards him, and guessed that his opponent decided to use 5-element spells from now on. He was not that surprised, as the Taoist sects are known for their amazing and wonderful spells. So he rushed straight towards Feng Heng, ignoring all the swords that hit him. These swords could not even break his innate field, let alone his skin. However, Feng Heng seemed to have anticipated this, so he moved away from Wang Wei. A burst of red clouds appeared under his feet, swoosh. In an instant, he appeared a few hundred meters from Wang Wei. As a result, for a few minutes, a game of cat and mouse chase occurred in this battle. Wang Wei frowned as he observed this situation. He was quite surprised at how fast this Feng Heng actually was. Although he looked like he just teleported, Wang Wei knew that this was just because of how fast this guy moves, so that it appears that way. Of course, this is not the reason that Wang Wei actually stopped chasing. The real reason was because one of Feng Heng's attacks managed to break through his innate field, and he was puzzled. According to the intensity of the attack, there is no way in a million years that such a level of power could break his defense. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Wei once again rushed towards his enemy. This time he observed every single sword that hit. After a few 100,000 hit him, a slight break a few centimeters appeared in his innate field. Then the swords hit his skin before being bounced off from it. Wang Wei stopped again and looked at Feng Heng and said, "You are the owner of the yin-yang eyes." A slight surprise appeared in Feng Heng's eyes before disappearing. Then he said, "What are you talking about? Your attacks seem to be able to find the tiniest of flaws in my defense and attack them. These flaws are so small that even I did not notice them, yet you could see them and directly target them. Only the yin-yang eyes had such ability." "You are wrong," replied Feng Heng while shaking his head. "This is my natural innate ability, but I do not have the yin-yang eyes." Wang Wei looked at him deeply, as he could not tell if this guy was telling the truth. The only thing he had to go on was the slight surprise in his eyes when he first mentioned this, but Feng Heng's soul fluctuation remained calm after he denied it. However, he remained suspicious. Wang Wei waved his palm. A giant blue dragon manifested, releasing a powerful suppression. And to his horror, Feng Heng found himself unable to move as Wang Wei rushed towards him. With a desperate attack, all the swords floating in the air turned into countless needles, then rushed forwards. Meanwhile, Wang Wei ignored these needles as he let them attack him. However, to his disappointment, none of them seemed to attack his weak point. So lightning appeared on Wang Wei's body. Then he instantly appeared in front of Feng Heng. He proceeded to slap him in the face. Bang! Feng Heng flew from the sky with tremendous speed and force. And this time he did not have the ability to slow down his fall. Boom! After landing on the ground, a powerful shockwave traveled from his landing spot. Countless trees were destroyed, and a deep hole could be found with the shape of a human body could be seen from the air. After a few seconds, Feng Heng managed to unbury himself from deep underground. Then he vomited blood for a few seconds. His face was slightly deformed as his skull was bulged inwards, and many of the teeth in his mouth had fallen off. He raised his head and looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth, while the latter had a frown on his face. A few seconds later, Wang Wei said, "My final condition to accept your proposal is for you to use your innate ability to find the weakness in my defense." Feng Heng opened his mouth as if to refuse. Then he closed his mouth with gritted teeth. Then he said, "No problem." Chapter 171. After the battle, Wang Wei was sitting on his dragon throne with a pensive look on his face. After a few minutes, he said, "What do you think?" After a brief silence, Li Jun opened his mouth. Something seemed wrong. Everyone then looked at him, so he further elaborated. "This guy Feng Heng seemed very weak for a heaven chosen." "Weak?" asked Dong Lifan, as she did not totally agree. In her opinion, the only reason that the battle ended so quickly was because of His Majesty's strength. Not weak per se, Li Jun tried to find the right words to express his feeling. More like he could not use all his strength. It was as if it was difficult to control his power. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. After seeing this, Yan Liling then asked, "Big brother Wang Wei, did you think of something?" "Yes, I just find this guy very suspicious," he replied. "Because of the yin yang eyes?" "Yes. Why would he hide such a thing?" asked Yan Liling with a confused look on her face. In fact, not just her, but everyone in the room who knew the importance of such a powerful physique had the same question. "Do you all remember what happened when Heavenly Tao acknowledged my physique, and the Heavenly Physique list appeared? What was the name after the yin-yang eyes?" "I remember that there were a bunch of question marks instead of a name," replied Li Jun with one arm crossed and another on his chin. Wang Wei nodded before continuing. "At that time, many people believed that it showed that the yin-yang eyes did not appear in this generation. But what if that was not the case?" Everyone except Dong Lifen had a frown on their face, contemplating the meaning of these words. "Young master, are you saying that the yin-yang eyes appeared in this generation? However, there were some complications in the process? And that Feng Heng knows something about it?" asked Wang Ju, who was always very astute when it came to analyzing information. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement, an act which did not disperse the frown on everyone's face. If that was true, it meant that all the top 6 physiques in the heavenly list appeared, making this glorious age even more turbulent. Not to mention what kind of secrets that this heaven chosen of the Tai Profound Gate was hiding. Meanwhile, back in the Great Shu dynasty, Feng Heng used some secret methods to return on the same day after the battle. Even his injuries were partially healed. After entering his temple, he activated all the formation inside to isolate from the outside. Then he started to freak out. "Master, master, master, come out," said Feng Heng in a rushed voice. Soon after, Shifuyu's primordial spirit appeared in front of him. "Master, do you think he knows the truth? Disciple, you need to calm down." "But master, he clearly noticed something wrong." Shifuyu sighed before saying, "I warned you not to use the power of your eyes in front of this Wang Wei, but you did not listen." "I had no choice, otherwise I would not even be able to even touch even once during the fight. What's more, it was you who told me to agree to his last condition. If you did not agree, he would have become even more suspicious of you. Based on what happened in the secret realm, you can see how cunning this Wang Wei actually is." Feng Heng clutched his fist, then he started walking back and forth in the room while muttering, "We are screwed. We are screwed. People will find out what we did, and the sect might even instantly kill us." Shifuyu looked at the state of his disciple. Then he patted his shoulder. Suddenly, Feng Heng sensed something traveling throughout his mind. Then he returned to his calm mood. Feng Heng sighed in relief, while Shifuyu asked, "Have you calmed down now?" "Yes. That's good. Do you still have it with you?" Feng Heng nodded before taking out something from his body. However, that thing was covered by formation. After making a bunch of signs with his hand, the formation was lifted. There lied a human body that had a look of horror on its face despite the fact its 2 eye sockets were actually empty. What is worse is the fact that this child looks nothing but a 5-year-old boy. Both Shifuyu and Feng Heng looked at the body, however their reactions were different. Feng Heng's body trembled slightly after seeing it, and a look of regret could be seen in his eyes. However, his master just looked at the body with indifference. Shifuyu then said, "In order to properly get the yin-yang eyes as a physique, just taking the eyes is not enough. We need to find a way to swallow both the soul and source blood of the true owner. By then, no one will be able to tell the difference, and all the evidence will also be destroyed. So all you have to do until then is to actually deny that you have any relationship with the yin-yang eyes." Feng Heng was silent for a few seconds before taking a deep breath. Since he had already done so much, there is no turning back for him. He will bear this sin for the rest of his life, as it was his decision to make no matter the consequences. Furthermore, as long as he can become a great emperor, who dares speak ill about his actions? After thinking about this, Feng Heng suddenly felt that his mind became more clear. Then his peaceful mood turned into an indifferent one. Just now his state of mind has reached a higher level. Shifu noticed his disciple's change, then he nodded in satisfaction. Even without a special physique, his disciple's talent can be ranked top-notch. And there was a reason he was chosen. Meanwhile, back in the Great Xia, while dealing with all the affairs of his territory, Wang Wei was planning another expedition. This time it was to the southern region, and he was leading it personally. The reason for doing this was one because he wanted more habitats for his people to live in, so taking control of the territory of the demonic beasts that is full of resources is the perfect place. Secondly, and the most important reason, was because he did not trust the demonic beast left in that area. Wang Wei always asked himself why Lu Meishio actually left so many demonic beasts alive in the southern region after leaving the trial. However, he could not think of the reason. So he decided to kill all of them so he did not have to worry about it again in the future. Under the leadership of Wang Wei, the Great Xia army started to ravage all the demonic beasts in the southern region. And Wang Wei was always at the head of the attacks. He used his true will ability to destroy the cultivation levels of all the demonic beasts in a large area. Then these beasts were taken and stored for his future plan. Wang Wei used the wind calamity attack, thus ravaging all the demonic beasts in a few 100 miles radius. While watching all the cut-up corpses of these demonic beasts, he started to think to himself, am I being too harsh in killing all these demonic beasts? After all, they are still living beings and part of the natural flow of nature, so why should I kill all of them? Just because of my suspicions of Lu Meishio? My method seems too radical and maybe Wait a minute, suddenly muttered Wang Wei out loud. Since when did I start to question myself like that? As a person who seeks to be free and unfettered, I should be able to do anything I please, whenever I please. I should have the freedom to base my actions solely based on my desires, so why would I care about the balance of heaven and earth by killing a few demonic beasts, even if their number is in the millions? After saying this, Wang Wei suddenly felt a veil uplifted from his mind, making his thinking more clear. Despite this positive benefit, Wang Wei was not happy, which was evident by the frown on his face. He realized that a heart demon had just attacked him. Technically speaking, this was an impossible thing to happen as heart demons only occurred to primordial spirit cultivators that have to go through heart tribulation. What's worse was the fact that Wang Wei knew that this was not the first time that this had happened to him. The first time he suffered from heart demon was when he first killed a person when he was a mortal. Back then, according to normal situations, after all he had gone through in the pagoda trial, he should have only suffered from discomfort after killing someone. However, he had nightmares for days instead. The first time that such a thing happened, Wang Wei might have considered it as a rare thing, but twice showed that something is wrong, so he started thinking of the reason for this to happen to him. Chapter 172. The first thought that came to Wang Wei's mind was that someone was actually using some means to actually influence his state of mind. However, he quickly denied that idea. Back then he did not offend anyone. Well, given his status, maybe he did not need to. Nevertheless, he spent most of his time in the sect surrounded by some of the most powerful people in the world. If someone tried to deal with him, whether it was his mother, father, grandfather, or other elders of the sect, they would notice something wrong. And in this world, with the protection of his Tao protector Yan Qin, this situation is unlikely. The second possibility that Wang Wei thought of was that this was the hand of heavenly Tao. However, he still denied that possibility. When he first had his heart demon, he had not offended heavenly Tao yet. Additionally, with him passing the divine punishment thunder, he and heavenly Tao were somewhat even. Wang Wei knew that because of his transcendent Tao foundation, when he broke through the supernatural realm, his heavenly tribulation will not be a joke. However, that was still for the future. Not to mention the fact that heavenly Tao could not interfere with him all the way in this small thousand world. So it could be eliminated as a suspect. So, the last possibility that he could think of was that this has something to do with his reincarnation. Maybe something happened to him when he was going through the process of going through samsara. After all, his massive soul power was gone during the process. Unfortunately, his memory of the experience was completely wiped out, so there was nothing he could currently do with his little strength. After thinking about this, Wang Wei realized how insignificant he truly was in the grand scheme of things. So he decided to rein in the little arrogance he had after defeating Ji Song. After taking a few moments to regain his bearings, Wang Wei then continued his expedition of the southern region. This time, he was even more brutal as he wanted to end this war as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Myriad Emperor World, Central Chilan Continent, Herd Raising Valley. Lu Mixius' arm was already regrown back. However, upon further examination, it is easy to see that one of her arms had a different shade of color than the other. This was due to the fact that she still needed some time to train the regrown arm to be as strong as the other one. While cultivating, Lu Meishio suddenly opened her eyes with an ugly look on her face. The reason for that was that she felt that all the demonic beasts that she left in the Warring Kingdom world were slowly dying. So she yelled with gritted teeth, "Wang Wei!" After this, her hatred for Wang Wei had dramatically increased. However, immediately afterwards, she calmed herself down and started thinking. She had made great plans for these demonic beasts in the southern region. As for the reason she left there, it was because she did not want her plans to attract the attention of certain people in the herd-raising valley. She thought that Wang Wei would just ignore these beasts, then her plan could continue in secret. However, her thought was completely wrong as she underestimated Wang Wei's careful nature and his ruthlessness. After thinking about it for a few minutes, she whispered to herself, "In that case, let's execute the plan and move the experiment to the northern Black Tortoise continent, as there are plenty of demonic beasts to use. However, I need to be very careful not to draw the attention of any demon race imperial family. Otherwise things will escalate out of my control." After thinking about this, she took out a token and notified her loyal servant to come meet her. They had things to do and needed the utmost secrecy. Back to the Warring Kingdom world. Wang Wei took a few months to destroy the majority of the demonic beasts in the southern region. After everything was over, he focused on his deal with Feng Heng. Under the cooperation of the two, the entire world was finally conquered and became peaceful in just 2 years. On this day, Feng Heng was standing on top of a Taoist temple in the Great Xia capital which was moved in the past 2 years. In just 2 years, many of such temples were actually built, thus spreading Taoism throughout the whole world. So Feng Heng's mission in this world was over. After using a secret technique to check his luck, he looked at the 2 colors Qi dragon swimming on top of his head. Then he sighed. Afterwards, he crushed a talisman and was swallowed by a space crack. Soon afterwards, Feng Heng found himself in front of his Tao protector, Wu Ming. Immediately, Feng Heng bowed to him before saying, "I'm sorry." "Why are you apologizing? You did your best, and your results are among the best in this trial," replied Wu Ming with a calm look on his face. "I know this. I am apologizing regarding the disappearance of the incense power." "Oh, you did not need to hurry about the sex punishment as I already knew that you did not absorb it. Furthermore, I scanned the entire world in search of it, and I did not even discover where it disappeared to. So, the likely possibility is that this world's heavenly Tao absorbs this kind of power to test it as this was the first time it appeared." Feng Heng nodded after hearing and was also relieved. However, he had a feeling that things were not as simple as his Tao protector said. In the past 2 years, many temples have been built throughout Great Xia, however there has been no case of incense power going missing. He always felt something fishy was going on. It was as if the person responsible for stealing the incense faith was scared to absorb that power under the eye of Wang Wei. However, Feng Heng placed all these thoughts on the back of his head. All he cared about now was the fact that he was heading home. Meanwhile, back in the Great Xia, Wang Wei noticed that Feng Heng was gone, so he was relieved to go about his plans. He did not trust that guy a single bit. Although in the last 2 years he used the excuse of using Feng Heng's innate ability to observe this guy in person, he did not discover anything. Luckily for him, he managed to remove all the tiny flaws in both his innate field and his skin. However, he did not do so for his muscles. He did not trust Feng Heng to this extent. After giving his orders to his subordinate, Wang Wei flew straight into the sky. When he reached the edge of the world, he used his token to send a message. Soon, true monarch Yinshin appeared in front of him. "Young master, what can I do for you?" asked Yin Chun with a smile on his face. Supreme Elder, I need you to send me to the sun, replied as he pointed in a direction. The reason that he needed help was because the sun of this world was located in a void place without spiritual energy, so he could not fly there by himself. Yin Chen's eyes lit up after hearing this as he thought of something. So he complied with a smile on his face. Standing on the surface of the sun, Wang Wei sat down and started refining his bones with the ancient desolate body refining scripture, as fire was the element needed to temper the bones. Furthermore, Wang Wei was preparing for when he needed to refine his heart in the future, as fire elements will also be needed. Just like that, Wang Wei spent another 2 years in the sun. In the process, he has reached the core of the sun with a temperature of millions. At this time, simple temperature has no effect on him. Only flames with special nature can still burn him. During the entire process, he had to burn or melt all 206 of his bones over and over, then regrow them again. The most dangerous part was when he had to melt his skull, almost frying his brain into paste. Luckily for him, there are many records of similar experiences in the scripture. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei felt that his strength had greatly increased again. Furthermore, as long as he absorbs the heavenly silver ore into his bones, the tempering of his bones will be over, and his strength will increase again. Wang Wei then woke up after finishing checking his bones. Then he felt the beating of his heart. The beating was strong and steady, even more than before. Blood was rapidly traveling throughout every part of his body, thus increasing his regeneration ability. So, Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction as he knew that he would save himself a lot of time in the future. Afterwards, he crushed a talisman that instantly teleported him back to the Great Xia capital, where he sent a notice to all his officials to come meet him for a meeting. Soon, all the officials, including the member of his team, and a court meeting took place. The first thing he said when the meeting started was, "Is everything prepared for my plan?" Chapter 173. Many of the officials looked at Wang Wei with a happy look on their face, as they could not help themselves. The past few years have been the most fulfilling time of their lives. As high-ranking officials of Great Xia, they have slowly watched how a powerful and prosperous dynasty that covered the entire world took place even in the southern region. With Wang Wei's cleanup of the demonic beasts 4 years ago, the entire southern region was open to humans. As such, countless cities were built and many people migrated there under the incentive of the court. As a matter of fact, it was not that difficult to motivate the people, as the southern region was full of fertile land and was home to numerous spiritual herbs and ore. Many people suspect that the south was even richer than the central region when it comes to resources. Although the northern region was completely destroyed, no one really cares about this due to its barren nature. And now, with the return of His Majesty, the last place was about to have earth-shaking change, the western region. While these officials just noticed Wang Wei's return, people Li Jun and Yan Liling noticed the subtle difference and changes that occurs to him. They could see his long breath, and if they focused hard enough, they could even hear his heart beating. They all sighed as they realized that Wang Wei had gotten even stronger than before. While these people were observing him, Wang Wei was also doing the same thing. With his true vision ability, he easily noticed how both Li Jun and Yan Liling had acquired 5-color rainbow chi luck. As a matter of fact, even people like the 5-number general and the Iron Fist King, Tai Gang, had increased their luck to the beginning of purple gold. Of course, the person that surprised him the most was actually Dong Lifan. In the past 4 years, not only did she manage to reach the peak of the divine altar realm with 350 divine veins, she also reached a peak of purple gold chi luck. Wang Wei was not surprised by her cultivation level given her talent and the blessing of being the Empress of Great Xia. However, the chi luck level did surprise him. In order to achieve such a level, she must have contributed a lot to the dynasty in the past few years. However, he was also puzzled by the constant frown on her face. Then, Wang Wei secretly sighed as he looked at his black chi luck that was 99. 99% turned back into purple. No matter what he did in the past few years, he did not make any progress at all. However, Wang Wei was not worried as he already had a plan that guaranteed his success. Hence the question he previously asked. Wang Jihu noticed that many of the officials were too excited to answer the previously asked question, stepped up and replied, "Your Majesty, according to your instruction, all the arrays have been set up." Wang Wei nodded as he also checked out his head maid. No, he should call her his shadow from now on. He could see that Wang Ju has also benefited greatly from the qi luck of the dynasty. Her divine body realm cultivation was more stable than before, and she seemed to have used the increase of comprehension brought by her position to understand the techniques she cultivated. He guessed that her cultivation would increase dramatically after returning home. After receiving a full report from Wang Ju, Wang Wei spent a few hours checking the situation of the dynasty during his absence. After checking that everything was normal, he headed straight for the western region. Once there, Wang Wei stood in the air, then waved his hand. He used all his 720 divine veins to control all the spiritual energy in the western region. Then countless circular runes appeared in the air, surrounding the entire region. Under Wang Wei's control, these arrays started to absorb powerful energy from something buried underneath the soils or desert of the western region. If one person could observe closely, they would find out that the arrays were absorbing the blood, souls, and cultivation power of countless demonic beasts. And there were billions of them buried underneath the ground. After the array absorbed all those powers, something magical happened. The desert that has existed in the western region for millions of years suddenly started to turn into normal land. Mountains and rivers then started to appear in many different places. Many fertile and cultivable lands also manifested themselves. Then, the temperature of the desert started to cool down until it reached the normal level of the other regions. Following which, rain, which was a very rare thing, suddenly to fall everywhere. As a result, many trees suddenly grew widely in different places, creating vast and luscious forests. The last transformation to occur was the increase in spiritual energy from heaven and earth. As a matter of fact, the reason that such tremendous changes occurred was due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. What Wang Wei was doing was to essentially create and repair the spiritual veins located under the western region using the vitality of all the demonic beasts that were killed due to the beast tide a few years ago. By doing so, Wang Wei can rejuvenate the barren land of the western region. He got this idea from a great emperor of the D clan. At some point of time, the western White Tiger continent suffered a devastating catastrophe that left all the spiritual veins there completely destroyed, resulting in the spiritual energy in the western continent to become even less than the northern continent. Due to this, at some point things got so bad that the devil cultivators in the west wanted to wage a war against the demon race in the north to take over the continent. However, before things escalated to this point, a great emperor was born from the D clan. Using his amazing ability, he single-handedly fixed all the spiritual veins to the point that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was recovered, but it even briefly surpassed the southern Vermilion Bird continent and almost reached the level of the eastern Azure Dragon continent. Of course, Wang Wei did not have the power of that great emperor, nor did he have such a deep understanding of feng shui to easily repair spiritual veins. So he used the blood, soul, and vitality of demonic beasts as an energy source, then attached a powerful spirit-gathering formation where the spiritual veins are located. As for the already existing spiritual veins, the spirit-gathering array was attached to them as an aid to help them produce more spiritual energy. Due to this, the Great Xia dynasty had to spend countless resources and more than 2 years to set up these formations. And why did Wang Wei go through such great lengths to do such a thing? It was for the same reason that the great emperor of the D clan did: merit. Merit is a mysterious and almost omnipotent thing, so Wang Wei knew that this was the perfect thing to help with the problem of his qi luck. Soon after all the transformation of the western region finished, many people marveled with excitement on their faces. Then many people kneeled on the ground with tears in their eyes while chanting, "Long live His Majesty." As a matter of fact, the lives of the Western people have dramatically improved over the last few years as members of Great Xia. They never had to worry about food, water, or shelter. Even the horrible temperature of the desert was no longer a problem with constructs specially designed by the refining hall of Great Xia. However, compared to the lives of the other regions, the people of the Western people still felt a little inferior. After all, they live in a vast desert. As a result of this, it is very difficult to build roads or crawling dragon construct. They convinced themselves that everything was fine since they could still use the soaring phoenix construct to travel by air. But they always felt like their region was backwards. But now things are different. They finally have the chance to modernize themselves completely, to become more like the central and eastern regions. As for Wang Wei, after finishing controlling the arrays, a sudden will suddenly manifested around. Then, golden clouds suddenly enveloped him as he could feel that this will was showing its goodwill towards. Wang Wei knew that the heavenly Tao of this world was happy by his deed. And the golden lights that fell from the heaven and into his hand further proved his feeling. As such, Wang Wei looked in excitement at the golden lights in his hand. This amount of merit was a few times larger than the ones Lu Meishio received, meaning that even if he used it to change his chi luck, there should be more than enough as a reserve. Chapter 174. After receiving the golden merit, Wang Wei did not absorb it directly in order to change his chi luck, but instead used it to increase his comprehension. After absorbing some of the merit, Wang Wei found that his mind started to work 100 times more rapidly. Adding on to his previous comprehension, Wang Wei could feel that his mind was working faster than a quantum computer. Many things that he did not previously understand instantly became clear. However, he quickly reined in his mind to focus on understanding his chi luck. So that's how it is, muttered Wang Wei after a few seconds. He finally understood why his transformation was not complete after so long. Wang Wei had confused the chi luck of a person and the one of a nation. As a matter of fact, there are different kinds of chi luck. There is the human chi luck or innate chi luck. This one, the luck that everyone is born with. This luck to an extent determines your talent, the amount and kind of opportunities you will get during your life, and the chances you are to escape certain dangerous situations based on luck alone. This kind of luck rarely changes and can only go all the way through purple gold. After realizing this, Wang Wei then suddenly realized how precious the Spirit Road trial actually was, as it allowed people to change their innate luck. The second kind of luck is actually called heavenly luck, and it is granted by heaven itself. The chi luck color of these people does not really matter, as they are blessed by heaven themselves. The highest level of heavenly luck is in fact the Sun of Destiny. The third kind of luck is referred to as earthly luck, and this is the category that a dynasty's chi luck falls under. This luck is created by gathering a small portion of destiny or luck from myriad things. People, lands, emotions, desires, etc. This kind of luck is somewhat similar to incense, however, it is not as poisonous due to being more restrictive through karma. As for Wang Wei's black chi luck, this was the result of him being rejected by heaven and earth. And this kind of thing is not as bad as it sounds, because it means that it is very difficult for heavenly Tao to plot against by using fortunate encounters as bait. More importantly, for Wang Wei, who desired to become free and unfettered, it means that he has the chance to control his own luck, and he succeeded. The process of him turning his black chi luck back into purple is a transformation that occurs due to him slowly grasping his fate when it comes to controlling luck. And now that he finally understood all the knowledge needed about chi luck, his transformation was complete, and Wang Wei also developed a new ability. This ability is called Destiny's Sun, and as the name implies, Wang Wei could forcibly become the Son of Destiny of any world he is in. Then his luck would be as legendary and scary as Long Out Yin. Everything would become easy for him to achieve. If he wanted some rare herb or material, just follow his instinct and he would eventually discover it. His chances of escaping true mortal dangers would increase dramatically. In general, this ability is heaven-defying. However, Wang Wei was not happy, and he will not use it blindly. As a person who truly understands chi luck, he knew that heavenly luck was actually a big pit. Do you think that heavenly Tao would bless someone with luck for no reason? Of course not. Heaven and earth revolves around the concept of balance, of cause and effect. If something extraordinary happens to someone, then there must be a reason. For example, the title of Son of Destiny sounds very appealing. However, Wang Wei knows that each Son of Destiny of any world is born or chosen for a reason. And it is usually because the world sense that a catastrophe is about to happen, so it chose someone as a son of destiny to cultivate in order to fight or prevent the disaster. So, those lucky bastards usually have a rough life despite being lucky, as they have to go through countless trials and tribulations. A perfect example of that was Long Outyen. The heavenly Tao of the Warring Kingdom world chose him as the son of destiny in a desperate attempt to prevent all the participants of the trial from truly taking over the world. Despite the fact that the Heaven Chosens mostly brought positive changes to the world, it did change the fact that they were foreigners, outsiders. So, the world's plan for Long Outyen to rise up and become the one to conquer the world, and maybe in the process, form an alliance with a few Heaven Chosens, and use the advanced resources of their world to better this one. According to the information that he learned from studying Qi Luck, and after watching the life of this world previous son of destiny, Wang Wei guesses that there was a reason that Long Outyen was teleported to Feng Lijuan after the explosion of the secret realm. In all likelihood, Heavenly Tao wanted Long Outyen to seduce Feng Lijuan. Then with her unreserved support, Long Outyen would have a better chance of conquering the world, and maybe found a way for this world to evolve from a small thousand world to a middle thousand world. Unfortunately, Heavenly Tao greatly underestimated the Heaven Chosen of the myriad Emperor world. More importantly, it underestimated Feng Lijuan's ruthlessness. It probably thought that with her arrogance, she would not do such a thing. However, as a person who aspires to become great emperor, how could Feng Lijuan not swallow her pride when necessary? No matter how arrogant a person is, in front of endless power and immortality, who can resist? So after seeing the death of Long Outyen, Wang Wei has a newfound respect for this member of the divine clan. Unlike other members of her clan, she knows when to be arrogant and when to rein in. Of course, Wang Wei is more interested in the talisman that was in Long Aoshan's hand. If he guessed correctly, this talisman is very precious. And now that it has fallen into Feng Lijuan's hands, her threat level for the future has greatly increased. After taking a brief moment to think about these things, Wang Wei reined in his mind. Then he used his secret method to convert earthly luck into innate luck. His Qi luck rapidly changed from purple then to purple gold. After a few minutes, a second color appeared, then a third. Wang Wei spent a few minutes absorbing the luck. He checked his Qi dragon, and it had 7 colors, signifying that he reached the 7-color rainbow Qi luck, so he smiled. Wang Wei knew that the reason that he reached the maximum level of 7 colors was because of the transformation of the Western Desert. Otherwise, he would only reach 6 colors. One thing that caught Wang Wei's attention was the fact that the 7-color rainbow Qi luck is also referred to as immortal luck. Given that more than 7 color of Qi luck is referred to as emperor luck, he guessed that immortal luck has something to do with immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. Unfortunately, he only learned the title of that level of luck, but nothing about what immortal venerable actually is. He guessed this has to do with the fact that this world's level is too low, so it does not have any information besides just a name. After absorbing the Qi luck, Wang Wei felt that his strength had suddenly increased dramatically. It reached the point that he could kill his previous self with just one punch. Wang Wei knew that this was actually another function of earthly luck. The king of any dynasty can bless himself with the power of the dynasty's luck, thus increasing their strength dramatically. Unfortunately, this kind of ability is only available in medium-small thousand world and above, and it requires the dynasty to refine a luck-condensing artifact in order to be able to use Qi luck in such a way. Wang Wei knew that every emperor lineage back home actually has a luck-condensing artifact, and it is usually one of their emperor artifacts that served that role, just like in the Tao opening sect. The emperor artifact of Wang Wei's ancestor, Emperor Qiyuan, served as the luck-condensing artifact of the Tao opening sect. As a matter of fact, Wang Wei is a little lucky that this ability was not available in the trial, otherwise he would have to suffer. When all the other Heaven Chosen could use this ability in desperation, he would not be able to do the same as his Qi luck was still black. And if Ji Song had that ability in the final battle, then Wang Wei would have suffered greatly. As a last result, he probably would have to ask Dong Lifan to control the dynasty's Qi luck and channel it through him. However, Wang Wei guessed that even if that method succeeded, there would still be some repercussions. Not to mention that she would actually have to be close to him. thus risk being a liability during battles with her weak strength. After thinking about this, Wang Wei sighed, then he returned to the capital. Now that he has accomplished everything he came for in this world, the trial is officially over. So, it was time to head back home as he missed his family greatly. Chapter 175. After returning back to the capital, Wang Wei spent a few days making sure everything was fine, then prepared to leave. Of course, many turbulence occurred throughout the territory when the news that the wise sage, His Majesty Wang Wei, was actually leaving soon to the higher realm. Many people cried, many people begged for him to stay, while some blessed him on his journey. As for the officials, they seemed to have organized a protest asking for Wang Wei to reconsider his decision. Even since he announced the news, many of them have been kneeling in front of the imperial palace claiming that they would not leave until His Majesty changed his mind. However, Wang Wei ignored them. More than 4 years ago, he had already warned these people, so that they would be ready. On the last night before leaving, Wang Wei was standing on top of the imperial palace looking at the vast territory that he ruled. Then he took a little trip down memory lane. He remembered how insignificant he was in his previous life compared to now. Back on Earth, he used to slave daily in order to climb up the ladder in his company. And compared with the people of his age, he did not have some success. However, all of these are nothing compared to ruling a dynasty with billions of people. His every word, actions, and slight insinuation could determine the fate of so many people, the fate of an entire world. Not to mention his strength. With his current ability, he could probably destroy the entire Earth with just one punch. Forget the Earth, he doubts whether the entire solar system could survive his world-breaking fist. And that was far from his limit. When he one day manages to prove the Tao, not just one small thousand world will bow to him, but thousands of them. Especially after absorbing the power of merit, Wang Wei's plan after becoming emperor was finalized. As a result of this plan, his will be spread to myriad worlds and races in the endless void. His name will bring both despair and hope to trillions of lives. He will control the fate of so many people and worlds. This is one of the reasons that he was not so homesick after reincarnating into this world. Compared to his possible future in this world, his life back on Earth was too insignificant. Although he sometimes missed his family back on Earth, he did not mind that much as he believed that as long as he reached a certain level of strength, he might be able to see them again. As for the passage of time, well, Wang Wei believed that as long as his strength is high enough, time will never be an obstacle for the things he wants to accomplish. While Wang Wei was thinking about his past and future, he heard the sound of someone walking towards him. From the soul fluctuation, he knew that it was Dong Lifen, so he was puzzled why she came to see him this late at night. Dong Lifen came next to Wang Wei, but she did not say anything for a few minutes. She just watched over the beauty of the capital fully lit during the night. Then she seemed to have made a decision, so she ran into Wang Wei's arm and kissed him on the lips, to his complete surprise. After waking up from his shock, he removed his lips from hers and asked, "Why are you doing this?" Dong Lifen lowered his head before looking him straight in the eyes. "I want to spend the night with His Majesty before you leave." Wang Wei's eyebrow was raised after hearing this. Then he said, "You should know that this will not change anything between us." "I know, but this is my choice, and am willing to live with it." Wang Wei looked at the confident and stubborn look on her eyes. Then he smiled. He lifted up, then headed straight for his dragon bed. The next morning, Dong Lifen woke up. Immediately, she winced a little, then blushed when thinking about how crazy the two of them were last night. She finally understood how powerful His Majesty's fleshly body was. After turning her head to the side, a flash of sadness passed through her eyes when she noticed that there was no one beside her. She sighed, then looked at the blood stain in the sheet. With a wave of her hand, she places it in her space ring, then gets dressed. However, as soon as Dong Lifen finished dressing, Wang Wei walked in to her slight delight. "Have you made a decision of what you are going to do?" asked Wang Wei calmly. After a few seconds she replied, "I decided to stay in this world. After all, it is my home. However, I hope Your Majesty can take my master with you." Her dreams and aspirations are not the same as mine. Wang Wei nodded, not too surprised by her decision. Then, he took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal before saying, "In that case, let me give you a departing gift in order to help you achieve your goals." Dong Lifen looked at these two things with a look of shock on her face. She understood the meaning of these two things. It means that she is the legitimate successor of the great Xia dynasty. After pondering for a few seconds, she reached out and took both of them. "Your Majesty, you knew of my plans?" Wang Wei smiled before answering. "I always knew that you were an ambitious woman. However, I have to warn you, although I hand over the dynasty to you, whether you can keep it is another matter. Now technically speaking, this world belongs to the sect I'm from, so no other people have the right to intervene. However, nothing is set in stone. So, you have to watch out for possible interference from people in my world." Dong Lifen nodded. Knowing that her future was full of challenges, however, she was ready for it. Then she suddenly asked, "Your Majesty." "You can call me Wang Wei." Dong Lifen hesitated for a while before saying, "Young Master Wang Wei, did you hand over the dynasty as a way to pay off the karma of what happened last night?" Wang Wei was a little caught by surprise by this question. Then he answered, "You are partially right. However, the real reason for me doing this is because I want to see how far you can go." After saying this, he took a deep look at her, then held her face and gave her a kiss on the forehead. Afterwards, he left the palace without hesitation. After flying for a few seconds, he saw Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju, the five-name general, Tai Gang and Yu Siyu, who sighed after seeing Wang Wei coming alone. "Is she really not coming?" she asked, fully knowing the answer. "You know her better than any of us, so you should have anticipated this outcome," replied Wang Wei calmly. Afterwards, he looked into the sky. Soon afterwards, a space crack appeared and swallowed everyone, transporting them in the endless void in front of true monarch Yan Chun. "Excellent trial, young master. You complete it even better than the sect anticipated. Not just him, all of you did an excellent job," praised the true monarch. While most of the people had a calm smile on their faces, both Tai Gang and Yu Siyu had a look of shock on their faces as this was their first time being teleported. Furthermore, they were told of how powerful this smiling elder actually was. This was a supreme realm powerhouse, the being closest to the great emperor, so they were in awe after meeting. As a result, both of them remained quiet and tried to reduce their presence. Unfortunately, this was not possible as Yan Chen started addressing them next. "When you reach our world, something extraordinary will happen to you both. All you need to remember is not to panic. Afterwards, you will be greatly rewarded." Wang Wei smiled after seeing this. He expected this kind of behavior from Yu Siyu, but it was odd to see Tai Gang also act this way. After all, the impression this guy gave him was that he did not fear nothing between heaven and earth. This was proven after he decided to challenge him right after watching his battle with Ji Song. Wang Wei looked at true monarch Yan Qin before asking, "Supreme Elder, are we leaving the same way we came?" "No," replied Yan Qin while shaking his head. "Since we are the winners of the trial, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty handed over the Ascension Teleportation Array." Everyone then nodded, so Yan Qin activated the array after everyone was ready. After a few seconds, the entire group only saw the world twisted up and down, then they found themselves leaving the desolate void. Wang Wei immediately realized that he was in the Heavenspan domain, where the Tao opening sect was located. He took a deep breath, thus absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. "Oh, the sweet smell of home," said Wang Wei with an excited look on his face. End of volume II guys. Do not forget to vote with Power Stone. Add this book to your library and recommend it to other people. Leave a 5 stars reviews if you think this book is deserving so, or comment in any of the chapters. I usually read all of them and answered to some. And if you are financially capable, bought the privileged chapters or sent me a gift. I greatly appreciate your support. Chapter 176. Wang Wei was not the only person that was happy to be back home. All of the members of his group were. After entering the world, a feeling of euphoria suddenly overcame them. It was as if a mother, the entire world, was welcoming its children back home. While the group was rejoicing of finally going home after 15 years, a supreme and powerful will suddenly appeared around them. Then, the will started to invade Taigang, and Yusiu's body to their horrors. Luckily, they remember what true monarch had said to them a few minutes ago. So they each took a deep breath to calm themselves down. However, they were just calm on the surface. That supreme will scan everything part of their bodies, whether it was their soul, spirit, and even their memories. Of course, that supreme will was the heavenly Tao of the myriad emperor world. Every time some foreigners enter the world, it is his job to check out these intruders to ensure that they are not a danger to the world. As such, as soon as it noticed these two, it started to check. It checked their bodies and souls to ensure that there were no curses implanted on these people by some powerful being from the endless void. Then, it checked their memories to ensure that these two were not vanguard sent by other powerful worlds in order to acquire the world coordinate of the myriad emperor world. Just by how meticulous heavenly Tao was, it is obvious that it knows from experience what to look for. So it was very thorough. An act which made Taigang and Yusiu suffer greatly, as it was not a pleasant experience having all their deepest secrets seen through by someone. However, the process did not last long. After a few minutes, the process was finished. Then a vast amount of spiritual energy started to enter the bodies of Taigang and Yusiu. Sit cross-legged and begin to cultivate. This is the reward of heavenly Tao. Instantly yelled Supreme Elder Yenqin. The two then immediately reacted and followed the instructions. Why are these two getting rewarded? Asked Li Jun to the Supreme Elder. In fact, it was not just him who wanted to know this answer. Everyone else also wanted to know. They can understand the necessary precaution to check the identity of these two. Why would heavenly Tao reward them? Because of their talent, suddenly said a beautiful voice. However, it was not that of Yenqin. Everyone looks in a direction of the voice to see Yu Yanwang Wei's mother suddenly appearing next to the group with them even noticing. Meanwhile Yu Yan smiled happily at the group, before embracing Wang Wei and caressing his face without caring of the weird look the people were giving her. However, unlike previously, Wang Wei was not embarrassed nor did he smile wryly. He just laid in his mother's arms while also embracing her. As a person who has lived 2 lives, he knows the importance of spending time with family. Especially in this cultivating world where seclusion can take thousands of years. More importantly, the cultivation world is more dangerous than anyone can imagine. No one knows for certain what can happen. So he cherished his family greatly. Aunt. Sect madam, all the people who recognized Yu Yan saluted her, to which she just nodded. Mother, what do you mean by talent? Asked Wang Wei, who was still curious about the previous topic. Heavenly Tao will reward certain foreigners that enter our world based on how their talents are. This is an incentive for these people to stay in the world and contribute to it in any way possible. Wang Wei understood what she meant. This was the way that the heavenly Tao of this world poached talented people from other worlds through promises and bribing. Some countries in his past life did a lot of this in order to quickly develop both their science and technology, but also their economy. The process of breakthrough lasted only a few minutes. However, from the smile on these two's faces, they were more than happy with their rewards. Yusiu managed to inscribe more than 300 divine veins on her altar, making her foundation and strength dramatically increase. As for the former Iron Fist King, Taigang, his divine veins reached 330. But more importantly, he managed to figure out what chi of good fortune is. As such, as long as he has the proper technique and head into seclusion, he can break through the supernatural realm at any time. After these two finished their transformation, the entire group left for the direction of the sect. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw Sect Master Wang Tian and a group of elders waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, Li Jun's mother started to cuddle her son. In fact, even Yan Liling was not spared in this large embrace. Unlike Wang Wei's calm look, these two were completely shy. Great Elder Li Jiang patted his son on the shoulder with a smile on his face, while Great Elder Yan Mei smiled at her niece. As for Wang Tian, he looked at his son up and down. Good, you did better than during my trial. Then he proceeded to imitate his wife and played with Wang Wei's gray hair. Wang Wei looked at his father with a speechless look. His eyes seemed to be saying, "You are a grown man. Why are you acting so weird?" He could understand his mother's behavior, but he did not understand why his old man started to act more childish. However, Wang Tian just ignored his son's gaze as he continued to mess up his hair with great pleasure. As a matter of fact, there is a reason that Wang Tian behaves so childlike. It is because he is nearing the supreme realm. So he started to return to a more simplistic nature of himself. He behaves childlike because he is in tune with heaven and earth. His state of mind is returning to a very simple and innocent one so that he can better understand the laws of heaven and earth. Wang Wei decided to ignore his father, so he asked him, "What did you do for your trial?" After pondering for a while, he responded, "Well, I created the Supreme Sword Sect, then spread the Tao of the sword throughout the entire world." "How was the result?" "Of course I succeeded. However, there were a few setbacks in the middle." Wang Tian looked at his wife. "Your mother rallied all the people in the world to encircle me and my sect. Unfortunately, she was no match for me and my loyal sword followers." Meanwhile, Yu Yan snorted. "The only reason that you survived that battle so easily was because all the heaven chosen at that time were infighting for control over the alliance." "It doesn't matter how I survived," snickered Wang Tian. "Furthermore, wasn't it you that said that only the result matters, not the process?" Yu Yan stared at her husband before saying, "Do you want to sleep outside today?" Wang Tian smiled leisurely, but he did not say anything else. However, Wang Wei was intrigued as he wanted to know how things ended in the end. So who was the final winner in the end? "There was no final winner. Or we both were, as me and your father eventually formed an alliance," replied Yu Yan. "What alliance? You basically blackmail me that if I did not ally with you, you would spread Saber Dao to fight with me." Wang Wei became puzzled after hearing this. "How is that a threat?" Wang Tian looked at his son. Practicing the sword was not the same as practicing the saber. It is very hard to start practicing the sword but easy to master. As for the saber, it is easy to start practicing, but hard to master. It can take even the most powerful genius of the sword more than 2 years of training in order to become proficient in using the sword and have certain combat power. However, the saber was different. Even a normal person holding a saber can easily use it after a few weeks of practice. If your mother had managed to spread Saber Dao throughout the entire world, I would have to spend countless years before Sword Dao can reign supreme in the entire world, thus prolonging the time I'd have to spend to reach the rainbow level of Qi luck. So it was simply not worth it to fight for her for so long when an alliance would allow the two of us to benefit. Wang Wei nodded, however he guessed that things were not that simple. He guessed that his father probably had developed a little crush on his mother back then, so he easily accepted her deal. Wang Wei knew that he would never accept such a thing. He is open to negotiation, never being forced. This can be seen in how he reacted to Feng Heng's deal. Instead of just accepting, he used the excuse of a fight to slap him straight in his face, showing that Wang Wei has a very petty side. However, this can't be helped. As a person who pursues freedom, nothing he hates more than being forced to do something even if that thing is good or beneficial to him. Chapter 177. While all these people reunited with their families, true monarch Yanchen bid goodbye to all of them. He was in a hurry to discuss the details of the trail with the other old guys. In this trial, he watched how the young sect master slowly transformed the entire world into something better, something more efficient. According to the information he heard, this process was called modernization by the young master. Yanchen suddenly remembered the conversation that he had with Wang Wei after the Spirit Road trial. At that time, he thought that the young master only had a preliminary plan on how to change the world, but after seeing what happened in the Warring Kingdom world, Yanchen knew that Wang Wei was not simply talking. He actually had a thorough plan, and he used this trial to test some of his ideas. So Yanchen watched how Wang Wei had to first force these cultivators to integrate the power of cultivation into everyday life. However, as time passed, using incentive and the satisfaction of slowly changing the world, These cultivators were more than happy to help slowly build the Great Xia according to Wang Wei's vision. Many of them came up with ideas of their own. Some talked to mortals in order to figure out their needs and create specific origin artifacts for them. In general, the majority of the cultivators were more than happy to help mortals with their ability as it gave them a sense of accomplishment. And what was the result? A very prosperous dynasty, dramatic increase in population and more importantly, a rapid development of professions like alchemy, talisman and refiner. With so many professionals working together, sharing their knowledge and experience, these professions develop at an alarming rate. So Yanchen started to envision what it would be like if the entire myriad emperor world started to develop so rapidly under the young master's guidance. Just like he said back then, their civilization will flourish so much that even the ancient emperor era would not be able to compare. And who would benefit the most from such fast development? Of course it is their Dao opening sect. Yanchen can foresee that in the beginning of such an era, many of the powerful sects will hesitate to side with the young master. However, at that time, their Dao opening sect will provide their whole support. And as the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. By doing so, their Dao opening sect will have a large amount of head start before the others so that when they join down the line, the other factions will never be able to catch up to them. Yanchen 100% believed that these factions will change their mind once they start to see the benefit that their sect receives. As for how he knows how these sects will behave, simple, just by looking at the way they reacted to all the changes that happened in the trial. To them, the changes that happened in the Great Xia dynasty was simply a marvelous idea to them. A good idea that gave the Great Xia a little edge over the other dynasties. Nothing more, nothing less. And many of them thought that Wang Wei had done too much to mix cultivators with mortals. To them, this was a simple disrespect. So Yanchen sneered at how low the vision of his peers actually were. As a matter of fact, they did not even discover the benefit of the Warring Kingdom world's martial art to low-level cultivators. Their understanding of spirit is a great help people break through the divine altar realm. Their snobbish and prideful attitudes has simply blinded them, resulting in their Dao opening sect benefiting greatly. Supreme Elder, thank you for your hard work. Sect Master, there is no need to thank me. Protecting the young master is my duty, and I would gladly die to accomplish it, replied Yanchen with a smile. Afterwards, he left and returned to the Supreme Elder cottage. Wang Tian and his family returned to Wang Clan Mountain in order to have dinner with his grandfather, who had a happy smile on his face. After the meal, Wang Chang looked at his grandson with satisfaction. Wire, according to the report of Yanchen, you did a terrific job in this trial. However, many of your plans cannot be exposed as of yet. Oh, why is that? Simple, the emperor lineages are similar to the noble clans you had to deal with. Things like holding knowledge to a privileged few is how they maintain their strength. So they will never allow anyone to change the status quo. So, if you want to do the exact same thing you did in the trial in this world, your strength has to reach a certain level. Wang Wei sighed as he expected this. In the end, it's all about whether I can prove the Tao in the end. However, Wang Chang shook his head. Being a simple emperor is far from enough. You have to be stronger than an average emperor. You have to become an eternal emperor. Eternal emperor? This kind of knowledge is too early for you to know. Just remember that an eternal emperor is the highest of caliber among all great emperors. Throughout the billions of years of this world, throughout the countless eras, among the thousands upon thousands of emperors that walk this world, the number of eternal emperors can be counted in 2 hands. Wang Wei's eyebrow was raised after hearing this, but he could probably guess the meaning of an eternal emperor. Among all the great emperors cultivated in this world, some of them were simply more extraordinary than others. The feats that they accomplished are simply legendary, leaving an eternal myth regarding their existence. Wang Wei guessed that his grandfather meant that only by being one of these kinds of emperor will he have a chance to accomplish his plans. So he nodded in acknowledgement. What are you going to do with the 2 people that you brought back? Suddenly asked Wang Tian. Well, I plan to train Tai Gang to be my left arm man, so the sect can provide him with the highest of treatment. However, his loyalty cannot be 100% guarantee. So sent someone to monitor him for a while, replied Wang Wei after pondering for a while. As for Yu Siyu, she seemed to have no ambition besides the desire to cultivate peacefully. So just provide her with the resources she needs and leave her be. Wang Tian accepted his son's recommendation. As for Yu Siyu not being required to contribute, it does not matter. Their sect has more than enough resources to raise anybody. Furthermore, Wang Tian could guess the reason that his son made such a decision. After dinner, Yu Yan grabbed her son and started asking him about the trial. So, why did you not bring that girl Dong Lifan? You know I was ready to hold a big fat grandson. Wang Wei looked at his mother with a speechless look. Dong Lifan is not the girl for me, and she chose to remain in her world in order to accomplish her ambitions. As for grandson? I'm afraid that you might not hold one for the remainder of your life. What? You do not plan to give me grandchildren? Ever? Asked Yu Yan with a visibly surprised look on her face. This was current news to her. Well, not never, but I do not plan to have children until I succeed in my pursuit of the end of the Tao. That way, I will not be distracted and my children will be born with terrifying talent. I wonder if it's possible to give birth to a great emperor. Back to the topic. By the time I am ready to have children, how long do you think will pass? Yu Yan looked at her son with her mouth open. Then she said, So you are going to watch your mother and father slowly die of old age without giving us a fat grandson to hold. Mother, you do not need to worry about such a thing. With me, it is only a matter of time for our family to become immortal. And even if something were to happen to you, Dad and grandfather, when I become so powerful, it will be an easy matter for me to reverse samsara and bring all you back to life. Yu Yan sighed as she knew she could not change her son's decision as he can be stubborn when it comes to certain decisions that he makes. So she decided not to bring the topic up again. After returning home, Wang Wei spent a few months hanging out with his family. He needed to relax both his body and mind after the trial. Then, he entered seclusion in order to reach the supernatural realm. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.